Before we begin, I thought it would be fun if everyone lets me know in the comments where they're watching this video from. And while you're down there, don't forget to subscribe. Now, let's start today's episode. April Jones Case. 5-year-old April Jones disappeared in October 2012 from the quiet town of Machynlleth, Wales. What began as a typical evening quickly turned into a desperate search effort, leading to one of the largest missing person investigations in UK history. April Sue Lynn Jones, born on April 4, 2007, was deeply loved by her parents, who prioritized her safety above all else. She grew up in a caring and protective home where she felt secure. On October 1, 2012, April attended a swimming lesson at a local leisure center, while her parents attended a parent-teacher evening at her school. After finishing her lesson, April invited a 5-year-old school friend over to her home to watch the animated movie Tangled. As the evening progressed, she asked her parents for permission to play outside with her friend, despite the late hour. Though initially reluctant, her parents eventually agreed, with her mother, Coral, reminding the girls not to stay out too long. Around 7 p.m., April was last seen by her parents, riding her small pink bicycle in the neighborhood. When more time passed than expected and she hadn't returned, Coral became increasingly worried. After 20 minutes of searching with no sign of April, Coral's worry intensified, leading her to call 999 at 7:30 p.m. to report her daughter missing. The police responded swiftly, dispatching officers to the scene almost immediately. Upon arrival, the first officer spoke with a young witness who shared a startling detail. April had been seen getting into a gray van just before she disappeared. Understanding the urgency of the situation, authorities quickly escalated the case to a critical incident. A large-scale search operation was launched, with law enforcement mobilizing extensive resources and personnel to locate April. Their efforts were soon reinforced by the community, as hundreds of local residents, many alerted through social media, joined the frantic search. By the early hours of October 2nd, the number of volunteers had grown into the hundreds, all united in the desperate hope of finding April. Later that afternoon, just shy of 24 hours since she vanished, the investigation took a major turn when police arrested Mark Bridger, a 46-year-old local man. He became a prime suspect due to his resemblance to the description given by eyewitnesses, along with the fact that he drove a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery, a vehicle spotted near the area where April was last seen. Witnesses recounted seeing April entering the vehicle after a conversation with the driver, leading the police to focus their attention on Bridger. By October 5th, the police officially classified the case as a slaying inquiry, a troubling development indicating their belief that April was no longer alive despite the absence of her body. The following day, Bridger faced charges of abduction, slaying, and attempting to pervert the course of justice. He made his first court appearance before magistrates in Aberystwyth on October 8th, where he was also charged with the unlawful concealment and disposal of a body. Bridger was subsequently remanded into custody at HMP Manchester, awaiting a video link appearance at Carnarvon Crown Court on October 10th. As the investigation unfolded, the police announced on December 12th that the search for April would extend into February 2013, indicating the determination to uncover the truth behind her disappearance. On January 14, 2013, Bridger pleaded not guilty to the charge during a court hearing at Mold Crown Court. However, in a contradictory statement, he acknowledged that he was probably responsible for her demise. This raised questions about the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. The trial was initially set to commence on February 25th, but was adjourned until April 29th at the request of Bridger's defense team, who sought additional time for inquiries. Despite the ongoing legal proceedings, the search for April continued to be a focal point for law enforcement. On March 27, 2013, the police announced that they would halt the physical search for April. This decision marked a heartbreaking moment for her family and the community. By April 22nd, the police officially confirmed the search had ended. Although, they reassured the public that a specialized team of officers would remain available to act on any new information that might arise. This case became the largest missing persons search in UK police history. The trial of Bridger began on April 29, 2013, presided over by Mr. Justice Griffith Williams. During the proceedings, damning evidence came to light. A forensic expert testified that fragments of human bone, consistent with that of a younger individual, were found in the fireplace of Bridger's cottage. Blood samples collected from various areas within the home matched April's DNA, leading investigators to conclude that she had sustained injuries from which she could not have survived. This pivotal evidence prompted the Crown Prosecution Service to charge Bridger with slaying. In his defense, Bridger offered a shocking account, claiming that he had accidentally run over April with his vehicle and could not remember disposing of her body due to intoxication and panic. This explanation, however, was met with skepticism by the court. On May 29, the judge concluded his summation and instructed the jury to deliberate on their verdict. The following day, on May 30th, Bridger was found guilty of abduction, slaying, and perverting the course of justice. The judge delivered a scathing rebuke, describing Bridger as a pathological liar and a pedophile, before sentencing him to life imprisonment with a whole life order. After the verdict, unsettling details emerged regarding Bridger's confessions made to the prison chaplain. He claimed to have discarded April's body in the fast-flowing Avandalas, a river adjacent to his home that ultimately flows into the River Duffy near Mahundlath. However, the police expressed skepticism about Bridger's assertions, suspecting that he had instead scattered April's remains throughout the nearby countryside, thus denying her family the closure they desperately sought. In July 2013, just weeks after beginning his life sentence, Bridger was violently attacked by a fellow inmate armed with an improvised weapon. He suffered injuries to his face and throat that required stitches. The incident highlighted the intense animosity toward him, as he remained a highly controversial figure even behind bars. Later that year, in December, Bridger attempted to appeal his whole life sentence but ultimately withdrew the request a month later, just days before the scheduled hearing. April's case had left an enduring impact on both her family and the tight-knit community of Mahundlath. Though April's body was never recovered, investigators found 17 bone fragments in the fireplace of Bridger's cottage. On September 26, 2013, a funeral service was held in her honor, bringing the community together in grief to remember the beloved young girl. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jessica Knott. Jessica Knott was born on June 22, 1986, in Alamos Springs, Florida. She grew up with an older brother, a younger sister, and caring parents. Her father worked in construction and often traveled to other states for several days at a time, leaving the children in their mother's care. Jessica was a bright and cheerful child who loved spending time outdoors with friends, playing with her siblings, and had a strong affection for animals. On April 5, 1996, when Jessica was 9 years old, her family planned a visit to her grandparents for Easter. That day, her father went to the store to pick up supplies for the holiday while her mother stayed home, packing for the trip. After school, Jessica arrived home with some friends and asked her mom if she could play in the yard while waiting for her dad to return. Her mother agreed but reminded her not to leave the area. Their apartment complex was tucked away from the main road, surrounded by trees, which gave Jessica's mother a sense of security. The neighborhood children, including Jessica, often played outside without constant adult supervision, and there had never been any issues. Around 6 p.m., Jessica's father returned home and asked his wife where she was. Confused, her mother explained that Jessica should have been in the yard waiting for him, but he insisted she was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, the parents searched the yard but found no sign of their daughter. Growing more anxious, they began asking neighbors if anyone had seen her. One neighbor recalled spotting Jessica earlier, sitting on a bench and reading a book, but this information didn't lead to her whereabouts. As night fell and Jessica remained missing, her worried parents made the decision to call the police. Officers arrived within minutes, immediately launching a search and questioning neighbors. Despite their efforts, Jessica was nowhere to be found, prompting police to widen the search area to nearby streets. A few hours later, an unexpected call came into the police station. The caller's voice was distorted by heavy background noise, but the operator managed to make out that Jessica's body could be found near a water pumping station a few miles from her home. Rushing to the location, officers discovered a trash bag lying just a few yards from the road. The pumping station was positioned beneath a bridge, making it impossible to spot from above. Nearby, they found a few magazines and a child's mirror. Police quickly confirmed the victim was Jessica Knott and transferred her body to medical examiners. Meanwhile, investigators turned their attention to the 911 call, believing it had come directly from the killer. They hoped tracing it would lead them to the person responsible. However, investigators faced an immediate challenge. The call had been made from a payphone at a gas station less than a mile from the crime scene. By the time officers arrived, the perpetrator was long gone. Detectives attempted to lift fingerprints from the phone, but it proved difficult. As a public payphone, it likely held prints from numerous people. Additionally, they suspected the killer had either wiped it clean or used gloves. Experts determined that Jessica had been killed elsewhere and then transported to the water pumping station. Disturbed dirt in front of the facility suggested that the perpetrator had dragged a trash bag from a vehicle and pulled it across the ground. Jessica's clothing remained intact except for a missing shoe, which was neither inside the bag nor anywhere nearby. The only potential clue at the crime scene was a tire track imprinted in the dirt. While investigators couldn't confirm whether it belonged to the killer's vehicle, they photographed it and made a cast for further analysis. A medical examination revealed that Jessica had been strangled to death, with marks on her face and neck indicating that the killer had used their bare hands. Additionally, an autopsy found a partially digested hamburger in her stomach, consumed less than an hour before she died. Jessica's mother insisted that she hadn't given her daughter anything to eat that day, leading investigators to suspect that the killer had provided the meal. However, no evidence of sexual assault was found, making the perpetrator's motive unclear. Initially, police turned their focus toward Jessica's parents. Neither had a strong alibi at the time she vanished. Her mother stated she had been inside the apartment packing, while her father claimed he had been out shopping. But in theory, they both had the opportunity to commit the crime. Police tried to understand how the killer managed to take Jessica from her complex's yard without anyone noticing or the girl screaming. It led them to believe that the perpetrator likely knew the victim well, and she left with him willingly. Another supporting factor was the tone of the killer's voice during the 911 call. Despite the experts' efforts to clean up the recording, they noticed sorrow and regret in the killer's voice, as if they genuinely regretted committing the murder. The fact that the killer took the risk of calling 911, the perpetrator could have done it either for the thrill of playing with the police and manipulating the investigation, or they genuinely regretted their actions and wanted to somehow alleviate that feeling. Considering the caller's evident sadness, investigators leaned towards the second option. Police inspected Jessica's father's car, finding something intriguing in the trunk. There was a roll of black trash bags similar to the one containing the victim's body. However, an expert examining the bag from the crime scene quickly determined it differed from those found in the father's car, clearly belonging to a different roll. So the man was temporarily ruled out as a suspect. Substantial amount of dog hair. Considering Jessica's family didn't own a dog, the animal most likely belonged to the killer. They also found human hair on her body, belonging to an unknown white male. However, experts needed a few days to extract the DNA profile. 2 types of foreign fibers were also discovered on the girl's clothes. Analyzing their structure, experts concluded that one likely came from a car seat cover and the other from a carpet. This further supported the theory that the victim was killed elsewhere and transported to the water pumping station by car. Regarding the dog hair from Jessica's clothing, experts attempted to determine the breed using the FBI's database, which contained microscopic photos of hair from various dog breeds. This database has proven helpful in criminal cases where dog hair could be a key piece of evidence. Experts compared the hair with samples from the database, eliminating one breed after another. In the end, they concluded that the hair on the victim's clothes belonged to a Shar-Pei. Apparently, the killer owned such a dog, and the hair ended up on Jessica's clothes, either in the perpetrator's car or at their house. According to the preliminary theory of investigators, the killer somehow might have lured Jessica into his car, taken her to McDonald's for a hamburger, and then brought her to his home and murdered her. Meanwhile, the experts attempted to enhance the phone call recording, but it proved to be a challenging task. They decided to try a different approach. Detectives sought assistance from NASA and sent them the audio file. NASA had advanced tools for clearing audio recordings originally designed to enhance recordings from space. They agreed to help and provided the police with a higher quality audio track. However, the experts still needed a voice sample from the suspect to compare it with the call recording and establish a match. Based on the detectives' assumption that the killer might have known Jessica, they decided to play the call recording for her mother, hoping she could recognize it. She listened to it for the first time and said that the voice sounded familiar, but the mother couldn't remember whose voice it is. However, during a second attempt, clicked. She recognized the voice as their neighbor who lived in the same complex. Although she couldn't remember his name, she told their detectives that the man often walked his Shar-Pei in the yard. Police swiftly identified the man as 35-year-old James Crow. During the initial hours of Jessica's disappearance, investigators already questioned him along with other neighbors. He mentioned that he saw her in the yard while walking his dog. They spoke briefly, and he left. Detectives dug into his background and found that Crow had no criminal history. He lived with his wife, who was a nurse. The man was a former truck driver, currently unemployed. He spent most of his time strolling the streets with his Shar-Pei, named Pumpkin. The detectives realized that merely the similarity in voice and owning a dog of a specific breed wasn't enough for an arrest, so they obtained a search warrant for his car. There, they discovered two disturbing clues. Under the front passenger seat, there was an empty Happy Meal bag. Considering Jessica had a McDonald's hamburger in her stomach and James didn't have children, this seemed highly suspicious. Experts also noticed that the car had brand new tires as if they had barely been used. Police found out that Crow replaced them on the day of Jessica's murder, even though his previous tires were not particularly old and could have lasted for several more years. Crow claimed to have left the old tires at a car service, which was quite unusual considering they were not old at all. So the police headed to this service building. By the time they arrived, there was only one tire from James' car left. They compared its tread pattern from what was found near the body, but detectives faced an unexpected twist. They didn't match. However, they initially weren't 100% sure that the tire mark on the ground was left by the killer's car and not some other vehicle. For example, maintenance staff regularly visited the building, and this tire mark could have belonged to their vehicle. The police also searched James' apartment where they found a new lead. There was a box containing several rolls of trash bags matching the size and color of the one found on the victim's body. Obviously, this couldn't be considered strong evidence, so detectives had to figure out if there was a way to establish that the bags had come from the same roll. At first glance, this task seemed impossible. The bags themselves had no markings or distinctive features, and there were hundreds of manufacturers of such products. But even the detectives were soon surprised by the creativity they could display in such a complex challenge. They contacted Noel Roberts, the man responsible for quality control at the company that produced the bags found in the suspect's apartment. At first, he identified the specific factory where the bags were produced. There was a special code on the cardboard box containing the rolls, indicating that the product was made at a facility in Virginia. The expert then explained that a tiny amount of iron or titanium is included in the composition of the bags depending on their color. Considering that the factory produces bags of various colors, the materials in the production are constantly changing. The ratio of plastic to iron or titanium literally changes daily since such tiny amounts cannot be measured with 100% accuracy, and there's no need to do that. In other words, experts could take bags from the suspect's apartment and the crime scene, measure the presence of the elements in the plastic using high-intensity X-rays, and get a very precise ratio. Through this analysis, They found that the ratio of iron and titanium to plastic in both bags was absolutely identical, indicating that they were manufactured on the same day and should belong to the same batch. But that's not all. During the production of trash bags, a small amount of microscopic debris ends up on the machines, which is acceptable within production standards. However, this results in small streaks visible to the naked eye when the plastic sheets, later cut into bags, are rolled out. These streaks are present on every bag in large amounts, forming a unique pattern for each roll of fabric. The debris particles on the conveyor belt are constantly moving, falling off, and being replaced by new ones, so the pattern of similar streaks is preserved for a maximum of a few hundred feet of fabric. This means that it can be understood from this pattern that two different bags were not just made within the same batch but within a few hours of each other. Experts compared the bags from the suspect's apartment and the crime scene, and the lines on them matched with astonishing precision. But that's not all. The experts also explained that after the bags are manufactured, they are rolled into a bundle using a machine, which often does this somewhat unevenly. But if you don't look closely, these deviations are almost imperceivable, and the rolls appear smooth. However, examining the edges of the bags reveals tiny folds and creases, forming a similarly unique pattern, as with the streaks. In the end, the experts compared the bags again and found that the pattern on the bags from James' apartment matched the one from the crime scene. Considering all of this, they concluded that the bag used by the killer was not just produced by the same company, but was manufactured within a range of almost 17 boxes apart. This meant that with a high degree of probability, the perpetrator took the bag from one of the rolls in James' apartment. Forensic analysts also compared the two types of fibers found on Jessica's clothing with the carpet in the suspect's apartment and the covers of his car seats. Both samples matched. Finally, a sound expert compared the 911 call recording with a voice sample from James and concluded that the voice belonged to the same person. Despite the incredible work done by the experts, detectives faced one major problem. All this fell into the realm of circumstantial evidence, but they were confident in James' involvement and decided to arrest him. The man was taken into custody, and the prosecution announced its intent to seek the death penalty. Considering that Crow Dog, and all the local kids knew him well since they never missed a chance to play with Pumpkin. As a result, they trusted him, and Jessica was no exception. According to the police version, on that day, James noticed her alone on a bench while walking his dog and started a conversation. He offered to take her to McDonald's, promising to buy her a hamburger, and Jessica agreed because she knew him well. After the restaurant, he presumably took her back to the apartment complex and invited her to his place. Perhaps he offered her to play with Pumpkin. His wife was at work, and the presence of carpet fibers from his living room on Jessica's clothes indicated that she was there on the day of her death. According to investigators, James might have attempted to assault the girl, but something went wrong. Based on the forensic report, the perpetrator not only strangled the victim with his bare hands but also pressed his palm against her face. Perhaps Jessica tried to scream, so he panicked and attacked her. After the girl passed away, he placed her in a garbage bag to transport the body to his car without arousing suspicion from the neighbors. He drove a few miles and left. During preliminary hearings, James' lawyers attempted to challenge all available evidence, arguing that there were no solid proof of their client's guilt. Despite the fact that the judge accepted it, the defense was right. In cases involving the death penalty, the standards for evidence are much higher. And in James' case, there was a significant chance of avoiding this sentence. In light of these circumstances, a plea deal was proposed to the suspect. Under the terms of the deal, he would admit guilt to second-degree murder and receive a 40-prison-year sentence without parole, thus avoiding the death penalty. In the summer of '98, 2 years after the murder, James agreed to the deal. He wasn't required to disclose any details of the crime by its terms. However, he mentioned that part of his decision was to spare Jessica's family and save them from going through the trial. Prosecutors argued that the perpetrator displayed genuine remorse, pointing to his 911 call as evidence. The motive behind the call remained unclear, but the most plausible explanation was that James had been overcome with guilt and wanted to ease his conscience after committing such a horrific crime. Jessica's parents were deeply dissatisfied with the plea deal, as they had hoped for a death sentence. They also wanted James to provide a full confession, but he remained silent. However, he never completed his sentence. In November 2011, at the age of 49, James passed away due to health complications, taking the truth about his actions and motives with him to the grave. Jessica's case stood out due to the extraordinary forensic work involved. The amount of information investigators gathered from something as simple as a garbage bag even astonished the presiding judge, who admitted he had never encountered such evidence in his career. Moving on to the next case. Murder of Angie Hausman. Angie Hausman was born on February 18, 1984, in St. Louis, Missouri. Her father left before she was born, so she never had the chance to know him. When Angie was a year old, her mother married a man named Ronald, and together they had a son. Angie and her younger brother had a close bond, and she cared for him deeply. Angie was a friendly and easygoing child who always sought out companionship. Her family lived in a peaceful suburban neighborhood in St. Louis. By 1993, at the age of 9, she was in the 4th grade at an elementary school located just over a mile from her home. She usually rode the school bus from the nearest stop, and since it was only a few hundred yards away, her parents felt it was safe for her to go alone. Angie usually walked to the bus stop with other neighborhood children. After school, several parents would keep an eye on them from their windows, making it a routine to ensure the kids got home safely. On November 18th, Angie followed her usual routine. She attended school and finished her day around 3 p.m. She rode the school bus back to her stop with a few neighborhood kids, and they began walking home together. Since the others lived closer to the bus stop, Angie was left to walk the last stretch alone. It was only a short distance, but as time passed, she still hadn't arrived home. About half an hour later, her parents grew concerned. While she sometimes lingered to talk with friends, she had never taken this long before. Angie's mom and stepdad decided to walk the route from their house to the bus stop, hoping to find her. They spoke with other children from her school, who confirmed that Angie had arrived at the stop and headed home as usual. They also asked neighbors who typically watched the kids from their windows, but both women had been occupied that day and hadn't seen anything. Realizing something was wrong, Angie's parents and their friends quickly organized a search, combing the area between the bus stop and their home. As evening set in and darkness fell, her parents made the difficult decision to call the police. Officers immediately joined the search effort. Given the cold weather, it seemed unlikely that Angie would have wandered off voluntarily, leading authorities to consider more alarming possibilities. Their concerns were heightened by a recent event. Just 10 days earlier, an unidentified person had attempted to abduct an 11-year-old girl in a nearby area. As she stepped off the school bus, a man tried to drag her into the bushes, but she managed to escape. With the attacker still at large, police considered the possibility that he was connected to Angie's disappearance. K9 units were brought in, and the dogs picked up Angie's scent near the bus stop. They followed it about halfway to her house before the trail suddenly vanished, suggesting that she may have entered a vehicle, further pointing to a likely abduction. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging were also deployed, but unfortunately, the first day of searching brought no results. By the next morning, authorities turned to the media, and news of Angie's disappearance quickly spread throughout the city. Within 24 hours, over 300 calls flooded the police department. To manage the overwhelming number of tips, more than 20 additional officers were brought in, but none of the leads helped locate Angie. As detectives explored every possible angle, they began scrutinizing her stepfather early on in the investigation. The man denied any involvement in Angie's disappearance, insisting he would never harm her. However, when detectives looked into her biological father, they found something unusual. He had never been involved in Angie's life, yet her mother mentioned that he had driven past their house several times, watching her play outside. While this raised suspicion, the man had a solid alibi. On the third day, the FBI joined the investigation, and even more officers were assigned to the case. Authorities recognized that something terrible must have happened. Angie couldn't have survived long in the freezing weather if she had simply gotten lost. Then, a potential lead emerged. Someone reported seeing a suspicious man slowly driving a blue sedan through Angie's neighborhood. His description closely matched the account of the 11-year-old girl who had nearly been abducted just 10 days earlier. Investigators decided to create a composite sketch of the suspect. The sketch was broadcast on the news, and volunteers distributed thousands of flyers, but the man's identity remained a mystery. As Angie's case gained national attention, more leads poured in, though none led investigators any closer to finding her. With the publicity came self-proclaimed psychics who began calling Angie's home, claiming to have visions about her whereabouts. One psychic insisted she was still alive and even pinpointed a location, a large national park 25 miles from her home, but detectives dismissed these claims. To encourage more information, authorities offered a $10,000 reward, which resulted in a surge of tips. During the investigation, detectives uncovered a disturbing detail. Shortly before her disappearance, Angie had told her teacher that she was planning to go on a nature trip with her uncle. The problem was, Angie didn't have an uncle, and her parents had no idea what she was talking about. Investigators considered the possibility that Angie might have been referring to her abductor, someone she already knew and trusted enough to call uncle. However, they didn't find anything about this mysterious man. In the following days, detectives made no progress, but everything changed on November 27th. 9 days after Angie's disappearance, a hunter called the police. He had arrived at the national park and spotted a human body in the woods. Upon arrival at the location, the police were confronted with a horrifying scene. There was a body of a girl tied to a tree missing any clothing, and her head was entirely wrapped in tape except for her nose. Her hands were also bound with handcuffs. Near the site, there was a bag with items, which helped the police immediately realize they had found Angie's body. Her belongings, including notebooks with her name, were in the bag. The body was handed over to medical examiners, revealing even more shocking details. As soon as they removed the tape from her head, experts found a piece of underwear in her mouth. They also determined that the girl had died just a few hours before the discovery, meaning she had been kept alive for 9 days and then taken to this location where she froze to death. Experts had concluded that the victim had suffered numerous injuries and had been sexually assaulted. Forensic analysts carefully examined all items found at the crime scene and managed to find a fingerprint on the tape used to wrap Angie's head. They tried to find matches in the database and among several suspects, but it led to no leads. After the discovery of the body, the police dedicated even more resources to the investigation. Local residents were shocked by such cruelty and feared for their children, escorting them everywhere, meeting them at bus stops, and not letting them out of their sight for a moment. Just a few days after Angie's discovery, their concerns heightened even further. On December 1st, a 10-year-old girl named Casey disappeared. She lived in another town only 10 miles from Angie's house. Casey had asked her mother if she could visit her friends who lived just a few hundred yards away, but she had never reached their house. Casey vanished on the way, that the same person was behind both abductions, but they had no evidence supporting this theory. 10 days later, Casey's body was found in St. Louis, and she was wrapped in 2 bedsheets and covered with a pink curtain, with the cause of death being multiple severe blows to the head. Detectives couldn't find any clues that would lead them to the killer. Moreover, they started to doubt that the same person who killed Casey was responsible for Angie's death. The nature of these crimes was noticeably different, leading them to consider the possibility of dealing with 2 different murderers. In the same month, detectives identified the man who had attempted to abduct a girl a few days before Angie's disappearance. He turned out to be 37-year-old Gary, who often came to St. Louis for work. He was immediately checked for involvement in the 2 murders, but the man had a solid alibi. He wasn't in the city during the disappearances of Angie and Casey, although, during the investigation, he admitted to assaulting 4 other girls and eventually received a 5-year prison sentence. In February of the following year, detectives had found a breakthrough. When they discovered Casey's body, tire tracks were found nearby. Their photos were handed over to experts who determined that the tracks were left by a pickup truck widely used by a popular car rental company. Armed with this information, detectives interviewed residents in Casey's neighborhood, asking if the detectives got lucky. One woman told them that she had seen the pickup from this company near her neighbor's house about a week after Casey's disappearance. Police quickly discovered that there was a woman living with her partner and brother. She claimed that none of them had rented such a pickup and they had no connection to this case. But detectives didn't rush to believe her. They obtained a search warrant for the house and found blood traces belonging to Casey in the basement along with the murder weapon. Further investigation revealed that the woman's brother, Thomas, had rented the pickup. Initially, he denied everything, but when confronted with the existing evidence, he finally confessed. According to his account, Casey had knocked on his door, wanting to invite his nephews to go to the street with her. He invited her into her house, took her to the basement, and attempted to assault her. When she screamed, he struck her with a heavy object and covered the body with bedsheets. After the murder, Thomas went to work, and upon his return, his sister informed him that she had seen the body in the basement. However, she added that she didn't want to know what happened and demanded to get rid of it as quickly as possible. Casey remained in the basement for a whole week because active searches were underway, and Thomas was afraid to move her. When things calmed down a bit, he rented the pickup, took the body to St. Louis, and left it there. Thomas was eventually sentenced to death, but he died in prison from illnesses several years later. In connection to Angie's case, he denied any involvement, leading detectives to conclude that these crimes were, indeed, unrelated. The investigation hit another standstill for many months with fewer and fewer leads coming in. Several years after Angie's murder, detectives faced another challenge: the expiration of the monetary reward for information, raising concerns about a decline in public assistance. However, an unexpected turn came in February 2001 when a businessman in the community donated $250,000 as a reward for information on Angie's case. This generous amount of money, one of the largest at the time, led to a massive influx of tips for the police. But unfortunately, all of these leads proved to be dead ends. This continued until February 2001 when detectives received a call from prison. Inmate named Corey Fox confessed to over 10 murders, including Angie Houseman's. Detectives rushed to speak with him, and Fox recounted how he and his friend abducted her from the street, keeping her captive in his house for several days. Initially, the criminals planned to demand a ransom, but concerns about potential identification led them to choose murder. To the surprise of detectives, Fox provided many accurate details, such as tying her to a tree, even specifying that his accomplice was using her underwear as a gag. However, discrepancies arose when questioned about how they restrained her hands. Fox claimed they used plastic handcuffs, whereas in reality, they used iron ones. Detectives also found out that Fox couldn't have committed some of the murders he confessed to. Police concluded that he likely fabricated parts of his confession, possibly drawing information from extensive news coverage on Angie Houseman's case. In February, another event reignited attention on Angie's case. In a different area of St. Louis, an unknown man abducted a 6-year-old girl from her home and killed her. Police initially considered the possible connection to Angie's case, but it turned out otherwise. The perpetrator was apprehended just a few hours later. It was a neighbor who confessed during interrogation. Several more years passed until February 2007 when detectives decided to revisit the case. Reviewing the documents, they noticed a peculiar detail. Shortly after discovering Angie's body, police noticed a parked car nearby with a man named Roger Martin inside. When questioned about his presence, Roger claimed he came to the area for hunting. However, upon a brief inspection of his car, the police officer found no hunting gear. This led the new detective team to take a closer look at Roger, discovering his criminal record for offenses against children. Moreover, he had assaulted one of his victims near the location where Angie's body was found. Remarkably, all of these crimes occurred before Angie's death, and this information was in the database. But during that time, the police did not thoroughly investigate Roger, prompting the new detective team to start from scratch. Roger was called in for questioning. He denied any involvement in Angie's murder, insisting he was near the location by chance. Roger added that during the time the girl was left there, he was still at work, although the police couldn't confirm this alibi. Despite a 9-hour interrogation, detectives couldn't reach any conclusive results. They took Roger's fingerprints, comparing them with the one left on the tape from the victim's head. Experts determined they didn't match, leading to Roger's release. While the police refrained from ruling him out as a suspect, they lacked substantial evidence to hold him. There was no progress in the case until 2018 when the St. Louis Police Department formed a dedicated task force. The new detectives aimed to re-examine all existing evidence. With significant advances in technology since '93, they hoped to uncover new leads. The detectives focused on 3 key pieces of evidence: the handcuffs, tape from Angie's head, and her underwear used to silence her. Despite repeated attempts since '93, experts struggled to find the perpetrator's DNA on them. Undeterred, they decided to re-examine these items with modern technology. Firstly, they attempted to find DNA on the handcuffs, but it was quite challenging as they were almost entirely covered in the victim's blood. They then turned to the tape from Angie's head, encountering another issue. When they opened the box containing this evidence, they found that the tape had literally disintegrated over the years. Finally, they examined the underwear. Despite having little hope for this particular evidence, as it had been in the victim's mouth for several hours, potentially erasing any foreign DNA, they pursued it as a last resort. Employing state-of-the-art technology, they meticulously inspected every inch of the underwear. And at last, there was a breakthrough. A tiny sample of unfamiliar DNA was discovered sufficient for analysis. Experts confirmed the DNA belonged to a male, immediately uploading it to the FBI database. In such cases, it's pretty common not to find any matches requiring additional efforts to identify the person. However, luck was on detectives' side this time. As soon as the DNA sample was uploaded, they received a full match. The DNA belonged to 58-year-old Earl Cox, who had been in prison since February 2003. Cox had never come to the police radar regarding Angie's case, but his criminal history was substantial. Earl first landed behind bars during his military service in 1982 in Germany. He had a part-time job as a babysitter until 4 girls reported that he had sexually assaulted them. Earl received an 8-year prison sentence in the USA and was discharged from the Army. After serving only 3 years, he was released early and relocated to St. Louis. 4 years later, Earl was arrested again when 2 7-year-old girls accused him of sexual assault. Despite the charges being dropped due to insufficient evidence, his arrest violated the terms of his parole, leading to an additional year in prison. Upon his release in '92, he resettled in St. Louis where his relatives lived. A year later, he seemingly abducted and killed Angie, but we'll delve into that shortly. In February 2002, Earl faced another arrest for running a major anonymous internet platform where predators shared materials depicting child abuse. The FBI had been investigating him for a while, and Earl took the bait when an undercover agent posing as a 14-year-old girl contacted him. Earl expressed intentions to make her his slave, sent money for a bus ticket, and showed up at the agreed meeting place. Instead of a girl, Earl encountered armed FBI agents, resulting in his arrest. On his computer, they discovered 45,000 photos of child abuse along with evidence that he was the mastermind behind the perverse platform. This information led to the arrest of 16 more individuals associated with the site, marking one of the country's largest operations against pedophiles. In February 2003, Earl was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But when his term ended, a judge refused to release the offender using a legal loophole allowing the detention of individuals deemed a serious threat to children. As a result, he remained behind bars, and in 2019, his DNA matched the sample from Angie Hausman's case. Detectives went to prison to speak with him. However, Earl denied his involvement and promptly asked for a lawyer. The police recognized that the man had little chance of winning the case in court given the presence of his DNA, but they decided to try something else. Investigators reached out to Earl's lawyer stating they would seek the death penalty for Angie's murder. However, if the perpetrator confessed, the prosecution would abandon the death penalty in favor of a life sentence. Apparently aware that he would likely lose the case, Earl agreed to the deal. Detectives returned to the prison where he provided his version of events. It's worth noting that some parts of his story sounded outright implausible, but the crucial thing for investigators was the confession to the murder. Earl claimed that on November 18, 1993, he was driving through the area where his mother and sister lived. His car stalled in the middle of the road, and while he was trying to figure out what was wrong with it, a school bus pulled up and several kids got off. They all went into their houses, except for one girl, Angie. According to Earl, when she approached him, they had a brief chat, and he noticed she looked freezing. He offered her a ride in his car, and as he claimed, she agreed. He then took Angie to Burger King, fed her, and brought her to his home, where he sexually assaulted her for several days. After some time, he decided to get rid of Angie, took her to the location where her body would later be found, and tied her to a tree. Allegedly, she was still alive at that moment. Detectives doubted the truthfulness of certain parts of this story. Angie clearly couldn't agree to go anywhere with a stranger, especially considering she only had a short distance to walk home. Investigators also questioned the car breakdown in Earl's story. He claimed the car stalled, but as soon as Angie approached, the car surprisingly started again. More likely, the perpetrator noticed Angie and immediately decided to abduct her. He could have lured her into the car with some lies or even threats. It appeared much more realistic than Earl's version. Nevertheless, detectives obtained what they needed, the confession to the murder. In August 2020, he appeared before a judge who sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Unfortunately, Angie's mother did not live to see this moment. She lost her battle with cancer in 2016. Her husband, Ronald, later stated that Earl should have faced charges for 2 murders, as he blamed him for his wife's death. Overcome with grief after losing her daughter, she lost her will to live, and in Ronald's eyes, that sorrow ultimately led to her passing. However, Earl's story didn't conclude with his conviction. Prosecutors sought to reopen a past case involving the sexual abuse of 2 7-year-old girls, an offense for which he had largely escaped justice, serving only a year in prison for a parole violation. Detectives contacted one of his victims, now an adult, to ask if she would testify against him. With no hope of freedom, Earl finally admitted his guilt and received an additional 10-year sentence. After the verdict, his victim addressed the court, declaring that, despite the horrors he had inflicted, she would go on to live a happy and fulfilling life, while he would spend the rest of his days rotting in prison. Moving on to the next case. The Simon Montalvo murder case. In a quiet suburban neighborhood of DeSoto, Texas, a family's nightmare unfolded behind closed doors, a nightmare that would take years to fully reveal. Simon Montalvo disappeared without a trace, but the chilling truth only emerged when a body was found outside his home, concealed beneath a pile of rocks. This discovery marked the beginning of a 7-year search for answers and an investigation that eventually crossed international borders. Simon Montalvo and his wife, Maria Leonora Montalvo, lived in DeSoto with their 2 young sons. Their relationship was reportedly tumultuous, marked by signs of domestic violence. In 2012, Maria faced a misdemeanor assault charge after allegedly throwing a metal pot holder at Simon's head. However, after completing a domestic violence intervention program, the charge was dismissed. Despite the tension and prior incidents, the couple remained living together. By 2013, Simon and Maria appeared to be maintaining a strained yet familiar routine. In late April of that year, Simon's brother reported him missing after realizing he had not been seen for over a week. On May 4, 2013, after weeks of growing concern, Simon's brother returned to the DeSoto home to install a security camera. While working, he detected a strong odor coming from the backyard. Upon further inspection, he discovered a pile of rocks near the fence. When he moved the rocks, he uncovered a black bag containing Simon's body and immediately contacted the authorities. Investigators later confirmed that Simon had been shot 6 times. 2 of the gunshots were to the back of his head. A search of the home revealed bloodstains in the master bedroom and hallway, along with 3 bullet holes in the bedroom wall, suggesting a violent and deliberate act had taken place. This suggested that Simon's demise had been violent, and the circumstances pointed to someone within the household. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they learned that the couple's 2 sons were nowhere to be found. The children were eventually located in Anderson, Indiana, living with relatives about 35 miles northeast of Indianapolis. One of the boys, in a statement to the detectives, recalled hearing 3 loud claps during the night, which he initially did not understand. When he later asked his mother about the noise, she claimed it was the sound of a cabinet falling over. The boy did not believe her, suspecting it had been something more sinister. He said that the next morning, Maria took them to Indiana, and they never saw their father again. Maria's brother-in-law, Simon's brother, was the first to suspect her involvement in the crime. He knew of her history of violence towards Simon and began connecting the dots. His suspicions grew stronger, particularly after Maria's evasive behavior following Simon's disappearance. The investigation continued for years, but Maria was nowhere to be found. Although she was indicted for the crime in 2013, she had fled, and authorities struggled to track her down. It was not until May 2020, when Maria attempted to cross the border from Mexico to San Diego, that she was finally apprehended. Maria Leonor Montalvo was arrested on May 19, 2020, more than 7 years after Simon's tragic demise. At the time of her arrest, Maria was 48 years old, and authorities immediately booked her into the Dallas County Jail, charging her with the crime. Her bail was set at $500,000. Maria had evaded justice for nearly a decade, but her capture brought a sense of relief to Simon's family, who had never stopped seeking justice. Maria's arrest was met with mixed emotions. While it brought a sense of closure to Simon's family, who had fought for years to ensure justice, it also highlighted the devastating impact of her actions on their 2 sons. The children had already been traumatized by the loss of their father. Maria's actions shattered her relationship with her children, a bond forever damaged by the fact that she took their father's life and fled the country. In the aftermath, the Montalvo family stepped up to care for the children, providing stability in the face of profound loss. This case is a tragic reminder of the far-reaching consequences of domestic violence, not only for the victims but also for the children left to endure its effects. For Maria, her arrest marked the beginning of a long-awaited legal reckoning. However, the harm she caused her family was irreversible. During her sentencing on February 4, 2023, the judge denounced her behavior, calling it absolutely selfish, and highlighting the deep emotional pain she inflicted on her children. Maria was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Yet, for Simon's loved ones, true justice would be the ability to rebuild their lives, something that can never be fully restored after such an unimaginable tragedy. Moving on to the next case. Thomas J. Capano. The eldest son of custom home builder Louis J. Capano, Thomas Capano, was a politically influential lawyer who had held positions such as a public defender, deputy attorney general, and city solicitor. He also served as the managing partner of the Wilmington, Delaware office of the law firm Saul, Ewing, Remick, and Saul. In the 1990s, Thomas was married for 24 years and had 4 daughters, but he had numerous mistresses, including Anne-Marie Fahy. Anne-Marie Fahy was a single, tall, attractive, and lively woman. She graduated from Wesley College in Dover in 1991 and began working for Governor Tom Carper. In 1993, Anne-Marie and Thomas met, and she wrote the following entry in her diary on April 24, 1994. "I'm afraid because I am in love with a man who has a family. I fantasize about my life with him all the time. He is very gentle, intelligent, handsome, and interesting." They continued their affair for 3 years until Anne-Marie wrote another entry in her diary on April 7, 1996. Anne-Marie Fahy wrote in her diary, "I have finally brought closure to Tom Capano. What a controlling, manipulative, insecure, jealous maniac. For an entire year, I allowed someone to control every decision in my life. The previous year, in September 1995, Anne-Marie met Michael R. Scanlon, the community affairs chief at MBNA America Bank, and wanted to end her affair with Thomas. However, Thomas threatened to expose their relationship. On June 27, 1996, Anne-Marie and Thomas were seen together publicly at Ristorante Panorama in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 2 days later, Anne-Marie's family tried reaching her and later went to her apartment, but she was nowhere to be found. Her family then reported her missing. Authorities launched an investigation and discovered her diary. An agent with the Wilmington Resident Agency of the FBI's Baltimore office learned about the case and offered his help to local authorities. As the case progressed, local, state, and federal authorities ultimately agreed to have the FBI take the lead on the investigation given its resources and capabilities. The FBI put together an investigative team that included the Wilmington Police Department, the IRS, and the ATF. Because of Anne-Marie's relationship with Thomas, the investigators quickly zeroed in on him as a suspect. He told the police that he had invited Anne-Marie to dinner. He said that the evening went well. They exchanged pleasantries, and he saw her home. According to Thomas, they parted on good terms. The investigative team used a number of creative investigative techniques to determine what actually happened that night, including toll record analysis, seizure of emails from Thomas's law firm and Anne-Marie's office. Also, surveillance, analysis of gun purchase records for search warrants, including a 4-day search of 2 landfills, psychological profiling, and analysis of financial records. The authorities also searched Thomas's home and car for blood and hair samples, ultimately finding blood stains on a metal radiator cover and some woodwork. A blood bank search helped recover a container of blood that Anne-Marie had donated weeks earlier, and forensic exams linked her blood to the blood found in Thomas's house. The FBI also recovered a 10-page letter written by Thomas detailing facts about his relationship with Anne-Marie. It contained a timeline that mentioned he had been with his younger brother, Gerard, in Stone Harbor, New Jersey, a day after Anne-Marie was last seen. That turned the team's attention to Jerry and eventually to Thomas's other brother, Louis. More than a year later, in November 1997, Gerard was arrested on various illegal substance and weapons charges. He agreed to cooperate in Anne-Marie's case. And then, his brother Louis followed suit. The brothers' story was a gruesome one. According to them, Thomas took Anne-Marie's life and then forced her body into a large fishing cooler that he had purchased about 2 months earlier. Thomas and Gerard drove Gerard's boat some 70 miles off the New Jersey coast and dumped the cooler into the Atlantic Ocean. The cooler would not sink, so Gerard shot it full of holes with a shotgun that he kept on board for shark fishing. The cooler still would not sink. So Thomas lifted Anne-Marie's body out of the cooler, wrapped 2 anchors around it, threw it overboard, and watched it sink. He then threw the cooler back into the water. The cooler was found by some fishermen, corroborating the brothers' story. Thomas also asked Gerard to help dispose of a blood-stained sofa and carpet into a dumpster, which was managed by their other brother, Louis. On November 12, 1997, the FBI agents arrested Thomas after they learned that he might be attempting to flee the country. On October 26, 1998, the state trial started and lasted 12 weeks. During the trial, one of Thomas's lovers, Debbie McIntyre, testified that about 6 weeks before Anne-Marie's life was taken, Thomas ordered her to buy a gun and give it to him. With evidence mounting against him, Thomas changed his story. He claimed Debbie found him and Anne-Marie together and threatened to take her own life with a gun. When Thomas tried to stop her, he said the gun went off by accident and ended Anne-Marie's life. Thomas said he then disposed of the body to protect himself and Debbie. Prosecutor Ferris Wharton said the following in his opening argument. Thomas Capano had intended for the cooler to become what it ultimately did, Anne-Marie Fahy's coffin. He had made up his mind that if Anne-Marie could not be manipulated into being with him, she would be with no one else. Ultimately, the jury did not believe his version of events. On January 17, 1999, they convicted him for her slaying, and he was sentenced to death. However, in January 2006, his sentence was appealed and changed to life in prison without the possibility of parole. On September 19, 2011, Thomas, at the age of 60, passed away in his sleep at the James T. Vaughn Correctional Center in Smyrna, Delaware, due to sudden cardiac arrest. And Marie's body was never found, so the cause of death could never be conclusively determined. Moving on to the next case. Barbara Blatnick. 17-year-old Barbara Blatnick lived in Cleveland, Ohio, and attended Erie View Catholic High School. Some of her friends called her Barbie. When she wasn't hitchhiking to see her favorite rock and roll bands like AC/DC and Led Zeppelin, she spent time with friends around the Garfield Heights area. On December 19, 1987, she went to a bar in Garfield Heights with her friends. Around 8 p.m., they stopped at a friend's house to drink and continue hanging out. By approximately 10 p.m., Barbara called her parents to say she was on her way home. However, she never made it back. Her parents didn't report her missing since it wasn't unusual for her to stay overnight at a friend's house. The next morning, her body was discovered along a narrow access road near Leeds' Du Blossom Music Center in Cuyahoga Falls. Barbara had been assaulted and strangled. The Cuyahoga Falls Police Department asked the public for any information and for witnesses to come forward, but no one did. All they could do was collect DNA from Barbara's body that belonged to the suspect. It was found under her fingernails, indicating that she put up a fight. There were no leads and the case went cold. Then in 2019, the police announced that they reopened the case, and they were teaming up with Project Porch Light, who raised $6,000 for DNA testing. The DNA evidence that was taken from Barbara's body were then provided to Identifinders. It is a Californian company that does forensic genealogy using DNA databases. This led investigators, the 67-year-old James E. Zastovnik, who lived in Cleveland, Ohio. They went to arrest him at his home in April 2020. Barbara's sister, Donna, expressed her shock upon learning that an arrest had finally been made after so many years. She also shared the news on Facebook with family and friends, who were just as surprised and relieved. According to Donna, no one in their family had ever seen or heard of the suspect before. His motive for what he did to Barbara remains unknown, and little information is available about James Zastovnik. It was later revealed that 2 of his brothers had served time for a crime strikingly similar to Barbara's case. Additionally, another one of his brothers went missing around the time he took Barbara's life. James is currently being held on a $1 million bond. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann. In an ideal world, every murder case would be solved swiftly and efficiently. Criminals would be behind bars, and law-abiding citizens could go about their lives without fear or concern for their safety. Unfortunately, reality is far from perfect. While authorities have made strides in reopening and solving cold cases, countless mysteries remain unsolved, leaving families trapped in uncertainty without the closure they desperately seek. On the evening of February 12, 1971, a cold and rainy night set the scene for a tragic mystery. Jesse McBain, a 19-year-old student at North Carolina State University, was described as tall and handsome. He had been in a loving relationship with Patricia Mann, whom he had met in high school. The couple had been together for 3 years and planned to marry. Patricia, a 20-year-old nursing student, was studying and working at Watts Hospital in Durham. That evening, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Jesse picked up Patricia, and the couple made their way to the Valentine's dance at Watts Hospital. After the event, they walked back to Patricia's dormitory, where she signed out for the evening, noting that she would return before the 1 a.m. curfew. However, Patricia never made it back that night, and Jesse never returned home. Concerned friends and family soon contacted the police, but authorities were hesitant to launch an investigation, as the 2 teenagers had not yet been missing for a full 24 hours. A friend of Patricia's later discovered Jesse's car parked and locked at a secluded Lover's Lane, now the site of the Hillandale Golf Course on Medford Road. Inside, the vehicle appeared undisturbed, with 2 coats draped over the back seat. Those close to the couple were deeply worried. Jesse and Patricia had been happy, making plans for their future, and were not the type to run away. Nearly 2 weeks after their disappearance, a surveyor working in the woods of Orange County stumbled upon what he initially believed was a mannequin's leg along a remote dirt road. But as he uncovered more, he realized the horrifying truth. Beneath a pile of leaves lay the lifeless bodies of a young man and woman. Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann were soon identified as the victims. Both were fully clothed, their hands bound behind their backs and secured to a tree with thick ropes. Though the bindings were knotted tightly around their necks, their upper bodies had slumped forward, leaving them lying side by side. The medical examiner discovered multiple strangulation marks on their necks, suggesting the ropes had been tightened, loosened, and then tightened again, an apparent act of torture. While the couple's injuries were nearly identical, Patricia had also sustained a half-inch tear to her liver, indicating she had suffered a forceful blow to her abdomen before her death. In an effort to track down the perpetrator behind these cruel and calculated murders, authorities from the Orange County and Durham County Sheriff's offices worked alongside the Durham Police Department and the State Bureau of Investigation. However, miscommunication between the 4 agencies created confusion and hindered progress. Despite these setbacks, investigators identified 2 potential suspects in the 1970s, individuals who remain persons of interest to this day. While little has been revealed about what links them to the crime, only one of the suspects is still alive. Law enforcement continues to keep the details of Jesse and Patricia's case tightly guarded, leaving many questions unanswered. Investigator Tim Horn declined to say how or why the man became a suspect when later questioned. Reportedly, the suspect had declined to take a polygraph test in 1971 and again in a recent investigation when he was asked once more. He also declined to give a DNA sample, although authorities later collected one from a public place. Recent reports and online sleuths have found that the man in question is a former doctor of Watts Hospital where Patricia worked and studied. Tim Horn has confirmed that as far as authorities are aware, this man was not a love interest in Patricia's life. The killer is believed to be somebody who is familiar with the area, as he had to have felt comfortable no one would discover him and his victims as they screamed and pleaded with him whilst enduring the torture he inflicted upon them. At one point after the 1970s, the case was closed. But in 2011, after Tim Horn found a box of discarded evidence and was on duty the day Patricia's cousin phoned in to ask about progress in the case, he worked with her to petition to have the case reopened, and the sheriff agreed. In recent updates to the case, it has been confirmed that a DNA test performed on the ropes sadly failed to gather any useful evidence. The media coverage that resulted from forensics being performed on evidence that was almost 5 decades old prompted a retired detective who alerted investigators to a similar case that occurred in 1972. A couple parked at a Lover's Lane was confronted by an armed man who forced them into the trunk of his car at gunpoint. He then drove them to Orange County, but the pair managed to escape before he could carry out his intentions. Investigators conducted interviews to determine if there was a connection between this incident and the murders of Jesse McBain and Patricia Mann, but no public updates have emerged from this line of inquiry. Despite ongoing efforts by law enforcement, the case remains unsolved. Authorities continue to seek answers, and anyone with information is urged to come forward. If you have any details that could assist in the investigation, please contact the North Carolina Sheriff's Association at 919-644-3050. Moving on to the next case. Lewis McAley. For many, the 1980s are defined by the era's cultural milestones, whether it's Steven Spielberg's E.T. the Extraterrestrial or Michael Jackson's Thriller, both of which remain legendary in the world of entertainment. However, beyond the glitz and glamour of the time, online sleuths associate the decade with a string of perplexing cold cases that remain unsolved to this day. One such case is that of Lewis McAley. Born on February 15, 1977, in Stanhope, New Jersey, Louis Anthony Motchkley was the second eldest child of Harold and Sheila Motchkley. Harold worked in manufacturing, while Sheila was a stay-at-home mother. The couple had 4 children in total: Harold, Louis, Sheila, and Edward. In 1983, the family relocated to Allentown, Pennsylvania. Louis was known to be both sociable and talkative, yet he was also considered a shy loner. He had a deep fear of sleeping alone and frequently stayed out late, often until 9:30 p.m., engaging in conversations with strangers. Notably, he seemed to feel more at ease around adults than with children his own age. Louis also struggled with a short attention span, had difficulty writing, and found it hard to concentrate in school. Because of these challenges, he was set to join a class for children with learning difficulties when he returned to school in the fall of 1984. According to his Charlie Project page, he had been diagnosed as hyperactive and was prescribed 2 daily doses of Ritalin. Without his medication, he reportedly experienced memory lapses. On June 7, 1984, 7-year-old Louis came home from school and told his aunt, who was babysitting while his father was at work and his mother was in the hospital recovering from surgery, that he was heading just 2 doors down to visit his friends. Shortly after, multiple witnesses spotted him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street, about a block from his apartment on the 360 block of Chew Street. What happened to Louis after this sighting remains a mystery. When he didn't return home for dinner, his family wasn't initially concerned, as he often stayed out late. However, as the clock reached 9:30 p.m. and he was still nowhere to be found, his parents grew increasingly worried. They set out in the dark, searching the streets, checking all his usual hangout spots, and calling his name. But despite their efforts, Louis was nowhere to be found. Around 11:10 p.m., his parents returned home and contacted the authorities. According to one report, despite his young age, they were allegedly told they had to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. However, since this claim appears in only one source, it should be taken with caution. Details about the subsequent investigation are scarce, but records indicate that authorities conducted an extensive search of the area. A potential lead emerged when the owner of Marco's Doggy Shop, a local hot dog stand, informed authorities that Louis had entered the store around 4 p.m. and stayed for approximately 45 minutes. The boy reportedly mentioned that he was trying to avoid 2 teenage boys who had been chasing him. At 4:45 p.m., he left the shop and was last seen walking east on Gordon Street. His parents later speculated that he may have been heading to visit an elderly woman named Helen, whose company he particularly enjoyed. The 2 teenagers who had reportedly been harassing Louis were questioned by the police but were ultimately ruled out as suspects. Around the same time, another witness came forward, claiming to have seen Louis speaking with an unidentified man and woman in a park near Jordan Creek, roughly 1 block from his home. This encounter was said to have taken place around 4:30 p.m., the same time that the hot dog stand owner claimed Louis was inside his shop. Due to this conflicting timeline, authorities were unable to verify the accuracy of the sighting, though they did not dismiss it outright. Notably, Louis was known to enjoy spending time by Jordan Creek. Shortly before his disappearance, he had told his family that he hoped to visit Dorney Park one day. However, despite searches of these areas, investigators found no trace of the missing boy. For a time, his parents, Sheila and Harold McHalley, were considered suspects, a common occurrence in cases involving missing children. However, the family later expressed frustration and distress over the fact that investigators spent the early years of the case repeatedly focusing on them instead of pursuing other leads. Their eldest son, Harold, told reporters that he thought about Louis every single day. Harold also refuted claims that his parents had been abusive, stating that these rumors had devastated them. Reflecting on their treatment by authorities, he remarked, "The cops, literally for like the first 3 years, were useless before they finally said, maybe somebody outside the family actually did do something." Despite the scrutiny, the McHalleys cooperated fully with the investigation. They made national television appeals, invited journalists into their home, and attended news conferences in hopes of keeping Louis's case in the public eye. Local gossip suggested that Lewis had suffered from abuse or neglect, but social services found no evidence to support these claims. In an effort to clear their names, both Harold and Sheila agreed to take polygraph tests, which they passed, and they were ultimately removed from the list of suspects. However, a troubling detail emerged. 6 months before his disappearance, in January 1984, Lewis had told his parents, school nurse, and psychologist that he had been sexually abused by a couple named Frank and Elizabeth. His accounts varied. One version described an assault near the railroad tracks on Jordan Street, while another suggested that the couple had taken him to an apartment in Allentown and later returned him to his neighborhood. Investigators considered the possibility that multiple incidents had occurred. Reportedly, the pair had threatened to harm Lewis if he told anyone about what they'd done to him. While the police were notified about the events that the young boy was describing, Lewis was unable to provide enough evidence that would allow the authorities to investigate. For example, he was unable to give law enforcement the couple's surname or their address, and it's possible Frank and Elizabeth were false first names. Even today, it's unclear whether these events really happened or if they were linked to his disappearance. Although many internet sleuths have noted that it could have been this Frank and Elizabeth who was seen with Lewis at around 4:30 p.m. on the day that he vanished. 4 years later in 1988, a private investigator from New York named David Riggs set up an organization named Search 7 with the intention of assisting in the search for several missing young children, including Lewis. In fact, Lewis's case was the first that the organization took on. Riggs felt that the crime was financially motivated and claimed that he was an expert in child abduction cases based on his graduate degree in sociology and his work with runaway children in New York City. However, Riggs' facade fell apart later that year when he was arrested in West Virginia after accosting 5 young boys offering to pay them money if they would pose in bikini underwear for him. Luckily, none of the boys agreed to his proposal. Additionally, Riggs didn't have a New York private investigator license, and his organization was not registered as a nonprofit corporation in that state. He'd also reportedly served time in prison before, although sources differ as to why, with some saying he'd been in prison over child sexual abuse charges and others claiming it was for unrelated crimes. Regardless, as a result of these crimes, Riggs pleaded guilty on 2 counts of attempted child abduction and 1 count of sexual abuse and was sentenced to 1 year in prison. Investigators working on Lewis's case looked into the possibility that David Riggs was involved but ultimately ruled him out. There were numerous reported sightings of Lewis after his disappearance. One anonymous tipster claimed that the 7-year-old was attending school in Pottsville, Pennsylvania under a different name, but Sheila Mackley saw the boy in person and denied it was her son. Another witness saw a young boy in New Jersey who closely resembled Lewis and even took Ritalin, but in a strange coincidence, it turned out that the child was actually Lewis's cousin. One child was even picked up on 4 separate occasions by police because he closely resembled Lewis, so his father produced a birth certificate to put the officers' minds at rest. Lewis was one of the first missing children whose image was placed on milk cartons and billboards across the country. But still, despite these efforts, the 7-year-old never came home. There are few theories in his case. Most online sleuths believe that Lewis was abused by Frank and Elizabeth, and that they harmed him for telling on them or abducted him for their own reasons and eventually killed him. However, for some time, the Mackles believed that Lewis was still alive but had no memory of his true identity. After he vanished, Lewis's parents kept their remaining children within arm's reach at all times. According to their eldest son Harold, their parents spent much of their time afterwards sitting by the phone waiting for someone to call to tell them that their boy had been found. This call never came. Harold recalls that his mother spent much of that time in constant tears. In February 2004, Sheila told reporters, quote, "You keep hearing the saying that time heals things. But in this case, time just makes it worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse." 11 months after the disappearance, the Mackles moved out of their apartment and into their new home, the same house that had once been occupied by Helen, the elderly woman whom Lewis was so fond of. Helen reportedly went to a retirement home, and the Mackles hoped that one day Lewis would return, remembering this house and recalling how much he liked it. He had even dreamt of living in it himself one day. However, sadly, Sheila and Harold were unable to keep the mortgage repayments on the home. Although the local community raised $10,000 to help them keep it, the couple filed for bankruptcy and moved to Effort, Pennsylvania in 1989. As of 2018, the residence on Chew Street is still vacant. For years afterwards, the family bought toys and gifts for Louis, hoping one day he'd be able to open and play with them. However, on his 18th birthday, they felt it had become too difficult. They packed away the toys, his belongings, and even his photographs and missing posters and placed them into storage. 7-year-old Louis Anthony Mackley was last seen on June 7, 1984 in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Multiple witnesses saw him walking between 4th Street and Gordon Street that afternoon after he returned from school about a block from his home in the 360 block of Chew Street. Louis is described as a young boy with learning and emotional difficulties. When he went missing, he was taking Ritalin twice a day to help with his hyperactivity disorder. He is a white male with brown hair and was missing 4 of his front teeth when he was last seen. Louis had 2 distinctive circular burn scars on the right side of his chest. He was also known for his unique posture, often walking slowly while leaning forward and frequently placing his hands on his hips when speaking. At the time he went missing, Louis was between 4 feet 0 inches and 4 feet 1 inch tall, weighing approximately 44 pounds. He was last seen wearing either a short-sleeved green striped shirt or a navy and white striped shirt, along with blue trousers or jeans that had a red tag on the rear pockets reading, "Doggy." His outfit also included an elastic belt with a trim and a buckle shaped like a train, pink socks, and brown shoes. If Louis is still alive today, he would be 44 years old. Anyone with information regarding his disappearance is encouraged to contact the Allentown Police Department at 610-437-7721. Moving on to the next case. Ruth's murder. In the Midwestern state of Ohio sits Columbus, a city with a population of over 905,000 and a history filled with some of true crime's most perplexing mysteries. While cases like the strange disappearance of medical student Brian Schaefer have gained widespread attention, today's focus is on a lesser-known tragedy. In 1950, Ruth King met and fell in love with Russell Alter, a railroad fireman with a strong reputation despite having been divorced twice. Deputy Sheriff Clyde Murray later spoke highly of Russell, describing him as having a #1 record, and calling him one of the city's most upstanding men. That Christmas Eve, Ruth and Russell were married, and by February 1951, they moved from Russell's parents' property into their newly purchased home at 350 North Sylvan Avenue in the Hilltop neighborhood. 2 months later, on April 8th, Ruth, then 32, gave birth to their first child, a son named Clarence Frederick. For just over 2 weeks, the couple embraced life as new parents, completely devoted to their newborn. However, their happiness was shattered on April 25th when Russell returned home to a devastating scene. Ruth was dead. That morning, at approximately 5:30 a.m., Russell kissed his wife goodbye and left for work. At 39 years old, he was balancing 2 jobs, leaving him away from home for long hours. Russell worked full-time for the Pennsylvania Railroad but also had a part-time job as a motorcycle escort for funerals with the special deputies. Ruth was confirmed to be alive at 8:35 a.m. when Clyde Murray, who was reported in newspapers as overseeing the special deputies, called the couple's home to speak with Russell. Ruth answered and explained that her husband had been called in for a shift at the Pennsylvania Railroad at 5 a.m. and wouldn't be back until around 3 o'clock or 3:30 that afternoon. Clyde had called regarding a funeral scheduled for later that day, but after realizing Russell wasn't available, he and Ruth ended the call. What happened to Ruth after this conversation remains unknown. Meanwhile, Russell finished his shift around 3 p.m. and decided to visit his mother, Stella Drogan, and his stepfather, H. The 3 spent time together, catching up and sharing a meal. Since H. Dorgan had been in poor health, he had yet to see the couple's new home or meet their newborn son. After dinner, Russell invited his parents to visit the house on North Sylvan Avenue. Before heading to the store, He wanted to check in with Ruth to see if she needed anything, so the three of them made their way to his home. Around 6 p.m., upon arriving at their home, Russell immediately noticed that the door was unlocked. This struck him as unusual since he had made sure to lock it before leaving that morning, but it wasn't enough to raise immediate concern. He ushered his parents inside and followed them in. It was his mother, Stella, who made the horrifying discovery. In the doorway where the kitchen met the living room, she found Ruth's lifeless body. The scene was nothing short of a bloodbath. Blood was splattered across nearly every surface: the stove, refrigerator, trash bins, back door, kitchen table, walls, and even the ceiling. Ruth had met an incredibly violent end. She was still dressed in her slip and dressing gown, suggesting she had been attacked inside her home. Officers responding to the scene later recalled Stella's stunned reaction, as she reportedly gasped, "Oh my God, she's had a hemorrhage." However, the truth was far more sinister. Ruth had been brutally beaten almost beyond recognition. Investigators suspected that the murder weapon was a loafer-style shoe, which belonged to her husband. Russell had left Ruth's body just inside the living room doorway. Nearby, officers discovered the suspected murder weapon, a loafer-style shoe that appeared to have been cleaned in an attempt to remove evidence. However, the heel of the shoe was missing and was never found. Investigators noted that the puncture wounds on Ruth's body may have been caused by the exposed nails protruding from the sole where the heel had detached. In addition to these injuries, Ruth had suffered a powerful blow across her chest, spanning from shoulder to shoulder and measuring about 4 inches wide. There were also fingernail marks on her neck, indicating she had been strangled. However, her official cause of death was determined to be a broken neck. A bloody slip found at the scene was believed to have been used in an attempt to clean the shoe. Other pieces of evidence collected from the home included a bloodied cloth rag discovered beneath Ruth's body, and several blood-stained paper towels found both near her and inside the bathroom. Investigators pieced together a theory that the struggle had begun in the bedroom. Blood was discovered between the pillows and along the side of the bed, suggesting Ruth had initially been attacked there. A broken lamp was also found in the room. Authorities collected fingerprints from various areas of the house, but they ultimately did not yield any useful leads in the investigation. Several items were reported missing from the home, including a $1 bill that had been left on a dresser, a Ronson lighter, and a watch valued at $185. Despite the gruesome scene, the couple's infant son, Clarence, was found unharmed in his crib. However, since the baby had likely been left alone for most of the day, Russell felt too overwhelmed by the tragedy to care for him. Instead, he turned to his second ex-wife, Betty Lehman, for help. Betty and her new husband were close friends with both Russell and Ruth, and she was more than willing to take in the baby during such a devastating time. As the investigation began, officers from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office quickly started forming theories about the crime. One of their initial suspicions was that Ruth's murder could have been an act of revenge. However, Russell was regarded as an upstanding man with no known enemies. Ruth, originally from Zanesville, had lost her father and had worked as a waitress at the Broad Hog restaurant for 5 years before meeting Russell. Those who knew her described her as quiet and pleasant, noting that she rarely discussed her personal life. At one point, authorities questioned a former colleague of Russell's in connection with the case, but he was ultimately released without any charges. Investigators also considered the possibility that the killer had used the nearby train tracks as an entry and exit route. However, this theory was eventually dismissed. Authorities then turned their attention to potential strangers seen lingering in the neighborhood around the time of the murder, though they couldn't be certain exactly when it had occurred. Initially, the coroner estimated Ruth's death had taken place 12 to 15 hours before she was discovered. However, this timeline changed once investigators confirmed that she had last been seen alive at 5:30 a.m. and was last heard on the phone between 8:35 and 8:45 a.m. Based on this, authorities suspected she had been killed sometime around noon. Shortly after the murder, a sheriff's deputy cryptically stated, "We have a theory about the mysterious stranger, but we're not disclosing it." When investigators spoke with neighbors, They learned that 2 witnesses had seen an unknown man knocking on doors before leaving when no one answered. The first sighting occurred around 7:45 a.m., while the second took place roughly an hour later, just before 9 a.m. One witness reported that the same man later approached the Alter's home and described him as standing between 5 feet 10 inches and 6 feet 0 inches tall, carrying a brown leather briefcase, and wearing a blue-gray suit. However, another neighbor, who had been working in his garden from 8 a.m. to noon, claimed he hadn't seen anyone unfamiliar in the area during that time. Naturally, Russell was questioned shortly after discovering Ruth's body. He was interrogated by authorities for a total of 9 hours, excluding breaks, and was subjected to a polygraph test, which he ultimately passed. The 39-year-old arrived at work at 6:40 a.m. alongside a colleague, an engineer, and the two worked their shift together from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Russell had an excellent work record, and with his solid alibi and his successful polygraph test, authorities ruled him out as a suspect. It's worth noting that in 1951, polygraph tests were given far more weight than they are today, as modern courts often deem them inadmissible. In total, 6 individuals were questioned and released on the day of Ruth's murder, including Russell's ex-wife, Betty Lehman. In the days that followed, investigators announced that the unidentified man seen by multiple witnesses on the morning of April 25th was likely a salesman. Additionally, they began searching for a late-model blue Chevrolet that had been parked across the street from the Alter residence that day. Several new and previously unknown details emerged during this period. First, it was revealed that strands of brown and gray hair clutched in Ruth's hand at the time of her death were lost when the coroner, deeming them unimportant, allowed an attendant assisting with the post-mortem to wash them away. Secondly, authorities discovered 2 pearl-covered buttons lying next to Ruth's body at the crime scene. They are likely to have come from a woman's coat or a men's sports jacket, with the coroner stating that they were apparently from a woman's clothing. Notably, there were no buttons on the garments Ruth was wearing when she was killed. The reveal of the buttons found at the scene led to some speculation that a woman was responsible for the death, or at least involved in some way. Over the next few weeks, investigators followed several leads. They looked into the backgrounds of 2 brothers who had left bloody clothing in their sister's home. The brothers denied any knowledge of the case and the bloody clothing which was never found. They also checked out a dress with missing buttons which had been given to a dry cleaner. Around this time, there were rumors that Ruth had previously testified against a Columbus-based narcotics ring, and her mother-in-law, Stella, was subject to an eerie, threatening phone call where a woman said, quote, "Mrs. Alter, ain't you dead yet? You too will be murdered soon." Though Stella hung up immediately, the person called back. They were never identified. Stella stated she sounded like she was either drunk or trying to disguise her voice. A former girlfriend of Russell's who'd reportedly taken a strong dislike to Ruth and threatened her was separately investigated, followed by a red-haired youth who'd assaulted a local 57-year-old. But despite all the possible leads and information, the police were unable to find anything solid. In early May, those close to Ruth and Russell were re-interrogated along with other potential persons of interest, including a 40-year-old waitress who was an ex-girlfriend of Russell. She would later be cleared of involvement after passing a polygraph test. Still, no motive for Ruth's murder surfaced. Authorities then decided to offer a $500 reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest and conviction of Ruth's killer, but the large sum of cash went unclaimed. Several weeks later, a 23-year-old salesman was questioned in connection with the case, with witnesses identifying his car as the one seen parked outside of the Alta home on the morning of the murder. With the identification of the car, investigators told reporters, "We are optimistic there will be evidential proof against this man as the investigation develops during the day." They added that the young man was a former friend of Ruth's and had been questioned twice previously. He came back to the attention of law enforcement when they re-examined his statements and noticed some discrepancies. They claimed he was still changing his story during interviews. Police also noted that they believed the killer was someone known to Ruth because she appeared to have let that person into her home. Authorities revealed there was some circumstantial evidence against the 23-year-old who was not immediately identified. The evidence included a lack of an alibi, blood stains discovered on both his brake pedal and the cuffs of the trousers of a blue-gray suit he owned, with both stains confirmed as being human blood, and a business card with his name on it which was discovered inside the altar home. The salesman claimed that the blood came from a slaughterhouse he had visited as part of his work, and denied being involved in the murder. He failed a polygraph test shortly afterwards. Then on May 19th, the salesman's identity was revealed. 23-year-old George Phillips was the son of the owner of the Broad Hague restaurant where Ruth had spent 5 years working before her marriage to Russell. Authorities announced, quote, "results of the lie detector test plus evidence warrant filing an affidavit." George was subsequently charged with first-degree murder. George Phillips was in part raised by his grandmother, who'd moved to America from Greece when her children, including George's mother, were young. A terrifying accident when he was just 2 years old, which involved him running out into the road after his ball and being struck by a car, saw part of his right arm be amputated. Although this made things difficult for him growing up, George often took advantage of the way his peers would underestimate him. Our patron, Jenny, reached out to one of his childhood friends who told her he would often play up his handicap to older children at the park and challenge them to games of tennis where if he won, they would hand over their money. The older children, surprised by his boldness, would agree to the bet and be easily beaten by George, who walked away with their cash in his pocket. George was described by those who knew him as likable and pleasant. He began attending university after graduating from school but ultimately dropped out and became employed as a salesman. A local grocery store owner recalled how the last time he saw the 23-year-old shortly before his arrest, he had been discussing his favorite soup recipes. According to newspapers at the time, George had known Ruth through her work at his father's restaurant for 4 years, and the two had reportedly had a run-in at some point during this time, with investigators stating that back then, Ruth had slapped the young man for an inappropriate remark he'd made to her. George then hit Ruth back, with police quoting him as saying, "I hit her harder than I intended to." Authorities suggested that a similar set of events had led to the mother of one's death on April 25th. They theorized that George had come to the house to see the newborn baby and secure a time to discuss taking out an insurance policy for him. Then at some point during the visit, the 23-year-old hit Ruth perhaps harder than he meant to, and she'd struck her head on the bed and lost consciousness. When she came to, she ordered George out and followed him into the living room, where she picked up one of her husband's shoes and hit the young man with it. George then lost his temper and retaliated by grabbing the footwear and beating Ruth with it until she fell to the ground. Detective Lieutenant Lester Bauman describes George as an unfortunate youth with a violent temper. Upon searching George's home again, which he shared with his grandmother, investigators discovered a pair of shoes that they hadn't previously been able to locate. The shoes had blood on the soles, but it was obvious that an attempt had been made to clean them. Similarly, a briefcase was found that also had traces of blood on it. Authorities observed that the 23-year-old drove a blue 1937 Pontiac. During the initial court hearing, 3 colleagues testified that George was in a work meeting and was later at a restaurant on the morning of the murder. His defense also produced a witness who countered what 2 of the prosecution's witnesses were saying, that an unidentified man matching George's description had come to their doors earlier that day. The defense's witness was that same man we mentioned earlier, who was out working in his garden all morning and saw nobody odd or unfamiliar come or go. George's defense lawyer, Paul Herbert, also questioned Russell Alter during this time, making sure to interrogate him over the state of his marriage and his personal life, even querying the paternity of the couple's son, Clarence. George Phillips was ultimately released on a $50,000 bond due to an obscure Ohio law. 21 of his friends and relatives pledged the $50,000 in cash or property, allowing him to leave jail until his formal trial started. Upon his release, George stated, "It is with the sincerest appreciation and deepest humility that I take this opportunity to express my thanks to my many friends for their confidence in me." In August, the Franklin County Grand Jury indicted George on second-degree murder after hearing testimony from 33 witnesses. If found guilty, he would be sentenced to life behind bars but could be considered for parole after 10 years. The following month, Ruth's body was exhumed. She had been laid to rest in Rose Hill Cemetery, south of Zanesville, in a plot near her father's. The Franklin County prosecutor, Ralph Bartlett, told reporters no comments when news broke of this development. Newspaper accounts observed that Ruth's face and neck were studied and photographs were taken of her closed casket. Finally, on October 23, George's trial began. Paul Herbert, his lawyer, filed a notice of alibi just days earlier, despite the fact that the prosecution had still not narrowed down Ruth's time of death, stating that it was unknown to the state of Ohio when Herbert pushed for a detailed answer to help him with his client's alibi. During the trial, further circumstantial evidence came to light, including witness testimony that a bloody shirt had been found among George's laundry. The defense meanwhile noted that fingernail marks had been found on both sides of Ruth's neck and pointed out that George only had his left hand. It was also at this time that several witnesses for the prosecution began receiving threats via telephone. One woman was told, quote, "Well, you better watch out." Another answered the phone to hear, quote, "You and your husband are on the spot. He had better keep his mouth shut." The witness said the voice was in broken English. Two other witnesses received threats, but the source of the harassment was never found. Paul Herbert is known to have dismissed the concerns of the prosecution in this matter, stating his belief that the publicity-hungry witnesses had made up the stories. Ruth's case and the trial were highly publicized and eventually gave way to a media circus. George's defense lawyer and the Franklin County prosecutor were known enemies with a lengthy history, and eventually the trial became more of a mudslinging match involving the egos of two feuding men rather than a true attempt to find justice for a horrific tragedy. After weeks of testimony, the jury was not convinced. On November 9th, George Phillips was acquitted of all charges. According to our patron, Jenny, following this, George became something of a social pariah. He lost his job and his reputation remained in tatters. He was never able to go back to the life he once lived and wound up moving to Los Angeles, California to start over where nobody knew his name. Russell Alter, the husband Ruth left behind, didn't fare much better. He lost both of his jobs thanks in no small part to the authorities considering him a suspect early on, and him undergoing arrests and questioning several times throughout the investigation. A 1953 article from the Columbus Evening Dispatch observes that Russell filed a civil lawsuit against George Phillips charging that the 25-year-old wrongfully, unlawfully, maliciously, and intentionally killed his wife and seeking $75,000.900000 today in damages for himself and his son. Russell also sued the Franklin County Sheriff Ralph Paul for $25,000, claiming he was falsely arrested and noting that he spent 4 days in prison in April 1951, just days after he found his wife murdered. He added that the arrest was done without a warrant and without reasonable or probable cause, noting that it was a humiliating experience and that his reputation never bounced back. Sheriff Paul declined to comment for the article. 5 months after reports emerged about Russell's lawsuits, the Columbus Evening Dispatch announced that the 42-year-old was set to remarry. His fourth wife, Alice Adkins, was a divorced mother of 4 and was acquainted with the couple before Ruth's murder. She was one of the people questioned by police following the discovery of the body. Alice remained married to Russell until he died in 1964. He was 53 years old. Russell and Ruth's son, Clarence Frederick, or Fred as he prefers to be known, recalled Alice as a kind woman who raised him as her own and gave him a happy childhood, all things considered. Meanwhile, his father made sure to keep in regular contact with Ruth's side of the family, and they would attend King family reunions every summer. Our patron, Jenny, connected with Fred on Facebook, where she was able to learn a bit about his life. During their conversation, Fred shared an interesting story about a phone call he had received years ago while at work. The call came from an older man who asked how he was doing, whether he was happy, and if he had lived a good life. Fred recalled that the conversation was brief but polite, and the caller never gave his name. It wasn't until after he hung up that Fred began to wonder if the man on the other end of the line had been George Phillips, who would have been in his 70s at the time and still living in Los Angeles. No one else was ever charged in Ruth's murder after George was acquitted, and even 70 years later, her case remains unsolved. Moving on to the next case. Sandra Renee Cantu. Sandra Renee Cantu was born on March 8, 2001, to Maria Chavez and Daniel Cantu, a loving couple facing financial difficulties. She lived with her mother, grandparents, and 3 older half-siblings in a mobile home at Orchard Estates Mobile Home Park in Tracy, California. Her father, Daniel, resided in Mexico and had little involvement in her upbringing. At the time, Sandra was a second-grade student at Melville S. Jacobson Elementary School. Cherished by everyone who knew her, Sandra was described as a bright, friendly, and kind-hearted child. She was naturally talkative and always eager to lend a helping hand. She enjoyed coloring, assisting her mother in the kitchen, and had a deep love for Hannah Montana. Spending time with friends in the neighborhood was one of her favorite activities. On March 27, 2009, at around 4 p.m., her grandfather picked her up from school. Sandra returned home and quickly changed into fresh clothes before heading outside to play with her friends. The neighborhood, consisting of around 100 mobile homes, was a tight-knit community where everyone was familiar with one another. It was common for children to play outside without adult supervision. However, as dinner time approached and Sandra had yet to return, Maria grew anxious since her daughter always came home before dinner. She began calling the parents of Sandra's friends, but no one had seen her. Worried, Sandra's mother and siblings set out to search for her, but despite their efforts, she was nowhere to be found. At 7:53 p.m., the family reached out to local authorities for help. At the time of her disappearance, Sandra was dressed in leggings and a pink Hello Kitty shirt. A large-scale search operation was initiated, involving over 250 volunteers, as well as search dogs and helicopters. At the same time, authorities conducted door-to-door interviews with residents of the mobile home community, but no sign of Sandra was found. Her photo was quickly circulated in the media in hopes of spreading awareness, and a $22,000 reward was offered for any information regarding her disappearance. By the following morning, the FBI was brought in to assist with the investigation. They thoroughly examined all registered sex offenders within a 1-mile radius of the trailer park but ultimately ruled them out as suspects. Sandra's grandparents had previously installed security cameras outside their home. When police reviewed the CCTV footage, they spotted Sandra crossing the street, happily hopping and skipping at around 4 p.m. the day before. As she continued down the road, she appeared to notice something that caught her attention, prompting her to change direction and eventually disappear from view. On April 2nd, 6 days after she went missing, investigators discovered a pink Hello Kitty t-shirt. Initially, authorities suspected it belonged to Sandra, but her mother later confirmed that the shirt did not belong to her daughter. With the community in a state of panic, authorities were relentless in their efforts to uncover the truth. As is customary in such cases, Sandra's father, Daniel, was initially considered a suspect. Despite not being very involved in his daughter's life, he was thoroughly investigated, but his airtight alibi led to him being ruled out. Soon after, investigators learned about a man named Frank, who had previously been reported for inappropriate behavior. In February 2007, Sandra's grandmother had witnessed him attempting to kiss the young girl at the mobile home park's community pool, prompting a complaint to be filed. Frank was brought in for questioning, where he admitted to being attracted to young girls but insisted he had never acted on his urges. Authorities conducted a detailed search of his trailer, studio, and car, and he was also subjected to a polygraph test. In the end, he was cleared of suspicion but was issued a stern warning. Authorities also questioned a man who operated an ice cream truck, as he had been seen interacting with several children in the area around the time of Sandra's disappearance. However, after being investigated, he was ruled out as a suspect. As the search continued, a candlelight vigil was held in Sandra's honor, but it was unexpectedly interrupted by a woman who began screaming uncontrollably. She approached the officers present at the vigil and claimed she had come across something important. The discovery was a note, which had been found by Melissa Huckabee, a 28-year-old Sunday school teacher and a neighbor of the Cantu family. The letter had been left on Melissa's lawn and read, Cantu locked in stolen suitcase, thrown in water on Bacchetti Road and Whitehall Road, witness. Investigators noted that the message contained multiple misspellings, which appeared to be deliberate, possibly to conceal the writer's handwriting or native language. Police viewed both the letter and its finder, Melissa Huckabee, with suspicion. Adding to their concerns, just days after Sandra vanished, Melissa had sent a text message to Sandra's mother, informing her that someone had stolen items from her garage on Friday night. Among the stolen items was a suitcase. Although authorities were uncertain about the note's authenticity, they proceeded with another search of the location it referenced. The area contained an agricultural runoff collection pond, which was heavily contaminated with sewage and manure from nearby farms, making it impossible to conduct a thorough search. Due to these conditions and limited access, police eventually called off the search. Then, 10 days after Sandra was last seen, on April 6, 2009, agricultural workers carried out their routine task of draining an irrigation pond at Piketty and Whitehall Road, the exact location mentioned in the note. As the water receded, a suitcase was discovered at the bottom of the pond. It emitted a strong odor of decomposition, and its zipper had been secured with a white string. The suitcase was promptly transported to the medical examiner's office, where the coroner unzipped it to reveal Sandra's body, curled up in a fetal position. She was still dressed in the same clothing she had worn on the day she disappeared. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Sandra Cantu. The heartbreaking discovery sent shockwaves through the close-knit mobile home park, leaving not only Sandra's loved ones but the entire community devastated and fearful. In the days that followed, mourners gathered to express their sorrow, leaving flowers, posters, candles, and stuffed animals throughout the neighborhood in Sandra's memory. An autopsy revealed that Sandra had been sexually assaulted. However, there were no traces of biological fluids, and the injuries she sustained suggested the use of a foreign object rather than an assault by a person. Her cause of death was determined to be asphyxiation. The coroner also discovered that Sandra had been drugged, with a significant amount of alprazolam, commonly known as Xanax, in her system. Initially, investigators were searching for a male suspect between the ages of 35 and 45, but after reviewing the autopsy findings, they began to consider the possibility that a woman might have been involved. Their suspicions quickly turned to Melissa Huckabee after they identified that the suitcase found in the irrigation pond matched the brand of the one she had previously reported stolen. This led authorities to pay a visit to Melissa's home. Melissa lived with her grandparents and her 5-year-old daughter, Madison, who had been friends with Sandra. Her grandparents informed police that Sandra frequently visited their home to play with Madison. With their permission, authorities searched Melissa's car and came across a note that had been scribbled over. Despite the markings and crossed-out words, forensic analysis revealed that the note contained the words Boquete, Whitehall, and water. Investigators also decided to search the church where Melissa worked as a Sunday school teacher. During the search, they discovered a white string that had been cut from the blinds on the church's windows. Authorities suspected it was the same string used to secure the zipper on the suitcase in which Sandra's body was found. Additionally, they uncovered a rolling pin with traces of blood on it. Both the string and the rolling pin were collected and sent for forensic testing. Police then tried to interview Melissa but were unable to do so as she was in the hospital for swallowing razor blades, and they were told by doctors that they had to wait until she was discharged. Meanwhile, police got a search warrant of Melissa's home and found a notebook in her bedroom that had the same paper as the note Melissa claimed to have found during the vigil. Soon, a man came forward and claimed to have seen a woman at the irrigation pond on the day Sandra disappeared. According to his account, he and his wife were driving when they spotted a dark-colored SUV on the side of the road with its door open. The man said he saw a woman with dark-colored hair, and when he asked her if she needed any help, she simply said that she had pulled over to use the bathroom. The description of the car provided by the man matched Melissa's car. Police then decided to look into the 28-year-old Sunday school teacher's background. Melissa Huckabee was born on February 23, 1981 in Orange County, California. In the year February 2002, she pursued a restraining order against a former boyfriend, accusing him of harassment, threats of murder, and causing harm to her grandfather. In February, Melissa got pregnant with her then-boyfriend, John Huckabee. The couple would eventually get married, but the marriage did not last, and they divorced in February. In their divorce papers, Melissa accused John of child abduction, alcoholism, and physical abuse, charges he vehemently denied. Melissa was given full custody of their daughter, Madison. After the divorce, Melissa led a solitary life marked by a history of mental health challenges. Her family reported severe conditions such as borderline personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and schizophrenia within her medical history. Struggling to raise her daughter as a single parent, she grappled with episodes of depression and engaged in several practices. To address her mental health issues, she was prescribed potent medications including benzodiazepines, amphetamines, and antidepressants. In February 2006, police arrested and jailed Melissa for petty theft. Shortly afterward, she relocated to Tracy in Northern California in order to rebuild her life, moving in with her grandparents. For a period after the move, things seemed to be improving as noted by Melissa's family and friends. She spent most of her time with her daughter and attended church services with her grandparents. However, in February, 3 months before Sandra went missing, Melissa had taken a young girl to a park without her mother's permission. Upon returning the child home, the mother observed concerning signs. She recalls her daughter seemed drugged, displaying slurred speech and showing significant distress with frequent tears. The girl struggled to walk and to maintain her balance, so the mother rushed her to the hospital where medical tests confirmed the presence of Xanax in her system. Police questioned Melissa about the incident, which she denied. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the girl's mother also had her own struggles with substance abuse. Due to insufficient evidence against Melissa, the case stalled and did not progress any further. Then just 25 days prior to Sandra going missing, on March 2, 2009, Melissa had drugged a 36-year-old man named Daniel Plowman. Reportedly, Melissa and Daniel had been dating at the time. Late one night, Melissa offered him a beverage, which he drank. However, he recalled that he detected an odd taste, and his recollection from that point on became hazy. Several hours later, around 1:30 a.m. the following day, Daniel was apprehended on suspicion of driving while intoxicated. He had driven his car into a McDonald's drive-thru, placed an order and paid for it, but had passed out on the wheel while waiting for his food. The McDonald's employee notified police about the incident. Upon regaining consciousness, albeit still disoriented, he accidentally collided with a wall while attempting to drive away. Police arrived at the scene and took him into custody, but he was subsequently released without being formally charged. While police had been looking into Melissa's past, the DNA results from the rolling pin had come in, and it was confirmed that the blood on the rolling pin belonged to Sandra. It is believed that the rolling pin was used to sexually assault Sandra. Additionally, the string from the blinds matched the string used to tie the suitcase shut. Once Melissa was discharged from the hospital, police brought her in for questioning. Initially, she denied killing Sandra, but when police presented her with the evidence, she tearfully admitted to the crime but claimed it was an accident. According to her version, on that specific day, she had intended to transport the suitcase to church. However, an unexpected encounter with Sandra altered her plans. She says that they decided to engage in a game of hide and seek. Sandra, she claims, climbed into the suitcase, and Melissa says she totally forgot about Sandra and simply drove to the church. She claimed that when she opened the suitcase, she discovered the lifeless body of Sandra. She also said that she had tried to revive Sandra, even placing a small towel on her forehead to cool her down. But Melissa says when Sandra did not wake up, she panicked and suddenly considered the idea of disposing the body in a nearby irrigation pond. She denied ever assaulting Sandra. However, police did not buy her sob story, and she was charged with Sandra's murder on April 10, 2009. Police conducted a search of Melissa's computer. The examination of her browsing history revealed a recent search related to the murder of another young girl. This girl had been stuffed into a suitcase and thrown into the water. The internet search made by Melissa proved that the murder was not an accident but premeditated. Moreover, the surveillance footage from Sandra's residence yielded another significant piece of evidence. The CCTV showed Melissa Huckabee 8 minutes after Sandra was on screen driving out of the mobile home park in the direction of the church. About the time that Melissa was leaving, she phoned the trailer park manager to report her black suitcase had been stolen. Another surveillance tape from the church parking lot showed Melissa driving away from the church and then returning 30 minutes later. Melissa was held in the San Joaquin County Jail without bail until her trial. Sandra was laid to rest by her friends and family on April 16, 2009 in a small pink casket. Over 600 people attended her funeral. During her trial, prosecutors alleged that Sandra's death was premeditated by Melissa. They believed that Sandra had intended to play at Melissa's house as captured by surveillance camera footage. They said Melissa had asked Sandra to come to church to help her decorate, and when they got to church, Melissa gave Sandra some juice which had the medication in it. The prosecutors alleged that Melissa waited until Sandra passed out, subsequently assaulting her and suffocating her to death. Despite their efforts, law enforcement struggled to unearth a clear motive behind the crime, leaving the community shocked and bewildered. The idea that a neighbor, a mother whose own child played with others in the area, could turn into a cold-blooded killer was simply incomprehensible to them. The gravity of the situation escalated to the point where Melissa received death threats. This led police to introducing heightened security measures for the duration of her trial. The defense was concerned that prosecutors were basing the sexual allegations solely on the findings of the medical examiner's autopsy. They wanted Sandra's body to be exhumed for a second autopsy by a defense pathologist. However, the defense later dropped the bid to exhume Sandra's body after learning that tissue samples were still available for testing. In the court, Melissa denied allegations of sexual assault. She conveyed to Maria, Sandra's mother, that Sandra did not suffer and that there was no sexual abuse involved. However, Melissa's statements conflicted with the pathologist's findings, which detailed the injuries Sandra had suffered, including a cut on her lower lip, an abrasion on her elbow, and trauma to her private areas. Ultimately, to avoid the death penalty, Melissa accepted a plea deal, pleading guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping. As part of the agreement, she was not charged with 7 additional offenses. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. To this day, Melissa has never provided a motive for her actions and continues to insist that she does not know why she committed the crime. Some theories suggest that Melissa's actions may have been motivated by a need for attention. This idea aligns with Munchausen syndrome by proxy, a psychological disorder in which an individual causes harm or illness to another person, often to gain sympathy or attention. However, this condition is typically observed in parent-child relationships rather than between a perpetrator and an abducted victim. Sandra's loved ones continue to carry her memory, navigating life with an irreplaceable void in their hearts. Moving on to the next case. Blanca Adaro Alvarez. Blanca Adaro Alvarez was born in Quitoipe, Argentina, in 1952 to Spanish parents. In 1973, she and her 2 brothers, along with their parents, relocated to Sayulis de Cibero, Spain. Blanca had been working as an elementary school teacher in Argentina, but when they moved to Spain, she struggled to find teaching work. She eventually decided to change careers and moved to the city of Leon, where she secured a job at Renfe, a Spanish railway company. Blanca regularly visited her family at their home, but in 1995, when she was 43 years old, she disappeared and never returned to her apartment in Leon. When her family hadn't heard from her for several days, they traveled to her home in Leon. Upon arriving, they found her apartment empty, and no one had seen her. All of her belongings were left behind. Despite this, her family didn't report her missing until 2 years later, in 1997. According to one of her brothers, they didn't file a missing persons report earlier because their father didn't want to report her missing. Shortly after she was reported missing, the police located her to be living in Guin. However, Blanca did not want to contact her family, and as she was an adult, the police could not force her to get in touch with her family. Her mother and the 2 brothers decided to visit her in Guin. They found out where she was living, but when they arrived at her apartment, she was already gone. The family would not hear from her for the next 8 years. Then, in 2005, Blanca would send a letter to her family with a current photo of herself. In the letter, she said that she was fine and asked for her father to forgive her for leaving. She also wrote that someday she would get in touch with her brothers. Her father would pass away a year later in 2006. Her family hoped that she would get in touch with them soon, but years would pass and they would hear nothing from her, leading them to believe that she may have died. In 2013, one of the brothers found a police sketch of an unidentified middle-aged dead woman found on Carmelo Beach, Santander. The unidentified woman was known as La Dama de Carmelo and was found in 2001. The family believed the woman to be Blanca. However, a DNA test ruled her out. To this day, La Dama de Carmelo remains unidentified. In September of 2020, a 68-year-old woman named Eva was reported missing in Paladiciero, Asturias, Spain by her neighbors after not hearing from her or seeing her for a few days. The police tried ringing Eva's doorbell, but no one answered. The door was locked from the inside, indicating that the woman was in the house. They finally broke into the house to find Eva sitting on the floor unable to move due to a problem in her legs. She was conscious but extremely dehydrated and disoriented. She was transferred to a Juca hospital. Meanwhile, the police attempted to contact Blanca's family to inform them of her condition. To their surprise, the name she had been using in the neighborhood did not match the details on record in the address or in the UHCA database. It was soon discovered that the identity she had been living under was false, and her real name was Blanca Otero Alvarez. For years, Blanca had been living in Paladiciero under the alias Eva. During this time, she earned money by babysitting, caring for pets, and cleaning houses. In recent years, her health had worsened. Blanca's family was eventually contacted, and her 90-year-old mother, now residing in a nursing home in Dijon, was informed. However, no further information was provided about why Blanca had initially disappeared or the reasons behind her decision to remain distant from her family for so many years. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Dana Bailey. On March 4, 1987, 21-year-old Dana Bailey called her parents to let them know she had just returned home to State College, Pennsylvania. She was a student at Pennsylvania State University and had been out of town visiting her fiancé in Washington, D.C. Her parents, relieved to hear she was home safely, said their goodbyes and hung up shortly after. The next day, Dana's mother decided to stop by her daughter's apartment unannounced. What she discovered was horrifying. Dana had been murdered. She was found naked, tied up, and blindfolded, with a fatal stab wound to her left breast. Investigators believed she had been attacked in her bed before her body was deliberately moved and positioned on top of a spread-out bedding set on the floor. Her remains were clearly visible from her bedroom window. The murder weapon was determined to be a steak knife taken from Dana's own kitchen, indicating that the killer had not brought a weapon but had used what was readily available inside the apartment. Investigators struggled to find leads at first. Dana was well-liked and friendly. She had no known enemies and was happily engaged, but then they discovered that somebody was watching the 21-year-old's apartment from a building that was being remodeled. Inside a room looking into Dana's home, they found shoe prints which matched those found in her apartment. Notably, 3 other apartments on Dana's floor were empty on the night of her murder, and her roommate was out for the night. This led to speculation that whoever was watching Dana had been doing so for some time, as he knew the comings and goings of those in the building well enough to plan his assaults accordingly. Authorities determined that the unidentified individual had gained access to Dana's apartment through a kitchen window that faced the area where he surveyed her. Despite managing to establish all of this and despite interviewing dozens of individuals and following hundreds of leads, investigators simply could not identify the culprit behind Dana's horrific murder. In 1991, a third party came forward with a tip. The third party relayed information divulged to them by a man who would not speak with the police because he was a wanted criminal. Investigators identified a potential suspect who worked as a heating contractor in 1987. Due to his job, he would have been familiar with the rooftops near Dana's apartment. The suspect was described as a white male, approximately 5 feet 10 inches, with dark curly hair. He was also known to drive a gold or bronze Pontiac Trans Am with stripes. Despite looking into this lead, investigators were unable to make any progress, and it remains unclear whether the individual was ever identified. Years later, in December 2003, authorities received an anonymous letter regarding the case. Dana's murder had remained dormant for years, and the letter seemed like a long-awaited breakthrough, a chance to finally identify a suspect. The letter named 2 individuals, but detectives were unable to establish any connection between them and Dana or her case. Authorities urged the letter writer to come forward for further questioning, but it appears they never did. Dana's case remains unsolved. If you have any information about her death, you can contact the State College Police at 814-234-7150. Moving on to the next case. Kelly Nolan. University is often a transformative period in a young adult's life, a time of transition from adolescence to adulthood, filled with new experiences, personal growth, and the pursuit of future aspirations. However, for some, those dreams are tragically cut short by unforeseen circumstances. Kelly Nolan was one such case. On June 22, 2007, 22-year-old Kelly, a student at the University of Wisconsin, went out for a night of drinking with friends in Madison. Kelly had a complicated relationship with alcohol, often using it as a coping mechanism during difficult times. She had suffered significant personal losses, first with the death of her father in February 2006, followed by the passing of her stepmother just a month before she vanished. Between 2004 and 2007, she had been convicted of drunk driving twice, leading to the suspension of her license and a 14-day stay in county jail for one of the offenses. Despite these struggles, on the night of June 22, Kelly was focused on enjoying herself. As the night progressed, Kelly's friends were ready to head home, but she wanted to keep the party going. Around 11:30 p.m., she split from the group and remained at a bar called the Lava Lounge on West Gilman Street, just half a mile from her apartment. There, she struck up a conversation with a young man she had met that evening. According to this unidentified man, he and Kelly had hit it off and spent a good portion of the night talking. He later told investigators that he didn't know her beforehand but had planned to walk her home because another patron, possibly someone she knew, had been harassing her. Tom Paris, a local bar owner and the young man's employer, recalled that this other man had given Kelly the creeps. Before leaving, Kelly told the young man to wait while she used the restroom. Shortly after, she was seen interacting with the same man who had been bothering her earlier. Tom Paris noted that both Kelly and the man appeared very intoxicated. In hindsight, he admitted he regretted not stepping in, saying, "I was stupid to leave her there when I saw her talking to that guy again outside, but I assumed they were friends." This was the last time the young man saw Kelly. After coming forward to police, he fully cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and undergoing polygraph testing. Both his house and car were subjects to extensive searches, but investigators found nothing. He has been cleared of involvement in Kelly's disappearance. Kelly called her sister in the small hours of June 23 while still at the bar, but failed to return home that night. She was never seen or heard from again. The 22-year-old's body was discovered several weeks later on June 9. Kelly's body was discovered in a wooded area on the property of an elderly woman in the 4700 block of Schneider Drive in Oregon, Wisconsin, roughly 10 miles from her home in Madison. Investigators believe she died at the location where she was found. A post-mortem examination determined that Kelly's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the torso, resulting in multiple bone fractures. There has been speculation that she may have been deliberately struck by a vehicle, but authorities have not publicly confirmed this theory. Kelly's case has remained at a standstill since February 2007, though law enforcement has revisited it multiple times over the years. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing jeans and an emerald green scoop neck top. Investigators are still seeking witnesses who saw Kelly on the night of her murder. If you have any information, please contact the Madison Area Crime Stoppers at 608-266-6014. Moving on to the next case. Louisiana Jane. Many of us share a deep, instinctive fear of passing away without being recognized or remembered. Some may simply want their loved ones to know them, while others aspire to leave a lasting mark on history. However, in certain cases, the identities of the deceased remain unknown, whether due to facial disfigurement, advanced decomposition, or the deliberate removal of identifying features such as hands and fingerprints. This was the case with the 2018 Texas and Louisiana Jane Does, some of the most unsettling unidentified cases in the United States that year. Their discoveries led to growing concerns that a serial killer might be targeting victims across both states. On March 1, 2018, a prison inmate assigned to cleanup duty in Louisiana stumbled upon the severed head of a woman in a grassy marsh near Highway 27 in Cameron Parish. The head, which was inside a plastic bag, belonged to a Caucasian woman with reddish hair. Experts determined that it had been there for several months at most, though not for years, and later estimated the woman's death had occurred between 1 and 6 weeks before the discovery. In June of that year, Louisiana authorities released a facial reconstruction of Jane Doe, describing her as a white or Hispanic woman between 30 and 50 years old with medium-length reddish-brown hair. Her DNA could not be matched to anyone on record. Jane showed no signs of trauma to the head, and she had extensive dental work implying that she'd been looking after herself or being taken care of prior to death. Just a few weeks after the first victim was uncovered on March 24 in Huffman, the discovery was made of another female head, also Caucasian with reddish hair, by a volunteer cleanup crew near Lake Houston. They also updated the case in June where a sketch of the victim was released. They disclosed details of Jane Doe, such as describing her top and bottom teeth as winged or slightly rotated. She likely had naturally dark hair as several inches of dark roots were coming through at the time of her discovery, and her eyes were light to dark brown. It was also found that her eyebrows and eyeliner had been semi or permanently tattooed on, and that her head had been in the grass for about a week. She had also been wrapped in plastic bags. One suspect in the case of both women was a man seen by witnesses throwing a plastic bag over a bridge where the head of the Lake Houston victim was later found below. He'd been spotted in the area several weeks before the first discovery was made and had gotten out the passenger side of a bluish-green extended cab truck. The truck was described as heavily rusted and had been involved in multiple accidents, with cardboard covering the missing back left passenger window. The man seen driving it was identified as a Caucasian male in his early to mid-20s, with short dark brown hair and a long fringe. He was estimated to be between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 8 inches tall. Witnesses reported seeing him in early to mid-March, between 2:30 and 3 p.m., discarding the plastic bag. A criminal investigative psychologist believes that the same individual is responsible for both crimes and is likely familiar with both locations. They also suspect that the perpetrator has a history of violence and has likely killed before. Additionally, they believe he may have a criminal record involving domestic violence, as well as drug and alcohol abuse. Despite ongoing investigations, little progress has been made in identifying the 2018 Texas and Louisiana Jane Does, and both victims remain unidentified to this day. Moving on to the next case. Lucas Tranch. Lucas Tranch, known to his family and friends for his intelligence and insatiable curiosity, was a quiet yet compassionate and diligent leader. His deep passion for scouting, survivalism, and helping others was tragically cut short by his mysterious and unresolved disappearance in the late afternoon of March 18, 2015. His absence left those who knew him in his hometown of Bagnols-sur-Gard, France, struggling for answers, lost in a web of evidence that only deepened their uncertainty. Born on April 18, 1999, Lucas was raised in the Gard department of southern France. He was the fourth of 5 children, joining 3 older brothers in the close-knit Tranch family, with a younger sibling arriving a few years later. To support their growing household, Lucas's parents, Eric and Natalie, both secured positions as engineers with the French Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission. Their demanding but well-paying careers provided a stable and comfortable upbringing for Lucas and his siblings. From an early age, Lucas exhibited a natural affinity for the outdoors, showing a deep fascination with nature and all living things. He thrived in open spaces, eager to learn about the environment around him and the world as a whole. Even as a young child, his curiosity about nature was boundless. As a young boy, Lucas joined the Junior Scouts as an extracurricular activity, embarking on a multi-year scouting journey that continued into his teenage years. Through scouting, he developed essential survival skills and a deep understanding of the wilderness while also learning the values of charity, volunteerism, civic duty, and responsibility. A natural-born leader, Lucas thrived in guiding others while continuously pushing himself to achieve more, always making his parents, teachers, and instructors proud. Despite his strong dedication to scouting, he remained a well-rounded child, skillfully balancing academics with his various interests. Although not the most talkative, Lucas enjoyed participating in sports, particularly badminton, where he competed alongside teammates. He was also a skilled swimmer, a passion he shared with his brothers. While swimming wasn't his favorite activity, he consistently attended courses throughout his youth and adolescence, honing his athletic abilities. His unwavering determination and relentless drive for excellence ensured success in every challenge he faced, instilling in him a well-earned confidence. Given his love for sports and outdoor adventures with his fellow scouts, those who knew the 15-year-old often described him as introverted, preferring to keep to himself as he explored the world around him. Lucas was not distant or aloof. In fact, those closest to him described him as deeply connected to all living things, including the people around him. He cared deeply for his brothers, his parents, and his school friends, always ready to lend a helping hand. Whether assisting someone with their training or supporting a special project, Lucas never hesitated to sacrifice his time for others. His kindness and natural empathy were among his most defining traits, qualities that would have undoubtedly propelled him toward his dream career in adulthood. Everything seemed perfectly in place for his future until one fateful afternoon, when a series of mysterious events altered the course of his life forever. Now, let's examine the timeline leading up to Lucas's perplexing disappearance. A few months into 2015, sometime in February, Lucas began experiencing sudden difficulty sleeping. His father, Eric, noticed him tossing and turning at night, restless and unable to find comfort. As February progressed, those around him observed a shift in his demeanor. He seemed increasingly melancholic, particularly when away from home. Once again, no one could pinpoint the reason behind Lucas's melancholy, which was particularly noticeable when he was away from home. His father, Eric, observed another concerning sign when Lucas barely ate for several days in a row. However, his appetite eventually returned 2 days into the trip, and the family continued their vacation as usual. A month later, on Saturday, March 14th, Lucas spent the day with extended family, including a cousin he rarely saw but always enjoyed spending time with. That night through Sunday, March 15th, he joined his scout troop for a weekend camping trip, independent of adults' supervision. When he returned home that evening, Lucas told his father he had a fantastic time. In Eric's eyes, his son seemed to be back to his usual cheerful and optimistic self. The following school week proceeded as normal. On Monday and Tuesday, March 16th and 17th, Lucas attended school without any issues. On the evening of March 17th, he took part in his weekly badminton training at Cumberland Gymnasium, where neither his teammates nor his instructors noticed anything unusual. That night, he returned home in high spirits, expressing his excitement to Eric before heading to bed. Then came the morning of Wednesday, March 18th, 2015, a day that started like any other but would soon take a turn that no one could have predicted. The weather that morning was clear and pleasant, marking the arrival of spring. The Trench family woke up with the sunrise and followed their usual routine, getting dressed, having breakfast, and preparing for school or work. Eric and Natalie gathered their 3 sons still living at home, 15-year-old Lucas, 17-year-old Valentine, and 10-year-old Arthur. At exactly 7:45 a.m., Natalie dropped Lucas off in front of his school as part of her daily drive to work. He made his way to class and spent the morning engaged in his usual coursework, showing no signs of distress or anything unusual. His peers noted that he appeared to be in good spirits, seemingly happy and relaxed. Around 12:20 p.m., Lucas returned home for lunch, eating in the kitchen while chatting with Anik, the nanny of his youngest brother, Arthur. During their conversation, Anik informed Lucas that Arthur had been invited to a friend's birthday party that afternoon. However, Valentine was uninterested in accompanying her to Columbia, the residential area where the party was being held, just a few kilometers away. Lucas, always willing to help, agreed to join her and Arthur, and they began preparing to leave. A few minutes later, Anik pointed out a €20 note on the counter, which Natalie had left for them to buy a gift for Arthur's friend. On the way to the party, Lucas picked out a gift worth €7 and kept the remaining €13. Between 1 p.m. and 2:45 p.m., Lucas attended the birthday party with Arthur, once again displaying no signs that anything was wrong. He appeared just as cheerful and engaged as ever. Around 3 p.m., Lucas returned home with Arthur. Shortly after their arrival, Anik left on her own, leaving Lucas with his older brother, Valentine, who was preoccupied with playing on the family computer. At approximately 4 p.m., Lucas came downstairs from his bedroom for a snack. He then stepped outside and sat alone, seemingly focused on his phone. Valentine observed him through the window but couldn't determine exactly what he was doing. Their phone provider later confirmed that Lucas accessed mobile data around this time, though the specific apps or sites he used remain unknown. Another hour passed, and at around 5:05 p.m., Lucas and his brother, Valentine, began getting ready for their evening swim class at the public pool. Their usual routine involved taking a bus from the Gerd stop, located on the far side of the Schumann Bridge near their home, which they would reach using their kick scooters. However, on this particular evening, Lucas was running behind schedule despite Valentine's repeated attempts to hurry him along. Given that they typically left at exactly 5 p.m., the delay was unusual. Valentine, growing impatient, issued one final warning, urging Lucas to move faster. In response, Lucas assured him that he would lock up the house and meet him at the bus stop in a few minutes. This was the last confirmed interaction and sighting of Lucas Trench. At 5:10 p.m., Valentine left without him, and CCTV footage captured him crossing the Schumann Bridge alone, with no sign of Lucas following. Around the same time or shortly thereafter, someone, presumably Lucas, turned off his phone at 5:14 p.m. Between 5:15 and 5:30 p.m., a neighbor named Madeline saw a young man walking past her house. He was wearing a beige-gray jacket and heading in the opposite direction of the swimming pool. Though she wasn't entirely certain, she noted that he bore a strong resemblance to Lucas. At exactly 5:30 p.m., as the bus prepared to leave the stop, Valentine called Lucas's phone in hopes of reaching him. Lucas's phone goes straight to voicemail, but Valentine continues to swim practice, assuming his brother decided to stay home, perhaps feeling unwell or simply not in the mood to attend. Around 6 p.m., 30 minutes later, Natalie arrives home from work with Arthur. She finds the doors locked and the house completely empty, with no indication that Lucas had returned. 2 more hours pass, and at 8 p.m., Natalie drives to the Gerd bus stop to pick up both Lucas and Valentine. However, when she arrives, only Valentine is there. He explains that Lucas never showed up for swim practice and assumed he had either missed the bus or chosen to stay home. This revelation alarms Natalie, as she had been home for the past 2 hours and had seen no trace of Lucas. Natalie begins calling local hospitals, checking emergency departments to see if Lucas may have been admitted due to an accident. When this leads nowhere, she starts reaching out to his friends, hoping someone knows his whereabouts. By 11 p.m., Eric returns home from work and learns about Lucas's disappearance. Alarmed, he joins the search, and a manhunt begins. However, law enforcement finds no significant leads until the following day. At around 12:15 p.m. on Thursday, March 19th, a 35-year-old neighbor named Stephanie reports seeing a young man in red sprinting across her front yard while she was ironing. She notes that he was running in a specific direction but isn't able to identify him clearly. Meanwhile, Rashid Gamri, a close family friend of Eric and Natalie, joins a group of volunteers combing through the areas surrounding Banual. During their search, Rashid spots a distinct shape at the top of a rocky peak in the distance. Alerting the others, they observe what appears to be the silhouette of a person. However, as dusk sets in, the fading light makes it impossible to make out any details. Deciding to investigate, Rashid and the group call out Lucas's name while moving toward the figure. As they approach, the silhouette abruptly stands up and walks away, vanishing into the twilight. In the days following Lucas's disappearance, French soldiers and an estimated 1,500 search and rescue volunteers scoured a 4-kilometer radius surrounding the Tranche residence and the River Ceres. The search efforts included cadaver dogs, professional divers, and helicopters equipped with thermal imaging and night vision. A large-scale social media campaign was launched, urging the public to remain vigilant, while missing person posters were distributed widely. One of the earliest forensic efforts involved detectives applying luminol throughout the Tranche household to detect traces of blood or DNA. Though the chemical revealed slight traces of a substance, further examination was needed to confirm whether it was blood or simply a residue from cleaning agents. As March progressed, potential sightings of Lucas surfaced. On Monday, March 23rd, at approximately 10:30 a.m., a group of search and rescue volunteers reported seeing a young man resembling Lucas standing in the hills above St. Gervais, observing vineyard workers before suddenly fleeing into the woods, eerily similar to Rashid Gamri's earlier sighting near the rocky peak. Later that same day, around 5 p.m., an anonymous 24-year-old motorcyclist claimed to have seen a lone teenager walking along an isolated path near Bagnols-sur-Cèze, heading toward Espessin, a small hamlet. The motorcyclist, an experienced cannabis user, noted that the area contained hidden marijuana plants and speculated whether the teenager was aware of their presence. The motorcyclist continued to observe the teenager as he rode behind him, but eventually lost sight when the boy veered off onto a different path. 2 days later, on Wednesday, March 25th, the same motorcyclist entered a bakery and noticed Lucas's face on a missing persons flyer. Realizing the resemblance, he immediately contacted the police. Law enforcement brought him in for questioning, but the lead ultimately led to no significant discoveries. A few days later, on Saturday, March 28th, another possible sighting was reported. A teenage boy and his father claimed they saw someone resembling Lucas in Le Pontet of Valcus. The boy was reportedly accompanied by an older woman, estimated to be between 45 and 50 years old. However, after investigating the claim, authorities deemed the lead a dead end. With no solid evidence of voluntary disappearance and a growing number of unexplained circumstances, law enforcement began suspecting foul play. On March 30th, the district attorney officially opened a judicial investigation into abduction and illegal confinement. This theory was echoed by Lucas's parents, Eric and Natalie, who, in April 2015, publicly stated their firm belief that their son had not run away. They emphasized that Lucas had exhibited no signs of mental distress, suicidal tendencies, or a desire to escape his life. Determined to find answers, the Tranche family launched an extensive media campaign, appearing on multiple television programs and urging the public worldwide to aid in the search for Lucas. 6 months later, in October of 2015, detectives receive what they think is a major break in the case when the Tranche family starts finding a series of letters addressed to them from an anonymous sender who writes to inform them that Lucas is in good health and that they shouldn't worry. These letters continue until the following summer, when on July 12, 2016, the writer and sender is caught on CCTV at the sorting office submitting another letter. Police move in to arrest the sender and find he is a 57-year-old mythomaniac from Valence with absolutely connection to the case. The man is still incarcerated and sentenced to prison for at least 1 year. The last major clue uncovered by detectives occurs in December of 2016, 21 months after Lucas disappeared. The Tranche's house the day he went missing. The man is described as 5 foot 6 inches in his 40s, bald with tattoos on each forearm. The sketch brings in hundreds of tips, but nothing of use over the next 9 months, so the police sketch is refined in September of 2017. Just over a year later, in the October 2018, police finally apprehend the suspect depicted in their sketch and bring him in for questioning. They discover the man resides in Banjulsur, says, the very town where Lucas lived, and was around the bus stop in question the day Lucas went missing, but otherwise has no discernible ties to the disappearance, and the tattooed man is let go. This is the last major update in the case thus far, despite renewed search efforts, yearly vigils held on the anniversary, and an entire non-profit organization being dedicated to finding Lucas Tranche. In a case as detailed and extensive as Lucas Tranche's disappearance, there are hundreds of points we could inspect, analyze, and dissect. However, there is one incident that keeps catching our eye, an incident related to the tattooed man we just mentioned, seen by a neighboring witness riding a bike in front of the Tranche residence, and then arrested 2 years later after his police sketch made rounds through the public consciousness. While the overarching scenario involving the tattooed man has been laid out by police, there are a few fuzzy details that need explaining. First and foremost, it was revealed after the tattooed man's arrest that he was a resident of Bagnall, and lived in the area both before and during the height of the investigation. With this in mind, how could it have taken over 2 years to find a man with such iconic descriptors such as a short stature, a bald head, and specific tattoos on each forearm? It seems like a long time to miss such a character when he's walking around in broad daylight for years on end. Just feet from where Lucas was last seen. With that being said, it can be argued that a man who just so happened to be walking through Lucas's neighborhood could be nearly anyone and could have been just passing through the area, meaning the man seen that morning isn't the same man found by authorities 2 years later. We must assume that they questioned their tattoo man in October of 2018 to make sure he was in Banjul on March 18, 2015. But if he lived in the area, of course, the answer would be yes. There are reports that the tattooed man seen outside of the Tranche's home was also seen at the Eggert bus stop before Lucas and Valentine took the coach to swimming practice. There exist CCTV cameras around this area. It seems odd that with the technology available, authorities weren't able to apprehend the man sooner. The strange timing isn't the only thing amiss with the tattoo man's story, though. A year after Lucas went missing, the French news site Objective Guard published a 4-part piece detailing the investigation. In their research, they discover that the neighbor's tip about the tattooed man was at first considered with little importance, despite the fact that a print shop owner had a very strange and unsettling encounter with a potential connection a few months after Lucas disappeared. Objective Guard interviewed the printer, who gave the following statement, paraphrased and translated from French to English. In either May or June of 2015, a tall, thin, dark, short-haired man entered the print shop. He sported tattoos on both arms, and rode in on a motorbike, a detail that stood out because he set his helmet by the entrance door. This man wasn't necessarily clean, but rather sweaty and unkempt. He told the print shop employees that he worked as an animator in a retirement home, and that night there was a lotto taking place. Thus, he wanted to make 3 posters of Lucas's missing person poster in addition to colored flyers to pass out at the events. The print shop made 30 and 50 of each respectively. However, what was odd about the ordeal is that out of the hundreds of posters they made for various relatives and business owners, the tattooed man was the only one who wanted 3 posters and flyers specifically. When the print shop charged the man $35, he claimed his print shop the following day to pay the fee instead. However, the next day no one came to offer payment. In fact, the print shop called the Banyul town hall and discovered they had no employees by the name of Mr. Durant, and he likely never existed at all. The tattooed man never made a reappearance. At first glance, this encounter seems to puzzle the guards at the scene. Why was he printing posters in such an unusual format? And why specifically for a lottery at a retirement home? What reason did he have for lying to the print shop about his father? Was it merely an attempt to avoid paying the €35 fee, or was it a deliberate move to prevent any traceability? Could he be the same tattooed man spotted by the neighbor, Or perhaps the one taken into custody by police in 2018? If so, did investigators ever question him about this peculiar incident? It's possible, but based on police sketch data and the print shop owner's statement, this tattooed man was reportedly tall, whereas the original suspect was described as short. And what about the mysterious motorcyclist? Why was he so invested in Lucas's case? Was he a true suspect, or simply an unconventional yet well-intentioned citizen with a strong curiosity about the situation? It's impossible to say for certain, but questioning this mysterious figure could be the key to unlocking the truth behind Lucas Trench's disappearance. Now, let's examine the most prominent theories surrounding his case. Before law enforcement officially classified Lucas's disappearance as a potential kidnapping, many speculated that he may have left home voluntarily. At 15, Lucas possessed the skills and knowledge to survive in the wilderness, thanks to years of scouting. He was also an avid fan of Man vs. Wild, a survival reality show that showcased extreme outdoor survival tactics. However, the idea that Lucas would attempt to replicate the feats of a team of trained professionals simply because he enjoyed watching the show seems highly unlikely. He wasn't reckless or naive. That said, it's possible that his passion for nature and scouting could have fueled a desire to test his own survival skills. The timing is notable. Just days before his disappearance, Lucas had returned from a scouting retreat, which could have inspired him to embark on an adventure alone. Despite this possibility, several factors suggest that Lucas did not leave Banyal with the intention of living off the land. While some of his belongings were missing, the majority of his scouting gear remained at home, including his essential field knife. This raises doubts about the runaway theory and shifts the focus back to other possibilities, including foul play. According to the Trench parents, Lucas never went on a scouting mission, camping, or really anywhere outside of school without his knife. Lucas understood this to be the most valuable tool, and to leave it behind would be a severe lapse in judgment, and very out of his character, especially if he were on a quest to survive in the wilderness. Other items left behind were his sleeping bag, another vital piece of equipment, his ID, and most of his money, around $120. There was no food missing from the Trench's kitchen, and all of their possessions were found basically as they were. It hasn't been clarified exactly what was taken by Lucas in his small rucksack, but what we do know is it wasn't enough for long-term outdoor survival. It's still possible Lucas went out on his own solo camping, years of both education and recreation, and although a comforting thought to believe he left of his own volition, it simply doesn't add up. So if Lucas didn't plan a survivalist mission, is it possible he still left on his own for other purposes? Some believe so. Theorists point to Lucas's peculiar actions in the hours leading up to his disappearance, specifically his time spent outside away from his brother, busy on his phone in the backyard. People wonder if Lucas may have been in contact with someone, setting up an appointment or rendezvous with a stranger unbeknownst to his family. This is the leading theory of Ratchet Gamry, the family friend we mentioned earlier. Ratchet believed Lucas met someone either online or in person, and set up a meeting on March 18th. Obviously, whatever happened at that meeting led to Lucas's disappearance. Lucas might have turned his phone off to prevent any distractions, or anyone attempting to communicate with him during the appointment, as he was doing so in secret. And if the other person he was meeting intended to kidnap him, he may have instructed Lucas to turn his phone off. But if Lucas had always intended to turn his phone off anyway, why take the phone at all? Lucas may have wanted it on his person just in case something went haywire. But obviously if things did, he never got the opportunity to turn it back on and use it. Sadly, the phone was one item never recovered, its fate resting with Lucas's as well. There are some complicated facets to this appointment theory. It's actually highly unlikely that Lucas met someone online, as he was hard drive and internet activity. Detectives felt there were no digital or web-related leads to be had. The same can be said about his phone records too. While the physical device is missing, the Trench's telephone providers did perform a scan of his data both prior to and March 18, 2015, but what access this was is unknown. They also determined the phone had not been turned on since 5:14 p.m. Of the same day, another gloomy and disheartening piece of evidence. Eric and Natalie did not give up hope and mentioned to police that Lucas did occasionally archive upon arrival on personal devices, but they are stored forever in Snapchat servers. It took almost a year to retrieve the results, but in early 2016, Natalie informed reporters that records indicated Lucas did not send or receive a Snapchat message on March 18th, nor was he communicating with anyone out of the ordinary via the app, ending the possibility that he met someone online. Obviously, this doesn't rule out the idea that Lucas met someone in person, but interested in friends along with their parents were interviewed, and not once did any of them mention Lucas interacting with strangers, or even inviting that possibility. It is certainly not impossible, but from investigative practices undergone bizarre circumstances, and that involves the theory of the missing stones. One of Lucas's many fascinations was geology, collecting stones and precious rocks in his spare time. Natalie mentioned after he went missing that Lucas was known to leave simply to go and gather stones and search the surrounding areas for interesting rocks. She recalled that in December of 2014, Lucas started coming home with these heavy, funny-looking stones, almost little collecting the stones, sometimes picking up similar pebbles of even smaller size. The collection kept growing, and before he knew it, Lucas had discovered kilos upon kilos of the so-called meteorite stones. If that is what the rocks actually were, bits of extraterrestrial mineral, the lot could be worth hundreds if not thousands of euros. In a disappointing twist, Eric Troench learned the stones were actually just broken pieces of medieval forged slag. While still unique pieces of rock, these stones would in reality only be worth a few euros. However, Lucas might not have been aware of this, and it should be mentioned that some of the strange stones were missing from Lucas's room the day he disappeared. Not only that, but not long before that fateful day Lucas was sighted at Banyal Street Market in front of a small stand operated by a man selling unique stones. Whether or not Lucas bought these stones, or other materials that were made from whether or not Lucas bought these stones or other materials from the mysterious merchant is unknown, and attempts to track him down have been fruitless as the merchant has since abandoned the Banyan market and presumably left the area entirely, but this does undeniably feel a little suspicious. Before any conspiracies are drawn, it must be stated that the odds are highly coincidental, and that is all it may be, just a coincidence, yet it does appointment with as theorized earlier? What if the merchant was grooming Lucas with stories about meteorites, building trust to the point where he could kidnap Lucas under the pretense of taking him with him to find more of these valuable stones? This would also explain why the stones are still missing from Lucas's room, because Lucas was going on what he perceived as a stone-collecting endeavor with the self-proclaimed experts, and that's where things went awry. It's a haunting scenario to imagine playing out, but at least must be considered as it can't be ruled out until the banjo stone merchant is found and interrogated. And until this time, a suspect he must remain. Other theories suggest that whatever happened to Lucas was accidental, and not necessarily a result of kidnapping or planned abduction. What if Lucas really did go out in the woods by himself for a camping trip, and wound up the victim of a hunting accident? Eric Trench wondered that himself early in the investigation, and investigators at the Objective Guard followed that theory up interviewing the president of the Banyal hunting organization. The president informed Tony a 2015 boar hunt was indeed extended until March 31st of that year, and there were confirmed shots fired in the woods near the Seduran neighborhood where Lucas lived. However, he also noted that any hunting accident in the area would have left a body behind as those woods were searched meticulously in the weeks that followed. He also stated that hunters work in pairs, and none of his group members reported anything or failed to return from their excursion. Again, this scenario isn't impossible, but there is simply zero evidence to support it unless a massive cover-up is underway. Another theory of accidental basis suggests that when Lucas left his home, he was struck by a car, and the driver stashed the body out of plain sight, or took off with the body themselves. This theory has actually been embraced by both authorities, and Lucas's family more so than the ones we've listed thus far. Initially, it may be hard to reconcile with the idea that a human being could kill another by accident, and then hide it or never report it, but it is a more common occurrence than we might like to believe. The driver may not have had insurance, or simply panicked when they struck a young boy. Investigate this idea by calling mechanics both in and around Bagnall, and asking them if they had worked on any damaged vehicles in the 15 days following March 18th that may hint at a hit and run. The query took years to complete, and didn't draw any useful leads, but it's possible the driver could have slipped through the cracks by either driving out of the county, or by never fixing the car at all, getting rid of it along with Lucas. So if Lucas didn't leave on his own volition, and his disappearance wasn't inexplicable vanishing? It's generally agreed upon that Lucas was not abducted from the Farrelly home. There were no signs of forced entry. There were no valuables stolen, and as we stated previously, Lucas did take a few items, including his phone, and locked the door behind him. For all intents and purposes, Lucas left the house by himself, but what happened right after that could have turned nefarious. If Lucas was kidnapped on his walk around the area, who might have pulled off this scheme? There aren't a ton of famous serial kidnappers or murderers connected to the case, but one prominent name thrown around early on was Nadal Lelandis, a convicted serial killer responsible for at least 2 deaths, and thought to be the killer in 2 other homicide investigations. Nadal was ruled out of the Trench case because of an analysis of his cell phone's GPS, which showed he was more than 100 miles away from the area on March 18th. However, he was considered a regular in the public places around guards and had family members residing near Banuel Sauceres at the time. Could he have left his phone behind on the day to thwart tracing? It seems unlikely, and seeing as how investigators have completely ruled him out as a suspect, we can say with a degree of certainty that it was not Nordahl. Authorities began to worry they had an anonymous serial kidnapper on their hands who had yet to be caught when on March 1, 2016, almost a year to the day of Lucas's disappearance, a 16-year-old boy by the name of Antoine Zoyer went missing from the village of Clansac, a mere 38 miles from Bagnall. In a similar vein, Antoine left his home in the afternoon around 1:30 p.m. and was last seen buying cigarettes from a tobacco shop in town. He was described as very similar in demeanor to Lucas, and was also majoring in science as a second-year student. However, any connection between the 2 boys and sharing a potential perpetrator was ruled out in October of 2018 when the decomposed body of Antoine was found hanging from a tree in the abandoned woodlands near Clarence Sack. Foul play was ruled out after a thorough investigation. If Lucas was kidnapped or killed, his offender did not strike again in the area to the best of our knowledge, his case being the only one of its kind in accordance with his demographics and time frame in which it happened. But there is someone else. He's seen a teenage boy walking on a remote path, followed him, and then reported him to police 2 days later when he saw Lucas's missing person poster in a bakery. There may be more about him than what meets the eye. Objective Guard reported in their 4-part investigative articles back in 2016 that when this man reported seeing the teenager on March 23rd, he gave details about Lucas to police that not even the missing persons poster police were initially struck by this. But after questioning the man, they did not seem impressed by his sighting. Suspicions go beyond just a few peculiar statements. The man's Facebook profile, according to Objective Guard, included numerous eyebrow-raising posts, including photos of the man in the act of using drugs, and public posts about how he desired to be a hired killer. When Objective Guard reached out to him in an attempt to meet and interview him for the story, the man declined despite a promise of anonymity. He was the only person to have spotted Lucas who declined to do so despite the fact that should his testimony be true, he is the last one to see Lucas alive. Now, certainly none of this is grounds for arrest, or even sufficient to come to the conclusion that the man could be a killer. These case points are circumstantial at best. Sure, there are plenty of incidents throughout history of the killer in a murder investigation returning to the scene of the crime, or involving themselves with police or the media for some sick self-fulfilling purpose. However, it is a rarity. If the man on the motorcycle was culpable in some way, telling the police voluntarily that he saw Lucas would be a catastrophically risky move. That being said, the circumstances are undeniably suspicious. His testimony also raises questions. If that was Lucas out on the abandoned pathways on March 23rd, what was he doing out there for 5 days? How did he survive the 5 nights without shelter, food, or equipment? Hundreds upon hundreds of people were searching for him, looking behind every tree, under every rock in the area surrounding Banhall, yet he was seen walking in broad daylight a mere 10 kilometers from his home. How did he avoid detection by thermal cameras, and helicopter patrols, and trained cadaver dogs, and soldiers of the French Guard? It simply doesn't line up. Maybe the man on the motorcycle did see a teenage boy, and attributed his identity to Lucas after putting the pieces together incorrectly upon seeing Lucas's flyer. Or maybe his testimony really is the truth. Maybe he truly did follow Lucas into the wilderness. Until we know for certain, it must at least be considered, included with the numerous other theories swirling around Lucas Tranche's seemingly never-ending case. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Lucas Tranche's unsolved disappearance, we want to make it known that our conclusions are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In the case of Lucas Tranche, we believe that Lucas did intend to leave his house that evening of March 18, 2015, but not as a test of his survival skills or a whimsical camping trip gone haywire. Rather, when looking at Lucas's behavior in the weeks leading up to his disappearance, the signs point in the direction that Lucas was struggling with something, albeit silently. His parents have spoken at length about how Lucas was a happy teenager with a lot of positivity and hope, with a bright future he was excited about, and we do not want to discredit those beliefs, or undermine the 2 people that knew Lucas the best. However, it undermined the 2 people that knew Lucas the best. However, it bears mentioning that too often teenagers struggle with emotional distress or mental illness without even showing a symptom. Sadly, this is a byproduct of the world we live in which young people, perhaps young boys especially, are told to hide their true feelings, to act tough, and to never be vulnerable. While we're not saying this is how Lucas was taught or raised, the present culture constantly unloading unfair expectations on teenagers and adolescents has to be considered. The comments made about Lucas struggling to sleep and finding things he once found enjoyable and fun to be lackluster or disengaging are unspoken anxiety, and just hidden it well around his friends at school or coaches at practice. The outdoors and scouting may have been his solace, and thus camping provided relief from emotional distress. Natalie Tranche did say that he liked to go on walks, and if combined with his love of collecting stones, that may have been the escape affirmative conclusion about what happened after he walked outside of his house. Lucas's behavior was not medically diagnosed, and to say for certain that Lucas was based on circumstantial readings. Of course, it is possible that he left with the intent not to return. He didn't run away to start a new life, but perhaps to end his own. Maybe that is why he took his precious stones with him, as those are what comforted him and brought him joy. It is a devastating theory, but one that is worth consideration. With that said, it is simply a theory, and there is no proof that Lucas is dead, and the chance he is still alive remains the same. It is also possible Lucas was taken by someone the day he disappeared. Who that could be is impossible to say, as the list of suspects is infinite at this point. Was the Bagnall rock merchant involved? What about the tattooed man from the print shop? What about the man on the motorcycle, theoretically the last person to see Lucas alive? We could run in circles for the rest of our lives trying to play a game of Clue, and draw up potential suspect lineups from case points already cleared by police. Instead, we must remain vigilant in seeking out new clues, and continuing to spread the word, sharing Lucas's photo, whether it be in France, or Europe, or anywhere in the world. At this time, all avenues must remain vigilant in memory the way he deserves. Lucas was a shining memory the way he deserves. Lucas was a shining example of promising and precious life. He took each step with purpose and intention, finding the beauty of the natural world, and balancing that with schooling, and loving friendships, and family balancing that with schooling, and loving friendships, and family relationships. Lucas had a unique ability to bring joy to those around him, even when he wasn't feeling his best. A dedicated student with a promising future as a veterinarian, his deep connection to animals and nature reflected his compassionate spirit, an uncommon trait for someone so young. Lucas never allowed the world to steer him away from his aspirations. Instead, he focused on what mattered most and put his heart into making a difference. At his core, Lucas was someone who tirelessly sought to improve the world around him. Whether it was people, animals, plants, or even a simple stone left unnoticed on a deserted path, he saw value in everything. Lucas should not be remembered solely as a missing person, but as a soul who radiated kindness, hope, and life. With his remarkable ability to find beauty in all things, we want to end by reminding anyone facing emotional, mental, or physical struggles that it's okay to seek help. Too often, mental health challenges are overlooked or stigmatized, but acknowledging them and reaching out is a vital and human step toward healing. You are never truly alone, and you never will be. As a community, we must support one another if we hope to create real change. Life and happiness are always worth fighting for. Likewise, if you notice someone who might be struggling, even if the signs are subtle, take a moment to check in on them. A simple question, a kind word, or just being there to listen can make a world of difference. Most importantly, always remember that your life matters. No matter where you are in this moment, there is a path forward, and you will emerge even stronger for having faced the challenges before you. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Beard. Patricia Beard, a 32-year-old woman from Denver, Colorado, lived with a mental disability. Fortunately, her family frequently checked in on her, either by calling or visiting to ensure she was doing well. After several days of failed attempts to reach her, they sensed that something was wrong. On March 27, 1991, a concerned family member discovered Patricia in her studio apartment. Tragically, she had been killed. Investigators determined that she had been strangled, and evidence suggested that the perpetrator had climbed a pipe and entered through a window. Police collected DNA samples from the scene, hoping they would prove useful in the future. In February 2011, the DNA evidence was entered into a database, but no match was found. In 2013, investigators finally found a DNA match, linking the crime to 53-year-old Hector Bencomo Hinojos from Pennsylvania. When questioned, Hector insisted he had never met Patricia and had no connection to her. However, the DNA evidence told a different story. At first, he feigned ignorance, but once he realized there was no way out, he pleaded guilty. His wife later informed police that he was an extremely violent man. She recalled how he would slap her for not ironing his clothes properly, and always carried a sharp pocket knife. On at least 6 occasions, he brought home boxes filled with china, silverware, and other valuables, claiming he was holding them for friends. In 2015, Hector was sentenced to 48 years in prison. Patricia's case became the 100th cold case successfully solved by the Denver Police Department. Moving on to the next case. Kimberly Killer. On the morning of January 12, 1999, a woman's nearly beheaded body was discovered inside a car in Council Bluffs, Iowa. She was identified as Kimberly, and investigators determined that she had died between 4 and 6 hours before being found. Authorities collected her clothing and other items from the crime scene, hoping that advancements in forensic science would eventually help identify the person responsible. In 2014, with improved DNA testing techniques, investigators submitted the evidence to the Iowa State Lab for analysis. By 2017, forensic officials informed law enforcement that they had discovered an unknown male DNA profile on an item of a personal nature, one that only Kimberly and her attacker would have had contact with. In August 2020, investigators compiled a list of 6 men who may have been in contact with Kimberly in the final hours of her life. The DNA from these individuals was compared to the unknown male profile found at the scene. The results revealed a match to 52-year-old Matt W. Kennedy, a resident of Fairfield, Montana, who had previously lived in Council Bluffs. Matt was not only Kimberly's stepbrother but also the last known person to have seen her alive. In October 2020, Investigators received further confirmation when additional DNA, found on an item that the suspect likely handled during the attack, also matched Matt Kennedy. He was arrested in mid-October 2020, bringing an end to a decades-long search for Kimberly's killer. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Reynosa Girls Case. In 2019, Spain ranked as the second most visited country in the world, welcoming an astonishing 83.7 million tourists. Visitors flock to experience its rich culture, admire its breathtaking landscapes, and unwind on its scenic beaches. While Spain is generally considered a safe destination, with crime rates lower than in many other European nations, it is not without its darker side. Among its unsettling mysteries are the disappearances of Manuela Bugifa and Virginia Espejo. On an April afternoon, 14-year-old Virginia S. Pejo asked her mother for money, saying she needed it to buy a birthday cake for a party she planned to attend. However, Virginia never showed up at the celebration she had mentioned. Instead, she secretly met up with her close friend, 13-year-old Manuela Bugifa. The two girls boarded a train to Reynosa, a town about 18 miles from where they lived, intending to visit a nightclub. Knowing their parents would disapprove, they deliberately kept their plans hidden. The girls had invited a third friend to join them, but she, assured, declined and chose to stay home instead. Around 9 p.m., Virginia and Manuela left the nightclub and began their journey back. Investigators later determined that the girls had likely resorted to hitchhiking after realizing there were no trains running at that hour. A witness, who happened to be from their hometown, was the last person to see them. She was unable to offer them a ride since her car was already full, but she later told authorities that she saw the girls getting into a white Seat 127 with a Valladolid license plate near the town's main street. Manuela and Virginia were never seen again. However, there was no evidence suggesting they had intended to run away. They had very little money on them and were only dressed in the clothes they had worn that day. Nothing was missing from their bedrooms at home. As time passed with no sign of the girls, their worried families reported them missing to the civil guard. However, they were met with resistance from the officers. In 1992, the protocols for missing children were not as strict or immediate as they are today. The families of Manuela and Virginia were told they'd need to wait 48 hours before a search could be launched. This would later cause the civil guards to receive criticism and backlash, as it's understood that the first 24 hours after an individual goes missing are the most vital. Virginia's sister recalled being told by an agent they have gone to a party. They will come back whenever they want. During the early 1990s, a Spanish journalist named Paco Lobarton presented the public service program Who Knows Where, which is similar to the BBC's Crime Watch program in the UK. Viewers could phone into the show with tips and information about unsolved cases, with Who Knows Where focusing specifically on missing person cases. The show aired an episode about Manuela and Virginia, and it received dozens of calls as a result. Alleged sightings placed the girls all over Spain, while other callers appeared to be unwell, cruel hoaxers who said they would bring harm to the girls and that their parents would never see them alive again. Family members traveled as far as Asturias to see if they could track down their missing loved ones, but instead were met with young girls who bore a resemblance to the pair. No trace of the real Manuela and Virginia was ever found. In October of 1994, a group of friends walking near the Rey Quejarda Reservoir, about 25 miles from where the girls were last seen, found two skulls. Two members of the group were writers for a newspaper that published their findings without analysis or forewarning the families, claiming the skulls could possibly belong to the two missing girls. The lead after all that turned out to be a dead end. The skulls did not belong to Manuela and Virginia. They were too old, believed to date back to the 1930s. 3 years later, in 1997, a witness claimed that the girls were in Madrid with what he described as a punk community. He alleged that Manuela had cut her hair short and dyed it blue with one small white section. Investigators put together composite images of the girls and how they may have looked in 1997. But when they finally located the women the witness had described, it was discovered they were not in fact Manuela and Virginia. In February 2001, 2 more skulls were discovered, but they were determined to belong to victims of the Civil War. Furthermore, in 2018, a human jawbone was found in a reservoir in Cantabria, but it did not belong to the missing girls. Then in 2021, new hope came for the families of Manuela and Virginia when a woman called into a TV program about unsolved cases to tell them that 1 year before the girls went missing, she and one of her friends had suffered an attempted kidnapping. After alerting the TV show, the woman gave a statement to the Civil Guard, which led to a new line of inquiry being investigated. The woman and her friend had struggled with the driver, causing him to veer off the side of the road. She and her friend then took the opportunity to flee. The details of the case were chillingly similar to that of Manuela and Virginia. The 2 women had been hitchhiking and had been picked up by someone in a white Seat 127. More hopeful still, the witness was able to identify the man driving the vehicle, and he became a suspect in the case. He had a criminal record which included being arrested 4 times for attempted sexual assault. Another suspect came to light around this time, but law enforcement never recovered a photograph of him from 1992. The suspect was described as a young man between the ages of 20 and 25 in 1992. Investigators discovered that he had temporarily left the country in August of that same year. When questioned by authorities, he gave conflicting statements. At first, he denied knowing the girls, but later admitted during an interview with the Civil Guard that a friend had introduced him to them at the nightclub. However, he insisted that he never saw them again after that brief encounter. Over the years, multiple claims have surfaced suggesting that the remains of Manuela and Virginia may be hidden in the Fonteria mine. An anonymous tipster had alerted police to this possibility early in the investigation. Although their bodies were not found at the time, authorities noted that a thick layer of mud obscured visibility to the bottom of the mine. Additionally, the nearby Cervatus cave has never been searched, despite the Civil Guard stating in 1993 that it would be an ideal location to conceal bodies. In 2021, the Civil Guard reopened the case, but even now, Manuela, Virginia, and their families are still awaiting justice. Moving on to the next case. The Chin family tragedy. On the afternoon of October 8, 2014, a co-worker of 39-year-old Chin Ji-fong grew worried when the father of 2 failed to show up for his scheduled shift at King's Walk, a restaurant where he worked. He hadn't called in sick either, which was unusual. Concerned, the co-worker decided to check on Chin at his home on Western Avenue in the Guilderland suburb of Albany, New York. What he discovered inside was a horrific crime scene. Chen and his 38-year-old wife, Hai Yilin, were originally from Huiyu, China. The couple had moved to the United States in the early 2000s, settling in Guilderland near a takeout restaurant owned by relatives. There, they built a life together and had 2 children, 10-year-old Anthony and 7-year-old Eddie. By all accounts, the Chin family was ordinary, with nothing unusual about their lives, making their brutal murders all the more puzzling to investigators. The case gained significant attention, as it was the first quadruple homicide in the Capital District. According to Chen's brother, who spoke to the media, the father of 2 was found on the ground floor of the family's bungalow. Hai and the couple's 2 children were discovered upstairs, their bodies covered by a blanket. The family had met a brutal end. Each of them had been bludgeoned with a hammer, and later reports indicated they had also been stabbed. Investigators determined the murders took place in the early morning hours, likely between 3:30 and 6:30 a.m. Both the Guilderland and New York State Police worked together on the case, searching the areas surrounding the family's home for any possible clues. Authorities faced several challenges in the initial 48 hours of the investigation. A language barrier slowed progress, and fear within the community made gathering information difficult. Further complicating matters, there were no surveillance cameras in the area, and Apple initially refused to release the Chen's iPhone records. Though the company eventually complied, law enforcement stated that the delay significantly hindered their investigation. With little physical evidence recovered from the crime scene, detectives have struggled to make progress. Some DNA samples were collected and may belong to a suspect, But so far, no matches have been found. As a result, authorities have few leads and no major suspects in the case. Before long, allegations surfaced that the family were involved in shady business practices and illegal activities such as human trafficking, gambling, and money laundering. Chen's brother denied rumors that the family had been attacked by someone who'd returned to the house after a gambling party to steal their sizable take from the events, but did admit that Chen would host low-stakes card games for his friends. Compounding this rumor, an anonymous source told Newsday that Chen had shut down his own restaurant 2 years earlier, and he'd been living comfortably ever since, causing people to think that he was making money illegally. This same source alleged that Hai was in the country illegally too. Meanwhile, an article by the Times Union reported that Chen had supposedly been involved in large transfers of unrecorded cash, which he used to pay undocumented Chinese workers at restaurants in New York City. He reportedly also transported the workers to their jobs and back and provided accommodation in cities that were too far away for bus trips. Even more damningly, 18 mattresses were found on the basement floor of the family's home. The Times Union also claimed that the weekly card game Chen ran had racked up about $100,000 in debt. However, this is where that lead dries up. Authorities have said that while the organized crime theory hasn't been discounted, they have yet to find any solid leads in the case. The only other theory explored in the case was a possible connection between the Chen family murders and 2 other family killings that occurred around the same time. In 2014, a family of 4 was shot and killed in their Houston, Texas home. Similarly, in 2011, a married couple and the wife's sister were found stabbed to death in their Mississippi residence. However, no definitive links have been established between these crimes. By 2015, investigators had pursued 600 leads, a surprisingly low number for such a serious case. A reporter from World Journal suggested that she and her colleagues suspected the family may have known more than they disclosed. The Chen's funeral took place a month after their deaths to allow time for relatives from overseas to attend. They were laid to rest at All Faiths Cemetery in Middle Village, Queens. The case remains unsolved, and a $5,000 reward is still being offered for information leading to an arrest. Anyone with knowledge of the Chen family murders is encouraged to report it at capitalregionalcrimestoppers.com, https://capitalregionalcrimestoppers.com. Moving on to the next case. The disappearance of Céline Feghard. A young French woman embarked on a journey to Britain to visit her relatives for Christmas, but she mysteriously disappeared along the way. Authorities swiftly launched an extensive search, and the case quickly gained widespread media attention in both France and the UK. As investigators followed a series of clues, they inched closer to uncovering the truth, only to find something far more disturbing than they had anticipated. Céline Feghard was born on May 23, 1976, in Besançon, a quiet and picturesque town near the Swiss border in France. Céline was raised in a warm and caring household alongside her parents, 2 brothers, and a sister. Her father worked as a farmer, and she and her siblings often spent their time outdoors, assisting him in maintaining the farm. At school, Céline was an active student, excelling in sports and forming strong friendships. When she was 14, her parents took her on a trip to Britain, a place she immediately fell in love with. From that moment on, she dreamed of one day making it her home. Motivated by her cousin, who worked as a hotel manager in the UK, Céline chose to pursue an education that would prepare her for a career in the hospitality industry. After completing school, she enrolled in a local university to study accounting while continuing to visit her cousin in England whenever she had the chance. One summer, he helped her secure a job at a hotel, allowing her to gain hands-on experience before eventually returning home. In late 1995, at the age of 19, Céline made plans to visit Britain once again for the Christmas holiday. During that time, public train services in France were facing disruptions, prompting her parents to seek alternative travel arrangements. They reached out to a family friend, a truck driver, who agreed to give Céline a ride to Folkestone while delivering cargo to England. From there, she intended to continue her journey to Fordingbridge, a town approximately 150 miles, 250 kilometers, away, where her cousin lived. On December 18th, Celine set off, expecting to reach her cousin's hotel by the evening. Her parents waited for her call to confirm she had arrived safely, but as the night wore on, there was no word from her. Without a mobile phone, Celine's family had no way to contact her and could only wait, hoping she would eventually arrive at the hotel. That night, they finally received a call, but it wasn't from Celine. Instead, it was her cousin, who informed them that she still hadn't shown up and asked if her plans had changed. Growing increasingly anxious, her parents, left with no other options, decided to reach out to the police. French authorities immediately contacted their British counterparts, who wasted no time in launching a search for the missing young woman. The first step in the investigation was speaking with Celine's parents, who traveled to England to assist with the case. They informed the police about the family friend, a truck driver, who had offered Celine a ride to the UK. Investigators managed to track him down, and he confirmed that he had dropped her off in Folkestone before heading in a different direction. While at the truck stop, he had encountered another French trucker who was traveling to Newbury, a town roughly an hour's drive from Celine's cousin's hotel. The second driver agreed to give Celine a ride, and investigators were able to track him down as well. He informed the police that he had dropped her off at a truck stop in Newbury. While there, she attempted to use a payphone to contact her cousin and arrange for a pickup, but for some unknown reason, she was unable to get through. By that point, it was already 4:30 p.m. The driver suggested that she take a train to her cousin's town, but there was a complication. The nearest train station was several dozen miles away, and he couldn't drive her there since his delivery route took him in a different direction. Wanting to assist her, he began asking other truckers in the parking lot if anyone could offer Celine a ride. The first trucker he approached declined, explaining that he planned to rest before continuing his journey. However, the second trucker agreed, mentioning that he was heading to Salisbury, which was only about a 30-minute drive from Celine's cousin's town. He even mentioned she could probably catch an 8 p.m. bus from there. With no other options left, Celine went with the third driver, and that's where her trail disappeared. Detectives tried to track this man down, but they didn't have enough solid information to identify him. The second driver, who had handed her over, couldn't recall the license plate number and only remembered that the truck was a white Mercedes. He also provided a description of the man. He was around 35 years old, had short blonde hair, and a beard. The second driver also mentioned that something about this man struck him as suspicious. There was something unsettling about his behavior, but he still let Celine go with him because, at that point, she simply had no other choice. Police began to suspect that the third driver might have been involved in Celine's disappearance. Using the witness's description, they created a composite sketch and shared it with the local media. As for the first two drivers, investigators thoroughly checked their alibis and found solid evidence proving they had been in other locations at the time. Detectives soon uncovered a troubling detail that made them even more suspicious of the third driver. Remember how he told Celine she could catch an evening bus to her cousin's town from Salisbury? Well, it turned out that no such bus existed. Investigators wasted no time getting the word out about Celine's disappearance. They shared her story, along with the suspect's composite sketch, through newspapers and TV. The case quickly grabbed national attention in both Britain and France. It was just days before Christmas, and the disappearance of a young woman during the holiday season struck a chord with the public. On top of that, there were fears that Celine might have fallen victim to a serial killer. Over the past 2 years, several young women had been murdered in the same area. Police believed these cases were linked to a single perpetrator, and now they were worried Celine's disappearance could be connected to him. As a result, the local police launched a full-scale search. Over 100 officers were assigned to the case, along with helicopters and even an airplane to scan the area from above. They concentrated their efforts along the route the third driver was believed to have taken with Celine, but despite all their efforts, they found no trace of her. Unfortunately, the first week of the search yielded no results. Both the police and Celine's family made numerous public appeals, urging anyone who might know something about her whereabouts or the driver himself to come forward, but every lead they followed quickly turned into a dead end. This went on for over a week, until the morning of December 29th, when police received a chilling call. A man driving near the town of Worcester had pulled over to adjust his windshield wipers. While walking along the roadside, he noticed something odd partially covered by snow. Curious, he went closer and, to his horror, realized it was a human body. Shaken, he immediately rushed home and called the police. Officers arrived at the scene and found the body of a young woman, but at first, they couldn't identify her. Initially, they thought it might be the remains of a local woman who had disappeared after leaving a nightclub, but the theory was quickly ruled out. It wasn't until the following day, December 30th, that police confirmed the body was Celine's. Her cousin was brought in to identify her, sparing her parents the heartbreaking task of doing it themselves. Police quickly noticed one important detail. The highway where Celine's body was found was almost in the opposite direction of where she had been heading. This only strengthened their theory that the truck driver who had given her a ride was likely responsible for her murder. All of Celine's clothing and personal belongings were missing, and officers found no trace of them near the site where her body was discovered. The autopsy revealed multiple bruises and abrasions consistent with heavy blows, as well as evidence of strangulation. Medical examiners also found signs of SA on Celine's body, but there was no biological material that could lead them to the perpetrator. One chilling detail stood out. The examiners determined that Celine's body had likely been left by the roadside only about 24 hours before it was found. With 11 days having passed since her disappearance, detectives speculated that the killer may have kept her alive for most of that time, or even transported her body with him. The second driver who had helped Celine mentioned that the suspect's truck was equipped with an industrial freezer, which suggested the killer could have preserved her body at low temperatures for days. Despite all this, the police still had no solid leads on the driver's identity. However, a conversation with Celine's parents revealed an intriguing detail. She had been carrying 2 bottles of champagne as Christmas gifts. These, along with all her other belongings, were never found. It seemed likely that the killer had taken them, which gave investigators a potential new angle to explore. This champagne was a specific French brand that wasn't sold in Britain, making those 2 bottles completely unique in the country. Police decided to use this as leverage and sent information about the bottles to the media, along with photos of identical champagne. They hoped that the perpetrator might have shown them to someone or even shared them with friends or family. But unfortunately, this lead also went nowhere. Without any other leads in hand, investigators decided to take an unprecedented step. Despite the absence of the perpetrator's DNA on the victim's body, in early January of the following year, they initiated the first mass DNA collection in Britain's history. The police focused their efforts on drivers of Mercedes trucks and similar models. This process took over a month, and detectives managed to test more than 5,000 drivers. Most of them willingly provided their samples, but there were some who refused. Investigators put them on a separate list for further scrutiny, thinking that one of those individuals might be the killer. Meanwhile, Celine's case continued to gain widespread attention in both British and French media. The police received thousands of tips and leads, but unfortunately, none of them brought the detectives any closer to catching the killer. This continued until mid-February when one tip finally caught the investigators' attention. A man called the police after seeing the suspect's sketch on the news and said it looked strikingly similar to one of his coworkers, a 36-year-old truck driver named Stuart Little. He also mentioned that Stuart drove a Mercedes truck with a refrigeration unit. This lead prompted detectives to start digging into Stuart's background. The first thing they uncovered was Stuart's extensive criminal history, though it consisted of non-violent offenses. Next, they decided to approach him carefully and ask for a DNA sample, presenting it as a routine part of their investigation involving thousands of drivers across Britain. However, Stuart refused to provide a sample, which only deepened their suspicions. After several more attempts to persuade him, though, Stuart eventually gave in and agreed to the test. As soon as they had his DNA, the police secured a warrant to search his truck. That's when they found their first major evidence, traces of blood on the mattress in the sleeping area and in other parts of the cab. Testing confirmed it was Celine's blood, and that was enough for an arrest. The police also obtained a warrant to search Stewart's house. In his garage, they discovered Celine's personal belongings, the ones she had with her when she disappeared. But that wasn't all. Investigators noticed something odd about Stewart's tachograph, the device truck drivers are required to use by law to track their driving hours. It appeared that on the day Celine's body was dumped, Stewart had deliberately concealed information about his movements. However, he made a mistake. After disposing of the body, he resumed work without filling in the missing data. This created a suspicious gap in his driving log, which detectives believed corresponded to the time he transported Celine's body to the roadside. During his first interrogation, Stewart denied any involvement in the murder, claiming he had never even picked up Celine. But when police brought in the other driver, who identified Stewart in a lineup, his story changed. He now admitted to giving Celine a ride and claimed they had consensual intercourse. As for her belongings found in his garage, Stewart insisted she had simply forgotten them when he dropped her off. Naturally, investigators weren't quick to believe Stewart's story. They continued searching for evidence, and soon found a witness who had seen him the day before Celine's body was discovered. The witness spotted Stewart near a warehouse about 50 miles from where the body was found. He was seen starting a fire next to his truck, and it appeared he was burning something. When police confronted Stewart about this, he claimed he'd started the fire to warm up his truck brakes, which had supposedly frozen due to the weather. Officers decided to search the area near the warehouse, and it didn't take long for them to find something disturbing. Underneath a fence, they discovered Celine's underwear. It was stained with her blood. Piecing together all the evidence, investigators came up with the most likely timeline of events. When Stewart picked up Celine, he drove to a secluded area where he assaulted and killed her. Based on the blood evidence found in his truck, they believe Stewart kept her body on the lower bunk in his cab for 10 days while continuing to make deliveries as if nothing had happened. Shockingly, just a week after the murder, Stewart went home to celebrate Christmas with his wife and children, while Celine's body remained just a few yards away in his truck. At some point, he decided to dispose of the body. Investigators found receipts showing Stewart had purchased a shovel, an axe, and a saw, likely with the intention of dismembering her remains. However, for some reason, he abandoned that plan and simply left her body near the roadside. Detectives soon uncovered another chilling detail. The day after Christmas, Stewart gave those 2 bottles of rare French champagne to an acquaintance as a gift. When detectives questioned him about it, Stewart claimed he bought the bottles from another French truck driver, but investigators didn't believe a word of it. On top of that, they uncovered another intriguing detail. Stewart had always worn a beard, but he completely shaved it off after the murder, right around the time the suspect's sketch started appearing in the news. They also figured out why Celine couldn't reach her cousin when she tried to call him from a payphone. It turned out that the UK had recently changed its phone codes, and Celine had his number written down with the old code in her notebook. Unaware of this update, she dialed the outdated number, and her call never went through. For Stewart's family, friends and coworkers, these revelations were a complete shock. To them, he had always seemed like a devoted family man and a reliable friend. At first, many even refused to believe he could have been involved, but as the media revealed the mounting evidence against him, they had no choice but to face the horrifying truth of who Stewart really was. Stewart's trial began in October of that year, and despite the mountain of evidence against him, he stuck to his story, denying everything. But the jury didn't need long to deliberate. They unanimously found him guilty of murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving at least 20 years. Soon after his sentencing, Stewart tried to appeal the verdict, claiming that the high-profile nature of the case had biased the jury, preventing him from receiving a fair trial. However, the appeals court rejected his claims. In February 2006, Stewart made another attempt to have his sentence reviewed, but once again, his appeal was denied. 10 years later in 2016, Stewart became eligible for parole, but his request was denied. The reason was clear. Even after spending 2 decades in prison, he still refused to admit to the crime and maintained his innocence. The judge also expressed concerns that Stewart continues to pose a threat to society. At present, he remains incarcerated, with little possibility of release in the near future. It is worth noting that Stewart was ultimately ruled out as a suspect in the other murders previously mentioned. Those crimes were later attributed to a different truck driver, who was apprehended in late 1997. Although prosecutors officially linked him to only 2 murders, they suspect he may be responsible for several other unsolved cases. Regarding Stewart, investigators also theorized that Celine might not have been his only victim. However, despite the passage of time, no concrete evidence has surfaced to tie him to any additional crimes. Feel free to share your thoughts on this case in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. The disappearance of Gretchen Harrington. Advancements in forensic technology and cold case resolutions. With the dedication of organizations like the DNA Dope Project, continuous advancements in forensic science, and the increasing use of genealogy websites, more decades-old cold cases are finally being solved. In 2022, one of the most well-known unidentified cases in the U.S. reached a breakthrough when Joseph Sorelli, formerly known as the Boy in the Box, was identified. While the exact details surrounding his death remain unknown, cases like his suggest that answers in long-standing mysteries may not be as elusive as they once were. The disappearance of Gretchen Harrington. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home to attend summer Bible school. Living in Broomall, Pennsylvania, she was on her way to Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church, located less than half a mile from her house. However, somewhere along her route, she vanished. Gretchen never made it to Bible school. Her father, who was a pastor at another church location, was friends with David Zanstra, the pastor of the church Gretchen was supposed to attend that morning. After several hours with no sign of her, Gretchen's father was informed of her disappearance and asked Zanstra to contact the authorities, which he did. An extensive search for the 8-year-old soon began, but no sign of her was found. Just short of 2 months later, on October 14th, skeletal remains were discovered in Ridley Creek State Park, not far from where Gretchen went missing. The remains were soon identified as belonging to the 8-year-old, with the cause of death being determined as injuries to the skull. The case was ruled a homicide and an investigation began, but it grew cold before long. In 2023, almost 48 years after Gretchen's murder in 1975, an arrest was finally made in her case. On July 24th, the Delaware County DA's office announced that 83-year-old David Zanstra had been charged with criminal homicide of the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and possession of an instrument of crime. The break in the case came just 1 week earlier when investigators decided to re-interview Zanstra, the pastor of the church Gretchen was attending on the day of her disappearance. Chillingly, not only was Zanstra a devoted family friend, but one of his daughters was Gretchen's closest companion. Police noted that during their 2023 interview with him, he initially denied being involved. However, when he was confronted with evidence of sexual misconduct in the past, he broke down, telling detectives that he'd seen the little girl walking alone on the road on the morning that she went missing. Zanstra claimed that he offered Gretchen a lift to the church, which she accepted because she knew and trusted him. Instead, he took her to a nearby wooded area where he parked the car and asked her to remove her clothing. The 8-year-old refused, however, much to his anger. He struck Gretchen with his fist, leaving her bleeding. Believing she was dead, he covered up her body and fled the scene. DA Jack Stalstheimer labeled Zanstra as a monster, stating, "This is a man who was a remorseless child predator who acted as if he was a friend, a neighbor, and a man of God, and he killed this poor little girl." He added that Zanstra played the part of a family friend for years after Gretchen's death. Investigators had decided to revisit Zanstra when, in the autumn of 2022, a woman came forward wishing to speak to somebody about Gretchen's case. When connected with an officer, the woman stated that she thought she knew who the killer was. Remarkably, she had diaries she'd kept from the 1970s in which she'd written down some of this information. She had been just 10 at the time of the murder and lived in Havertone, around 3 miles east of where Gretchen went missing. This woman had, As a child, also been friends with one of Zanstra's daughters. She recalled sleeping over at their house frequently, and told police that one time she awoke in the middle of the night to find Zanstra molesting her. When she moved, he hurriedly exited the room, but he came back the next night to do it again. When she asked her friend, Zanstra's daughter, about his actions, she replied, "He does that sometimes." When she got home, she told her parents about the incident. They immediately forbade her from sleeping over at the pastor's house. In her diaries, the woman also wrote about an abduction involving a friend of hers named Holly. She wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. Suspicion falls on Pastor Zanstra. It's a secret, so I can't tell anyone. But I believe he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." On the day Gretchen went missing, witnesses reported seeing her speaking with a man inside a car. Some accounts even suggested that the vehicle resembled one owned by Zanstra. Despite these observations, investigators at the time were unable to establish a solid link between the pastor and the crime. When Zanstra was arrested in 2023, DNA samples were collected and will be analyzed to determine if they match any unsolved cases. Authorities have also voiced concerns that, due to his position as a pastor, Zanstra may have been involved in the abuse of other children. Moving on to the next case. The Holly Bobo case. A 20-year-old student woke up early to focus on her studies but mysteriously disappeared under highly unusual circumstances. From the start, investigators encountered strange and contradictory leads, yet despite extensive search efforts, she remained missing for 3 years. Eventually, detectives made headway in the case, but each revelation only deepened the mystery. Her disappearance became one of the most perplexing cases in the state, and even after it was resolved, many unanswered questions remained. Holly Lynn Bobo was born on October 12, 1990, in the small American town of Darden, Tennessee. Darden was a quiet, close-knit community with only a few hundred residents, far removed from the hustle and bustle of major cities. Holly lived there with her parents and older brother, and the family enjoyed spending time outdoors, often going hiking, fishing, and swimming in the local creeks. Holly also had a deep love for singing and was actively involved in her church's services. After graduating high school, Holly set her sights on a career in healthcare, aspiring to become a nurse. She enrolled at the University of Tennessee's campus in a nearby town, and by 2011, at the age of 20, was devoting most of her time to her studies. She was also in a committed relationship, dating her high school sweetheart, and the couple was making exciting plans for their future together. Despite attending university, Holly still lived at home since the campus was only a short drive away. Her father had personally built their house, making it deeply meaningful to the family, so Holly had no immediate plans to move out. On the morning of April 13th, she woke up around 4:30 a.m. to prepare for class. A few hours later, her parents left for work while her brother remained asleep. At approximately 7:30 a.m., Holly's boyfriend called her to let her know he planned to go hunting on a large piece of land owned by her grandmother and wanted to confirm that her family wouldn't mind. They spoke for a few minutes, and Holly mentioned that she'd be heading to class soon. A short time later, one of Holly's neighbors stepped outside, preparing to get into his car, when he suddenly heard a sharp, chilling scream coming from the direction of her house. Concerned that something might have happened to a neighbor, he quickly informed his mother, who then called Holly's mom. Alarmed, Holly's mother attempted to call her daughter, but there was no answer. Growing increasingly worried, she decided to return home to check on her. Meanwhile, Holly's brother, who was still asleep at the time, hadn't heard the scream. However, shortly after, the family's dog in the backyard began barking loudly, prompting him to look outside. Peering through the window, he spotted Holly standing in the garage with a man beside her. He couldn't identify him because the man was dressed in camouflage, but his initial assumption was that it could be Holly's boyfriend. Since he knew about his plans to go hunting on their grandmother's land, and that he often wore camouflage, the sight didn't immediately seem alarming. However, from where he stood, Holly's brother couldn't make out what they were saying, but he could tell from her tone that she appeared to be upset. He quickly called his mother to ask if Holly was planning to attend class that day or if she had invited her boyfriend over instead. However, before he could finish, his mother cut him off, shouting that the man wasn't her boyfriend. Then, she said something completely unexpected. She told him to grab a gun and shoot the man immediately. Stunned, he asked if she was serious, and she firmly responded yes before abruptly hanging up. When he looked back out the window, he saw Holly walking toward the woods near their property, with the man in camouflage holding her hand. This time, he noticed that the man was significantly taller and broader than her boyfriend. Still struggling to process what was happening, he tried calling Holly, but she didn't answer. He also attempted to reach her boyfriend, but there was no response from him either. Meanwhile, their mother had already contacted the police, but because she was working in a neighboring county, her call was routed to a different station. Shortly after, her son called her back to inform her that Holly had walked into the woods with the unknown man. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he grabbed his gun and rushed outside. However, by the time he got there, Holly was nowhere to be seen. What he did notice, though, were splatters of blood inside the garage. Alarmed, he immediately called the police. Officers arrived at the house within minutes, but by then, there was no sign of Holly. Her brother showed them the blood in the garage and described the strange man he had seen. The only details he could provide were that the man was wearing camouflage and a cap, which obscured his face, making it difficult to identify him. Still, he remembered that the man had long, dark hair that reached down to his back. He also mentioned that he couldn't make out what Holly and the man were talking about, but he noticed the man had a fairly deep voice. The whole situation seemed strange to the police, but they didn't rush to start a full investigation. The local police department had very little experience handling cases like this, so they weren't sure what to do. In those critical first hours, they didn't search the woods, secure the house or the blood-stained garage, or even talk to the neighbors. When Holly's parents returned home, they quickly realized that the officers weren't putting in any real effort to find their daughter. After repeated pleas from the family to begin a proper investigation, officers finally organized a search of the woods, spoke with neighbors, and brought in forensic experts to examine the blood in the garage. They also confirmed that Holly's boyfriend couldn't have been the man she was seen with. Besides the fact that her brother had noted the man looked very different, the police verified that her boyfriend was out hunting at the time of her disappearance. The search in the woods turned up nothing, so investigators requested GPS data from Holly's phone. It showed her moving north for about 30 minutes before heading back in the opposite direction. The last signal came from a spot in the woods, just a few hundred yards from her house. After that, the phone seemed to have been turned off. Police went to search that area and soon found the phone. Its SIM card was removed, but there was no sign of Holly herself. The search continued for several days but led nowhere. Meanwhile, something strange started happening. People in their small town began finding Holly's belongings scattered around. First, someone found her lunch container on the street, then a receipt with her name on it. Another resident came across her school card. It was all pretty strange, but the police still couldn't figure out who was leaving these items. They considered that it might have been Holly herself, or maybe the person who took her. With no progress in finding Holly, investigators turned to the list of convicted criminals in the area. Soon, their attention shifted to a local man named Terry, who had multiple assault charges on his record. Digging deeper, they found that his victims shared striking similarities with Holly in both age and appearance. Terry also matched the height and build description of the man seen with Holly, so investigators began looking into his possible involvement in her disappearance. They obtained a warrant to search his home but found no evidence. Next, they set up a wiretap, monitoring his calls and conversations for several weeks, but they still couldn't uncover anything that connected him to Holly's case. The investigators continued looking into other suspects and kept expanding their search area. With each passing week, more and more volunteers joined the effort. But despite their combined efforts, the search operations brought no results. For the next several months, there was barely any progress in Holly's case. Eventually, the police called off the ground search, shifting their focus entirely to investigating potential suspects. But this didn't lead anywhere either. Holly's family was devastated. They had no clue what had happened to her, where she might be, or if she was even alive. They also blamed the local police department, feeling the authorities hadn't put in enough effort, especially in those crucial first days. Looking back, the family realized the police had taken almost no action in the first 72 hours, which are often critical in missing persons cases. Despite their frustration, complaints, and constant push for a more active investigation, Holly's fate remained unknown. This went on for 3 years until something unexpected happened. In March 2014, police arrested a local man named Dylan, known to authorities for his involvement with illegal substances, on charges of unlawful weapon possession. During his interrogation, he made an unexpected confession, claiming he had seen Holly after she was abducted. According to Dylan, on the day of Holly's disappearance, he had gone to his brother Zach's house to pick up a car. When he entered the living room, he saw his brother, their mutual friend Jason, and another person, Holly. She was sitting in a chair, looking terrified. Dylan claimed that Zach told him he had kidnapped Holly, assaulted her, and even filmed it. As for what happened afterward, Dylan said only that she was killed soon after the abduction, insisting he had no part in the murder. He also mentioned that his brother had been wearing camouflage that day. The police brought Zach and Jason in for questioning, but both denied any involvement in Holly's disappearance. Investigators also searched their homes for any evidence or the alleged video of Holly's assault, but found nothing. Shortly after this, a woman contacted the police with another unexpected story. She claimed that she had previously lived with a man named Jeffrey, and one day he had shown her a clip from a video where a man assaulted a young woman. Jeffrey told her that the woman in the video was Holly and that the man doing that was Zach. He also mentioned that the video had been recorded by his brother, Mark. Detectives met with this woman and asked if she'd be willing to call Jeffrey while they recorded the conversation. She agreed, and during the call, she brought up the video. From Jeffrey's responses, detectives felt certain he really had shown her the recording. Shortly after, Jeffrey and his brother were both arrested. During questioning, both denied any involvement in Holly's disappearance and claimed not to know anything about the video. When detectives played Jeffrey the recording of his conversation with the woman, he said he had probably misunderstood her question. He added that his ex-wife's name was also Holly, suggesting he might have misinterpreted what she. Police searched the brothers' homes and examined all their devices but were unable to find the video. They also found no evidence linking the brothers to the other 3 suspects. In the end, they had to release the brothers as the witness statement alone was not enough. However, as investigators continued trying to establish connections between these people and Zach, they uncovered another suspect. They found that a man named Shane had been in contact with Zach on the day of Holly's disappearance and decided to question him. They suspected that Zach might have asked him for help in disposing of the body. And during the interrogation, Shane confirmed that he indeed knew where Holly's remains were hidden. Detectives offered him full immunity in exchange for testifying against others involved and leading them to the body. Shane agreed, but for some reason, he was ultimately unable to locate Holly's remains. In the end, the investigators revoked the deal and began considering other ways to obtain confessions or some new evidence against these suspects. While investigators were pursuing this lead, they received an unexpected call. In September 2014, a group of men went hunting in a forest about 19 miles from Holly's home. One of them spotted a large bucket hidden in the brush and decided to take a look. When he turned it over, he found a human skull and immediately reported it to the police. Forensic experts arrived on the scene and collected partial remains, which they sent to the lab for identification. Right away, detectives suspected these might be Holly's, and dental records quickly confirmed it. The remains had been out in the woods for 3 years, so finding out exactly what happened was nearly impossible. But one thing was certain, a bullet hole in the skull confirmed she'd been shot. Now there was no question, Holly's death was a homicide. With the case now officially classified as a murder, detectives zeroed in on their 4 main suspects, Zach, his brother Dylan, their friend Jason, and their acquaintance Shane. The detectives decided to focus on Jason and brought him in for questioning. At first, he kept denying any involvement, but when the police told him that he could face a life sentence for murder, Jason agreed to testify against Zach. According to Jason, on the day of Holly's disappearance, he went over to Zach's house to buy drugs. Along with Zach, his brother and Shane were also there. They told him they had killed Holly and now needed to get rid of the evidence. Zach then showed him Holly's body wrapped in a blanket lying in the trunk of his car. Zach asked Jason to help dispose of the body, and he agreed. While Shane burned Holly's belongings in a barrel, he and Zach drove to the Tennessee River Bridge to throw her into the water. But when they pulled her out of the trunk, Zach realized she was still alive and shot her. Fearing the gunshot might attract attention, Zach quickly changed his plan. He put Holly's body back in the car and drove off to find another hiding place, dropping Jason off along the way. Sometime later, when Zach reached out to Jason, he mentioned he'd hidden Holly's body in the woods. But as it turned out, the location he described wasn't where her remains were actually found. Jason's story about the abduction also raised some questions. According to him, Zach, his brother, and Shane initially went to Holly's brother's house to teach him how to produce illegal substances. There, they saw Holly and apparently mentioned their plans to her. She became outraged, yelling at them to leave. Worried she'd exposed their illegal activities, the trio decided to abduct her. This version seemed odd for several reasons. First, Holly's brother claimed he had never been interested in making illegal substances and had never discussed it with any of the suspects. Second, when he woke up, he saw only one person with his sister, and that person didn't match Zach's description. The only one fitting what he remembered was Shane. Where the other two suspects were at that moment remained unclear. Jason also revealed that after abducting Holly, the three men took her to an old barn belonging to Shane's grandmother, where they assaulted her. It's worth mentioning that the check with Holly's name on it and her school card were found less than 100 yards from Shane's house. As for Zach and his brother, the police managed to find several pieces of circumstantial evidence linking them to the crime. Right after Holly's abduction, multiple neighbors reported seeing a white pickup speeding away from her house, and Zach owned a similar truck. His vehicle was also spotted by a surveillance camera near her home. Zach's ex-girlfriend told investigators that he had occasionally threatened her, saying something like, "I'll tie you up like Holly, and no one will ever see you again." Several other witnesses claimed that he had told them, directly or indirectly, about his involvement in Holly's disappearance. Police also learned that Zach had threatened his brother, warning him that he'd end up in the same hole next to her if he cooperated with the investigation. Detectives also learned from a local resident that after the murder, Shane and Zach offered him a gun in exchange for illegal substances, and he accepted the deal. He later threw the weapon into the water, where police eventually recovered it. However, there were no fingerprints or DNA on it, so experts couldn't link it to the crime. As the prosecution prepared for trial, gathering all the evidence, the case took yet another unexpected turn. Shane, who had initially agreed to cooperate with the police but then failed to lead them to Holly's remains, was found dead in a hotel room. Authorities concluded he had done it himself, though the exact reason remained unknown. His lawyer blamed the investigators, insisting they had threatened Shane with a long prison sentence. The suspects' trials were held separately, starting with Zach's. His trial began in September 2017, 6 years after Holly's murder. Though Zach pleaded not guilty, Jason's testimony, along with other pieces of circumstantial evidence, weighed heavily against him. After a few weeks, the jury found him guilty of murder, sentencing him to life in prison, along with 2 additional 25-year terms for kidnapping and assault. In January the following year, Dylan went to trial. He decided to take a plea deal, admitting to helping with the kidnapping and murder, though the deal didn't require him to testify against anyone else or provide any specific details. He was sentenced to 35 years with no chance of parole. As for Jason, due to his cooperation, he received an 8-year sentence with the opportunity for early release. So, Holly's case was officially closed. But even after that, many questions remained. The prosecution lacked a single solid piece of evidence directly linking the suspects to her kidnapping. No fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence was ever found that Holly had been in Zach's car or home. The suspects' families and defense insisted that the entire case was built on a fabrication. They claimed police first coerced Dylan into making a false statement, and later did the same with Jason, threatening him with prison time if he refused. Dylan and Jason's stories also didn't fully align. Initially, Dylan claimed he had gone to his brother's house that day to pick up a car and saw Holly and Jason there. But Jason stated he arrived after they'd already put Holly's body in the trunk and even alleged that Dylan had been directly involved in the abduction. There was also another questionable detail. According to investigators, the person who led Holly into the woods was likely Shane, as he was the only one whose height and build matched her brother's description. However, Shane had short, light hair, while Holly's brother recalled seeing a man with long, dark hair. A former Tennessee Bureau of Investigation officer, who worked on the case in its early stages, shared a few more curious insights. He mentioned that they requested cell tower data to track the location of each suspect's phone, but none of them appeared to be near Holly's house. However, since cell tower data only provides a rough estimate within a relatively large area, it wasn't definitive. The investigators also revealed that they found a palm print on Holly's car that didn't match hers, her family's, or any of her friends. They compared it to all the suspects as well, but none of them matched either. Yet, there was no certainty that this print was even relevant to the case. Zach's attorney argued that a much more likely suspect was a man named Terry, whom police investigated during the initial months. As we recall, they questioned him, searched his house, and even placed a wiretap on him, but found no evidence to confirm his involvement. Terry's wife claimed she was home with him that morning while he was installing a new bathtub, but the defense attorney argued that her alibi might have been inaccurate. He said that she was actually at work that morning and that Terry had called her there. When investigators checked with the store where he supposedly bought the tub, they couldn't confirm the sale. Adding to suspicions, right after Holly's disappearance, Terry cut off his long, dark hair. According to the attorney, not only could Terry's wife have faked an alibi for him, but she might have even helped him commit his crimes. Terry had several convictions for assaults on other women, and in some cases, his wife allegedly helped him. Lastly, forensic experts couldn't completely rule out a match between Terry's palm print and the one found on Holly's car. While they could confidently rule out everyone else, they couldn't do the same for Terry. Despite all of this, the prosecution remained firm, insisting that the suspect's guilt was proven beyond doubt, with too many circumstantial factors pointing to their involvement. Jason served only 3 years before being released early. But just a few months later, he was arrested again on weapons charges, putting him back behind bars to await trial. Then, at the beginning of 2024, Jason made an unexpected statement. He claimed that his previous testimony had been fabricated, and he never actually saw Holly that day. According to him, he had fabricated the entire story to avoid a life sentence, making a deal with the police based on false claims. Following this, Zach filed a motion for a new trial, but in late September 2024, it was denied. The judge determined that Jason's retraction alone was not enough to overturn the conviction, as there were still other circumstantial pieces of evidence against Zach. Notably, at the time Jason withdrew his testimony, he was still awaiting trial for his weapons charges. About a month before the judge ruled on Zach's appeal, Jason was sentenced to 19 years in prison. This timing raises suspicions about his motives. His sudden change of story may have been an attempt to influence his own case or reduce his sentence. As things stand, all 3 men remain incarcerated, and their only real chance at a retrial depends on whether their lawyers can uncover new evidence that either proves their innocence or identifies another suspect. So far, however, no progress has been made in that regard, and the prosecution remains firm in its stance that all 3 are undeniably guilty. Let us know your thoughts on this case in the comments. Moving on to the next case. Christy Lynn Mullins. Christy Lynn Mullins was born on August 28, 1960, in Columbus, Ohio. She was part of a large family with 5 children and grew up in a quiet neighborhood, far from the noise of the city. During the summer of 1975, at the age of 14, Christie spent most of her time with her friends and sisters. Their favorite hangout spot was the pool at a nearby residential complex, especially on sweltering summer days. In addition to spending time with friends, Christie occasionally worked as a babysitter, caring for the children of people she knew. On August 22nd, one of them asked her to watch their child until late in the evening. The following day, Christie slept in until around noon and found herself wondering how to pass the time. With her birthday just 5 days away, she was filled with anticipation, making the hours seem to drag. The day was particularly scorching, with temperatures climbing to 93 degrees. Christie quickly decided that going to the pool would be the perfect way to pass the time and escape the heat. She took her younger sister, Kim, along, and the two headed to the residential complex. While Kim immediately jumped into the water, Christie chose to relax on a deck chair. Not long after, a friend approached her, and after a brief conversation, the two walked away together. Kim was surprised that her sister had left without saying anything but chose to stay at the pool rather than follow her. After some time, Kim returned home, only to find that Christie wasn't there. As the hours passed with no sign of her, she began to grow concerned. Determined to find her sister, Kim walked around the neighborhood searching for her. Along the way, she ran into a neighbor, who mentioned that the police had discovered a girl's body a few miles away about an hour earlier, but they hadn't been able to identify her. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Panicked, Kim rushed home to inform her parents, who immediately contacted the police, explaining that their daughter was missing. The family was instructed to go to the morgue, where officers presented them with the body of the deceased girl. At first, Christie's parents struggled to recognize her due to the severe bruising on her face. However, her mother soon spotted a familiar birthmark on the girl's leg and realized, with heartbreaking certainty, that it was Christie. Once her identity was confirmed, the police shared the devastating details of what had happened. At approximately 2:30 p.m., a man called 911 to report the discovery of a body in the wooded area behind a shopping center. He, his wife, and their son had gone there to buy a toy for their daughter. Before entering the store, their son asked to take a walk in the wooded area behind the building. The location was known for its scenic walking trail that led to the river, making it a popular spot for strolls. His parents agreed, and the family ventured along the path, exploring the forest. As they were making their way back, they noticed something unusual a few yards off the trail, something that immediately caught their attention. As they moved closer, they saw a man on the ground, leaning over someone and repeatedly striking them with a piece of wood. Upon noticing the family, the man immediately got up and fled. The father rushed to the spot and found a young girl lying on the ground, covered in blood. His wife, who had medical training, attempted to check for a pulse but was unable to find one. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the man sprinted to the shopping center and used a phone inside one of the stores to call the police. Both he and his wife provided investigators with a description of the attacker. He was described as a young man, around 20 years old, tall and slender, with shoulder-length dark hair. At the time of the attack, he was wearing only jean shorts and boots. Using their account, the police created a sketch of the suspect and distributed it to patrol officers. However, despite examining the crime scene thoroughly, investigators found no significant evidence. Officers recovered the piece of wood used as the murder weapon, but they were unable to find any evidence that could lead them to the perpetrator. Notably, Christie's hands were bound with a telephone cord, and her bikini top had been pulled down. Her t-shirt and shoes were found next to her body, yet forensic experts found no signs of sexual assault. Investigators theorized that the attacker may have intended to assault her but was interrupted and fled the scene. Despite the initial lack of leads, police soon had a direction to pursue. Christie's younger sister revealed that she had left the pool with a friend named Carol, prompting investigators to speak with her. Carol explained that earlier that day, she had received a phone call at home from an unknown man who claimed to be a DJ from a local radio station. He told her about an upcoming cheerleading competition in town, with the winners receiving free tickets to the state fair. According to him, the event was set to take place behind the shopping center at 1:45 p.m. The caller instructed Carol to wait at the entrance of the wooded trail, where someone would meet her and provide more details about the event. To the police, this story already seemed highly suspicious, but there were even more puzzling details. Carol explained that she originally planned to attend the event with her sister. However, on the way, they ran into Christy and her younger sister. After chatting briefly, Carol invited Christy to join her, leaving their sisters behind as they headed toward the shopping center. When the girls arrived at the entrance to the woods, they sat on a fence and waited, but no one ever showed up. After some time, Carol decided to go into the shopping center to check the time. She was only gone for a few minutes, but when she returned, Christy had vanished. Carol waited a little longer, but when no one appeared, she eventually left. Investigators could find no record of any cheerleading competition taking place in town. They speculated that the caller may have been the killer, attempting to lure Carol into the woods. Alternatively, it was possible that the call was an unrelated prank, and Christy's disappearance was a tragic coincidence. Regardless, authorities were unable to trace the call, making it impossible to determine the caller's identity. Investigators also noticed inconsistencies in Carol's account. She claimed that she ran into Christy and her sister while walking to the shopping center. However, Kim firmly maintained that they had been at the pool when Carol approached them there. But that wasn't the only suspicious detail. Later that evening, Christy's mother had a strange encounter with Carol, who lived just a short distance from their home. During their conversation, Carol unexpectedly began apologizing, saying that things were never supposed to escalate this far. She went on to claim that she was the intended target and that 2 people had been involved in the murder. Stunned, Christy's mother pressed for more details, but Carol abruptly ended the conversation and walked away. Alarmed by what she had just heard, Christy's mother immediately reported the conversation to the police. Investigators questioned Carol again, but this time, she denied ever making such a statement. She stood by her original story and refused to provide any additional information. Later, Carol underwent another round of questioning, this time with a polygraph test. The examiner found no indications of deception when she answered key questions. With no further evidence linking her to the crime, investigators shifted their focus elsewhere and continued searching for leads. As news of the brutal murder spread throughout the city, fear took hold of the local residents. People were on edge, knowing that a dangerous killer was still at large. The situation became even more unsettling when detectives shared their belief that the perpetrator was likely a local. The killer had demonstrated knowledge of the wooded trail behind the shopping center, an area familiar mostly to those who lived nearby. Determined to track down the suspect, detectives deployed all available resources. Then, 3 days after Christie's murder, they had their first major breakthrough. Around 5 p.m., a police officer patrolling the streets of Columbus spotted a man who bore a striking resemblance to the suspect's sketch. The officer immediately alerted detectives, who arrived at the scene without delay. They approached the man and asked if he would come to the station for questioning. Without resistance, he agreed. The man was identified as 25-year-old Jack Carmen. Although he willingly agreed to answer their questions, investigators quickly encountered a challenge. Jack had a significant intellectual disability. Various tests estimated his IQ to be around 50. He was under the care of a specialized medical facility and lived in an apartment provided by a non-profit organization, where he also worked. Jack was unable to read or write and had difficulty speaking clearly. However, detectives couldn't overlook his strong resemblance to the composite sketch of Christie's killer. The interrogation process proved to be extremely difficult. For most of the questioning, Jack either responded with single-word answers or remained completely silent. Investigators even began to question whether he fully understood the meaning of their questions. Despite these challenges, the interrogation continued for 6 hours. progress was slow, but eventually, detectives began to gain some traction. By keeping their questions as simple and direct as possible, detectives eventually obtained a long-awaited confession from Jack. According to his account, he had left his apartment that day and taken a bus to the shopping center with the intention of buying new pants and a shirt. As he walked through the parking lot toward the entrance, he noticed Christy sitting on a fence near the start of the wooded trail. He claimed that he approached her, grabbed her, tied her hands, and dragged her into the woods, where he assaulted her. When Christy attempted to escape, Jack chased after her. He then picked up a piece of wood from the ground and struck her multiple times on the head before fleeing to the main road, where he caught a bus. The following day, police took him back to the crime scene, where he pointed out the exact location of the attack. He also provided details that only the perpetrator would know, including the fact that the wooden weapon had broken in half when he used it to strike the victim. To further verify his confession, detectives arranged a lineup, including Jack, and asked the witnesses who had discovered Christy to identify the man they had seen that day. Both pointed to Jack. He was charged with several offenses, including assault and murder. Despite the fact that experts didn't find any evidence of sexual assault, Jack confessed to it, so the prosecution decided not to exclude it. The prosecutor sought the death penalty, but Jack's lawyer, with his consent, struck a deal. Jack had to admit his guilt before the judge and receive a life sentence instead of execution. Given that thousands of people were closely following the case, events unfolded rapidly. On September 3rd, just 11 days after the murder, Jack was sentenced to life in prison. However, after the trial, doubts about his guilt began to surface. As more details about his confession and background were revealed in the media, many people started questioning whether he was truly responsible. Those who knew Jack personally found it hard to believe he could have committed such a violent act. According to them, he had never shown any signs of aggression. In fact, he was known to be passive, timid, and overly compliant. He had a history of agreeing to things just to appease others, even if they weren't true. For instance, while at a charity center, he once took the blame for breaking a boiler, even though someone else was responsible. Questions also arose about whether Jack had even been capable of confessing to the crime in the way detectives claimed. He could barely speak, yet the police claimed that he had told them about the crime in utmost detail. Those who knew Jack believed that the investigators had simply fed him all the necessary information. They just needed to ask leading questions that already contained facts about the case. For example, did he strike the victim with a piece of wood? And if Jack answered yes, the police could already use it as a confession. One woman who was involved in Jack's treatment added that under threat, he could confess to anything. It was enough for him to hear that he faced the electric chair, and he would do whatever the detectives asked. But that's not all. Supporters of Jack's innocence found out that the police had brought him to the murder scene at the same time as the witnesses, the same married couple who later identified him among other people at the police station. So, they had already seen Jack and knew that he was a suspect. The police had claimed that the witnesses didn't cross paths with Jack, but no one believed it. There were many more facts that raised strong doubts about Jack's involvement. For example, the police couldn't find the bus driver or even a single passenger who saw Jack on the way to the city center. According to his own confession, that's how he got home. But the most significant factor was the testimony of several people in the charity organization building where Jack lived and worked. They claimed to have seen him around 1:30 p.m. If he was indeed there, he had absolutely no chance of taking a bus to the shopping center on the outskirts of the city and committing the murder by 1:50 p.m. Even if he had left immediately after being seen by the witnesses, even Christy's parents started to doubt that he was the real killer. On September 9th, just 6 days after the verdict, around 70 people gathered in front of the city hall to draw attention to the case and demand a thorough investigation. Determined to seek justice, supporters formed a public committee advocating for Jack's case to be re-examined. This effort helped Jack secure a new lawyer, who quickly filed for a case review. Several months later, a judge ruled to revoke Jack's confession and ordered a new trial. Now, The prosecution had to build their case from the ground up, an extremely difficult task given the circumstances. While preparations for the retrial were underway, Christie's father, Norman Mills, launched his own investigation. From the very beginning, he doubted the detectives' work, believing they weren't doing enough to find his daughter's real killer. Unwilling to rely solely on law enforcement, he took matters into his own hands. Shortly after the murder, Norman and some neighbors went to the woods to inspect the area themselves. There, they discovered a pair of jean shorts and blood-stained men's underwear, evidence that the police had initially overlooked. They turned the items over to investigators, raising even more concerns about how thoroughly the case had been handled. However, it remained unknown whether these items were linked to the case or even tested. The new trial for Jack began only in 1977, 2 years after the murder. The defense had two tasks: first and foremost, to prove Jack's innocence, and also to try to identify the real killer. In fact, they already had a pretty strong candidate for this role, whom they considered the most likely suspect, the man who found Christie's body with his wife. His name was Henry Newell, and at the time of the murder, he was 25 years old. By the start of the trial, Jack's lawyers had gathered an impressive list of reasons to suspect Henry for the murder, and during the trial, this list grew even longer. Initially, Henry drew attention because of his criminal record. Starting from his teenage years, he had been arrested numerous times for various offenses, serving 3 prison terms. He had successfully escaped from jail twice before being caught and sent back. At the time of Jack's trial, he was serving his 4th sentence. This time, Henry had set his own house on fire to collect insurance money. The lawyers had also reviewed the evidence from Christie's case and found several very suspicious details. In his testimony, Henry said he found her body, ran up to it, and tossed aside a blood-stained piece of wood. He explained this by saying he was in a state of shock at the time, but such an action still seemed odd. Why would he pick up the murder weapon and throw it away from the body without any apparent reason? He claimed he thought the girl was still alive, so he took off his shirt and pressed it to her face. This action also raised questions. Did he really try to stop the bleeding, or did his shirt get bloody during the murder and he needed to justify it somehow? Jack's lawyers found a store employee in the mall where Henry ran to call the police. She said he wasn't wearing a shirt, but had jean shorts on, although by the time the police arrived, he was already wearing different pants. The employee also claimed Henry had a fresh bruise on his face, as if someone had hit him. When asked why she didn't immediately tell the police about this, she said no one simply asked her. The officers themselves should have noticed this bruise, but they ignored it. Back then, Henry also agreed to take a polygraph test, but he ended up vomiting right on the machine, so the police didn't arrange a new test. Another witness was Henry's neighbor. He said that on the night of the murder, he spoke with Henry and noticed many fresh scratches on his hands. The man also mentioned seeing a telephone cord in Henry's garage of the same color and shape as the one used to tie the victim's hands. But that's not all. The neighbors stated that Henry once told him a very strange story. He claimed to know Carol, Christie's 14-year-old friend, and that they used to swim naked together in the pool. Considering he was 25 at the time, this story shocked everyone case. However, finding any direct evidence that this actually happened was simply impossible. Yet, it indicated that Henry was acquainted with Carol, who also had a direct connection to the case. His wife, Pam, also testified in court. She said everything had happened exactly as they told the police on the first day. They went to the mall and their son wanted to take a walk. They went to the woods and found the body. Pam added that up until that point, Henry had been at home and only stepped out for a few minutes to chase away the neighborhood kids who had started throwing firecrackers into their yard. Carol also testified. She stated that she had never met Henry. She was also asked about what she had meant when she told Mother that things shouldn't have escalated so far, but Carol once again claimed she didn't remember saying anything like that. Henry himself was also brought into the courtroom from prison. He repeated his story without any changes and insisted that he had nothing to do with the crime. One of the most significant moments of the trial was the display of the full recording of Jack's interrogation. After viewing it, it became apparent to everyone that Jack was simply coerced into confirming the detective's words that he had committed the murder. Jack barely spoke and apparently didn't fully understand what the police wanted from him, but that wasn't the most crucial moment of the trial. On the fifth day, another unexpected witness appeared, neither anticipated by the prosecution nor Jack's lawyers. It was Bobby, Henry's stepson, and his testimony truly shocked everyone following the case. The boy revealed that on that day, Henry did indeed leave the house to chase away kids throwing firecrackers in their yard. However, he was gone for more than just a few minutes, as his mother had claimed, but for over half an hour. When Henry returned home, his shirt and sandals were missing, and he had scratches on his arms and face. Henry called Pam into another room, where they had a conversation. After that, they came out and told Bobby that they were all going to the shopping center. Upon arriving, the parents immediately led him to the trail behind the shopping center. The boy claimed that he hadn't asked to go there for a walk, as his parents had initially stated. They entered the woods and almost immediately found Henry's sandals, one of which was torn. A little further, they saw Christie's body, and his mother instructed Bobby never to tell anyone about what he saw. The boy added that he only decided to tell the truth after having a conversation with his biological father, who had convinced him to do the right thing. His grandmother also testified in court and recounted one strange episode involving Henry. She, along with him and Pam, attended Christie's farewell ceremony. On the way back, the woman said what a tragedy it was, and Henry suddenly replied, "It will teach her to keep her mouth shut." Another witness was Henry's friend. He said that Henry once confessed to him that he killed Christie. He added that the killing was accidental, not planned. In the end, this trial left practically no doubt that Jack had no involvement in the crime, and eventually, all charges against him were dropped. But here's where it gets interesting. Despite the overwhelming evidence pointing to Henry's involvement, the prosecutor stated that he had no intention of pursuing. Prosecutor pointed out that the police either failed to notice or ignored a vast amount of clues and evidence available to them from day one. His response sparked a wave of public outrage. It reached such heights that 2 days later, the prosecutor had to backtrack and agree to reopen the investigation into Christie's case. But here was a serious problem. Investigators relied on the initial investigation, including the testimonies of Henry and Pam. In other words, the police still operated under the assumption that the couple stumbled upon Christie's body in the woods, with a long-haired, shirtless man looming over her. For this reason, investigators stated that they would be looking for new suspects resembling Jack. Of course, such an approach yielded no results. The investigation continued for several months, and eventually, this case went cold. Christie's father never gave up on seeking justice. Once, he filed a civil lawsuit against Jack, but the reason for such a move were not as simple as it might have seemed. The man didn't believe in Jack's involvement in the murder, but this legal process would have granted him access to the case files, giving him the opportunity to collect all the available information. Unfortunately, this also yielded no results. In February 2006, Christie's father passed away from cancer, never having closure in the case. For a long time, there was no progress in the investigation of Christie's murder, until 2013, when former attorney John Aller took an interest in the case. He decided to conduct his own investigation, reaching out to all involved parties, hoping to find new leads. Christie's relatives handed him a box containing all of her father's records, which he had been gathering up until his death. Aller went through them all, spoke to dozens of people, and it became evident to him that the culprit behind this murder was none other than Henry. During his investigation, he found out that Christie's friend, Carol, was into smoking marijuana at the time. Digging deeper, he uncovered something else and concluded that she, like some other teenagers, apparently was buying it from Henry. This became another link between him and Carol and could indicate the real reason why the girl went to that forest. He theorized that the whole story about the DJ was simply made up, and in reality, Carol arranged to meet Henry in the forest to buy the illegal substance. Perhaps, she decided to invite Christie along under some other pretext, such as using the same story about the DJ in cheerleading competition. Another, much darker version suggested that Carol may have initially lured Christie there at Henry's request, who had planned to assault her. However, the girl fought back, as evidenced by the scratches and bruises on his body, and the man killed her. Delving deeper into the case, Uller discovered that by that time, Henry had committed even more crimes, including arson, domestic violence, and assault. There was another incident linked to him, but he wasn't tried for it: the death of his wife, Pam. In 1982, she filed for divorce, and just a month later, she was found dead in their apartment where she still lived with Henry. The official cause of death was a sleeping pill over the house, and the police found a note indicating that she did it herself. Pam's relatives didn't believe this version and suspected that Henry had tampered with the pills. The strangest part of this whole story was that no package of sleeping pills was found in the apartment, even though Pam obviously couldn't have disposed of it after taking such a large amount. That same year, 2013, when Aller took on the case, Henry passed away from cancer at the age of 63. Despite this, Aller continued his work and released a book containing all available information about Christie's murder. The release of the book sparked a new wave of interest in the case, and Christie's relatives, along with other people, began demanding to reopen the investigation. Several of Henry's relatives who killed the girl, but kept silent. One of them recounted that a few months before her 16th birthday, Henry had given her a car as a gift. They went for a ride together, and at some point he asked her to stop, looked at her, and said that he had killed Christie, detailing the crime in full. The woman said she couldn't believe it. According to her, Henry had been drinking a lot, and she thought he had simply made up this story under the influence of alcohol. However, after reading Aller's book, everything fell into place for her. All of this led to the reopening of the murder investigation in May of 2014. For many months, detectives re-examined all the available evidence, interviewed dozens of people, and re-evaluated the leads. In his confession to his relative, Henry mentioned that he had assaulted Christie. At the time of the original investigation, medical experts found no evidence of sexual assault. However, with advancements in forensic technology, Christie's clothing was re-examined decades later, revealing traces of semen. Unfortunately, the sample was too small for DNA analysis, preventing investigators from definitively identifying the perpetrator. The case remained open until late 2015, when detectives held a press conference. 40 years after Christie's murder, they publicly announced that they were certain Henry was responsible. However, since Henry had passed away, they could not prosecute him, and the case was officially declared solved and closed. Without a confession from Henry, investigators could never be completely certain about every detail of what happened that day. However, based on their findings, they pieced together a likely scenario. They suspected that Henry had gone to the wooded trail behind the shopping center that day, possibly to meet Carol for a drug deal. While they couldn't confirm Carol's involvement, the theory suggested that her presence may have played a role in Christie's tragic fate. Once Henry spotted Christie alone, he allegedly decided to attack her. He restrained her hands using a phone cord and led her deeper into the woods, where she fiercely resisted. Christie managed to scratch and strike him, but Henry overpowered her, knocking her down before fatally striking her with a piece of wood. Afterward, he returned home and confided in his wife, and together they devised a plan to shield him from any consequences. Notably, Carol never came forward with the full truth, even after all these years. There remains a possibility that she was involved in some capacity, though whether she will ever disclose more details is uncertain. During their press conference, the police formally apologized to Christie's family, acknowledging the failures of the original investigators. Evidence that could have pointed to Henry as the culprit had been available from the start, yet it was either overlooked or disregarded. In the end, while the case was officially closed, lingering questions remain. Moving on to the next case. Elena Ertl abduction and murder case. A 5-year-old girl from Minnesota was kidnapped in August 2016, and the person responsible was shockingly someone the family knew well. In the early hours of August 20, 2016, 5-year-old Elena Jean Ertl was tucked into bed by her parents, Matt and Kayla Ertl, at their home in Watkins, Minnesota. The family had planned a camping trip for later that day, with their camper packed and ready to go, something Elena had been eagerly anticipating. Meanwhile, Matt went downstairs to chat with his friend, Zachary Todd Anderson. That night, Matt and Anderson played softball, and Anderson stayed over at the house. However, when the family woke up at 8 a.m., they discovered that Elena was gone, along with 25-year-old Anderson and Matt's truck. Alarmed, they immediately contacted the authorities. Investigators quickly suspected that Anderson had taken Elena and driven off in her father's vehicle. Matt's cell phone remained inside the truck. Law enforcement launched a search throughout the neighborhood and worked with the family's phone provider to track Anderson and Elena's whereabouts. However, the Ertls initially struggled to believe Anderson could be a threat. Instead, they searched around town for the missing truck, hoping there was some logical explanation for Anderson taking Elena. Kayla later admitted they were in denial, saying that when someone is considered a friend, the thought of them doing something terrible doesn't even cross your mind. After the officials issued an Amber Alert and Matt's phone was pinged, Anderson's father called the sheriff's office, saying he believed his son was the subject of the statewide Amber Alert. The stolen vehicle was then found at a rural cabin in Browerville, owned by Anderson's grandfather. Deputies who entered the cabin found a shotgun on the kitchen table with ammunition spilled about and a note with blood on the upper corner. There were no people in the cabin, but the police dogs found Anderson in a wooded area around a quarter of a mile away. He did not attempt to flee or resist arrest. He gave the police information that led to the discovery of Elena's remains in a swampy wooded area a few hundred yards from the cabin. According to the medical examiner's autopsy released by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety, Elena lost her life due to strangulation. There was evidence that she was hit on the head and assaulted. Meeker County Sheriff Brian Cruz said, "We did everything we could today to try to find her safely. And obviously, that did not happen. And I know that does not compare to what the family is going through, but we felt we did everything we possibly could." Anderson was a family friend and co-worker of Elena's father, who had stayed the night at the Ertl household sometimes. In May 2006, when Anderson was 15 years old, he lived in a townhouse with his mother in Monticello, Minnesota. In February, one of Anderson's neighbors reported to the authorities that he was leaving love notes on her car. They were stated to include compliments on the woman's appearance and a phone number to call if she was interested in dating him. Anderson then went to the neighbor's home and demanded that the woman sleep with him. And after being repeatedly denied, he fled once the woman's boyfriend went to the door. The following year, in June 2007, Anderson broke into the woman's home by removing a window screen and then stole the woman's cell phone. As a result, he was charged with first-degree burglary and theft, and later pleaded guilty to third-degree burglary with a sentence of mandatory community service. In March 2018, Anderson pleaded guilty. During the whole court process, he said nothing and continued to deny what he did. In statements made in court to Judge Jana Ousted before Anderson was sentenced, Elena's family and friends described how Anderson's actions that day affected their lives and continue to affect them every day. Marywell, Elena's grandmother, said, "I felt numb, paralyzed by grief and pain. The loss is beyond words." In the fall of 2016, Elena was supposed to go to her first day of kindergarten, and her outfit had already been chosen. Kayla, Elena's mother, said instead, "Those clothes are still on the hangers and those boots are now with her in heaven." Several people described to the judge how Anderson's actions caused them to distrust people daily. They struggled to let people into their homes. They struggled to even want to spend time with friends. Kayla said that they struggled to allow their other children to have sleepovers or hang out with friends when they are not around. She added, "Zach Anderson had no right to decide Elena's life was going to end. Elena's rights were never asked of her, and Zach Anderson took all her rights." Before the sentencing, Judge Ousted addressed Anderson. "I do not want to lose sight of the fact that you are a human being. Without a doubt, the crime was horrific, something beyond human comprehension. As a result, Anderson was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole." Reflecting on the outcome, Kayla stated that their love for Elena would always be greater than anything Anderson had done. In the end, she said, Zach Anderson had lost. Elena's memory will live on in the hearts of those who loved her. On September 10, 2023, after 2 years of collaboration among various businesses, a life-size statue of Elena Erdl was unveiled in McCarthy Park in Watkins, Minnesota, serving as a lasting tribute to her life. Moving on to the next case. Robin Abrams. A 28-year-old woman was last seen around 4 p.m. on October 4, 1990, while driving on Goodenow Road in Beecher, Will County. She briefly crossed paths with her father, Dom Abrams, as he was returning home from work as a bricklayer. They exchanged waves before Robin continued on her way. After that moment, her whereabouts became unknown, and she has not been seen or heard from since. Her car, a red 1989 Dodge Daytona hatchback, was discovered 11 hours later in Harvey, approximately a 30-minute drive from Beecher. Though the vehicle was locked, the keys remained in the ignition. Investigators found 2 cameras inside. A witness later came forward, stating they had seen 2 men in a tow truck leaving the car at that location around 10 p.m. on the same night. The vehicle first attracted police attention when a local resident reported seeing someone attempt to break into it around 3 a.m., leading authorities to connect it to Robin's disappearance. 3 days later, Robin's bag was found in a residential neighborhood just 3 blocks from where her car had been abandoned. Though her purse was still inside, her credit cards had been removed. In the years leading up to her disappearance, Robin had been romantically involved with Anthony Marquez, a much older police officer from the Will County Sheriff's Department. Marquez, who was in his 40s, had been married at the time, a fact Robin allegedly did not know when their relationship began. Robin and Marquez had reportedly met while she was working at McDonald's. Encouraged by him to pursue a career in law enforcement, she joined the Will County Sheriff's Department as a deputy in January 1988. However, by October of that year, a series of troubling incidents led her to end their relationship. Marquez allegedly rammed a car she was driving while her mother was in the passenger seat and, at another point, struck Robin in the face. Some reports also suggest that around this time, she discovered he was married. These events appeared to be key factors in her decision to break up with him. Just 2 months later, the Will County Sheriff's Department terminated her employment, mere weeks before the end of her probationary period. After her dismissal, Robin filed a complaint against Marquez, accusing him of harassment, and claiming he had slashed her tires on 4 different occasions. Though he was charged with criminal damage to property, the case was ultimately dismissed in April 1989 due to insufficient evidence. Marquez then turned the tables and filed a criminal complaint against Robin alleging harassment. This case was also dismissed, although Marquez filed further harassment complaints against Robin in the summer of 1989. That same year, Robin was arrested several times, including for disorderly conduct and reckless driving. During the later instance, Marquez claimed that she tried to run him off the road. Although no charges were brought for her supposedly disorderly conduct, Robin was found guilty by a jury of reckless driving. A month later, in November of 1989, she got an order of probation against Marquez that protected both herself and her mother Barbara and accused him of stalking and falsely claiming she'd smashed her car into his. The protection order was extended until November 27, 1990. In December of 1989, Robin filed a federal lawsuit against Marquez and 7 other members of the Sheriff's Department, including former Sheriff John Johnson. Robin alleged that she'd been wrongfully terminated, that she had been subject to sexual harassment, and that her civil rights had been violated. She was scheduled to give a deposition in the case on October 22, but vanished 18 days before she could. In the years since Robin went missing, her case has been mostly cold. Initially, the Will County Sheriff's Department investigated, but soon after the state police took over, citing a possible conflict of interest. In December of 1990, Marquez was fired from the department, and Robin's lawsuit was dismissed in 1991 because she couldn't be located. In 2013, U.S. Representative Dan Lipinski wrote to Inspector General Ricardo Mazur in Chicago asking him to reinvestigate the case. He explained that Robin broke up with Marquez after finding out he was married and he then became abusive. In retaliation, Marquez and his fellow officers began a campaign of false complaints and false arrests. Robin's loved ones are continually frustrated with the lack of progress in the case, noting the Illinois Police Department's reluctance to bring in outside help. According to Robin's sister, Jody Walsh, a former federal prosecutor named Tad DeBays offered to help review the case files, but was turned down. Tad is considered an expert in prosecuting nobody cases. Additionally, efforts were made to bring in cold case consultant Kenneth Maines, but again, authorities rejected his help. Jody also explained how she and her husband had thrown State Police Lieutenant Jeffrey Padilla out of their home. He reportedly refused to accept and sign for documents that she had in her possession, as well as court records that pointed to Marquez as a suspect and indicated a possible burial spot, telling her, "We can't go on theories and speculation." Robin's family have been told on many occasions over the last few decades that they only have one shot to try a suspect for murder, and that the family have repeatedly encouraged authorities to try Marquez, with Jody adding, "The evidence speaks for itself. Marquez was stalking my sister, and he still has to answer for it." According to Jody, Marquez filed 103 reports of harassment. Another huge misstep in the initial investigation is that Robin's lawyer was never interviewed, nor were her sisters, Jody and Donna. Donna recalled how Robin had told herself and their mother that if anything happened to her, Marquez was to blame. This was only 1 to 2 months before the 28-year-old went missing. Not only that, but Robin physically led Donna and Barbara, their mother, to other locations that Marquez might be if he wasn't at the sheriff's department, including his second place of employment and an office that he had just in case they needed to find him. Additionally, the family revealed they had once been told by investigators on the case that they were lacking funds to continue looking for Robin, and that if they were financially able to contribute to the case, they should do so. One theory in Robin's case is, according to the Charlie Project, that she deliberately vanished despite Marquez. However, it is generally believed by investigators, online sleuths, and Robin's loved ones that she met with foul play and is deceased. The family have speculated that the investigation is so slow going because detectives are reluctant to investigate one, or in this case multiple of their own, or they are corrupt and are actively helping to keep the truth covered up. They are steadfast in their belief that Marquez was involved in Robin's disappearance, and it has been noted that Sheriff John Johnson, who was named in her lawsuit, was in the middle of running for re-election when Robin filed the suit. Armchair detectives agree that either Marquez murdered Robin and had his colleagues help him cover up the crime, or that all of the men named in the lawsuit conspired to get rid of Robin. In 2017, Marquez and his stepbrother, John Romo, were named as persons of interest in the case. That same year, Romo's home was searched. The concrete floor in the basement was dug up by the FBI and Illinois State Police. However, only one bone was found, and it was determined to be 1,200 years old and from a Native American. Cadaver dogs were brought in to assist the search, and while they had multiple hits, no evidence was found at the scene. Robin's family suspects she may have been killed there and moved. One last thing to note is that John Romo had a tow truck at the time of Robin's disappearance. Don Abraham, the witness who saw the two men in the tow truck, picked Marquez out of a lineup, but he was ultimately discredited by the Will County Sheriff's Department, who told Don that they were unreliable. In the years since Romo's house was searched, there have been no new updates in the case. Marquez has been approached on several occasions over the years and asked for comments, but has declined to speak with reporters, every time going so far as to say he's not interested in discussing Robin's case. Robin Renee Abrams was 28 years old when she was last seen on October 4, 1990, at approximately 4 p.m. on Goodenow Road in Beecher, Will County. Since that day, she has never been seen or heard from again. Her red 1989 Dodge Daytona hatchback was discovered 11 hours later in the city of Harvey. At the time she vanished, Robin had recently filed a lawsuit against 8 members of the Will County Sheriff's Department, where she had previously been employed. Robin is a white woman with brown hair, hazel eyes, and pierced ears. She stood about 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed around 170 pounds at the time of her disappearance. She was last seen wearing a long-sleeved white knit pullover, a black leather jacket, black trousers, and black patent leather shoes. She also wore a gold pinky ring and carried a light beige patterned clutch bag, which was later found 3 blocks from where her car had been abandoned. If she is still alive today, she would be 59 years old. Anyone with information regarding Robin's disappearance is encouraged to contact the Illinois State Police at 815-726-6377. Moving on to the next case. Soham murders. On August 4, 2002, best friends Holly Marie Wells and Jessica Amy Chapman, both 10 years old, were enjoying a family barbecue in the quiet town of Soham, Cambridgeshire, England. At some point, they left without informing anyone, intending to buy sweets, but never returned. Holly's mother went to her daughter's room to invite the girls to say goodbye to the guests, only to find them missing. Alarmed, she and her husband, Kevin, searched the house and surrounding streets before contacting the police. A large-scale search effort was launched, with over 400 officers and countless volunteers combing the area for the missing schoolgirls. Their faces quickly appeared in both national and local newspapers, as the search gained widespread attention. During the barbecue, Holly and Jessica had changed into matching Manchester United football shirts, one belonging to Holly and the other to her older brother, Oliver. Holly's mother took a photo of them in the outfits, an image that would later become hauntingly iconic in the case. The widely recognized image of the girls, taken just hours before their disappearance, became a key focus in the search efforts. On August 8th, CCTV footage captured just minutes before they vanished was released to the public. Their distinctive matching outfits led to numerous reported sightings. One witness recalled seeing them on the day they went missing, mentioning to his wife, "Look, there are 2 little Beckhams over there," which helped solidify the timeline. A local man, Ian Huntley, drew significant attention during the investigation. He gave multiple interviews to major news outlets like Sky News and the BBC, claiming to be the last person to have seen the girls alive. Huntley actively participated in the search efforts, frequently questioning officers about the progress of the investigation and even inquiring about how long DNA evidence could last before degrading. During an interview with Sky News correspondent Jeremy Thompson in the second week of the search, Huntley expressed a faint hope that the girls would be found safe. However, during another media interaction, his responses were so suspicious that a journalist reported his concerns to the police. Reporter Brian Farmer from PA News Agency later conducted an interview with Huntley and his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, at their home. Ian, who was reluctant to be photographed, explained that he had been speaking to the girls while washing his dog outside his house. But in his account provided to Brian, the girls made no comment about the animal, which Brian found improbable. He said, "I simply could not believe there were 2 children on Earth who would not see the dog and be saying, 'Oh, that dog is so cute. He is so wonderful.' I did not think what he was saying could be true." Brian said it was also strange that Ian, who barely knew the girls, had jumped in when Maxine was asked a question about stranger danger. Brian explained by saying the following. "I asked her from her knowledge of Holly and Jessica, how she thought they might have reacted. If, for example, a man had pulled up alongside in a car and said, 'Would you like a lift, girls?' The odd thing was that she did not answer the question because Ian jumped in straight away and he answered the question. Ian said Holly would probably get in the car and quietly go, but Jessica would not. I remember thinking, why is he so agitated? Why is he so emotional? The main thing that struck me when he answered the question was, well, how can he possibly know how they would react?" Almost 2 weeks after the girls went missing, on August 16th, Ian and Maxine were taken to the police station for questioning. On the same night, the police searched Ian's house, as well as the grounds of Soham Village College where he worked. The girls' Manchester shirts, which were charred and cut up, were recovered from a bin inside a hangar at the college. The following day, after 13 days of searching, on August 17th, the bodies of Holly and Jessica were found lying side by side near an airbase at Mildenhall in Suffolk, about 10 miles from their home. On August 20th, Ian Huntley was charged with 2 counts of slaying. He was originally seen as a witness rather than a suspect, partly because Maxine had provided an alibi for him and said that they were together. But it was later revealed that this was a lie and she had actually been out in a bar in Grimsby at the time the girls disappeared. An inquest into their demises was held on August 23rd. Coroner David Morris said that the bodies of the girls were so badly decomposed that no precise cause of demise could be determined. But the most likely cause was asphyxiation. Huntley's mental state was tested, but he was deemed mentally competent to stand trial. He attempted to take his own life by taking 29 antidepressants, which he had accumulated in his cell. The staff initially feared that he might have overdosed, but he was returned to his prison cell within 48 hours. During Huntley's trial in November 2003, it was revealed that after getting snacks from a vending machine at their local leisure center, the two girls walked past caretaker Huntley's house. Huntley then claimed that his girlfriend, Maxine Carr, a teaching assistant at their school, was inside and lured them into his home before ending their lives in cold blood. It was also revealed that Huntley had gone back to where he dumped the bodies to cut off their clothes in an attempt to destroy any DNA evidence. But fibers recovered from the shirts proved to be a precise match to samples retrieved from Huntley's body and clothing. On December 17, 2003, he was found guilty and sentenced to 2 terms of life in prison with a minimum of 40 years behind bars. He will not be considered for release until 2042 at the earliest. Jessica's mother, Leslie Chapman, said, "I think he was a time bomb waiting to go off, and both our girls were in the wrong place at the wrong time. I hope the next time I see him, it will be like we saw our daughters, and it will be in a coffin." Huntley has had some high-profile run-ins during his time in prison. In February 2005, while in HMP Wakefield, he was scalded with boiling water by convicted spree perpetrator Mark Hobson. 2 years after being transferred to HMP Franklin in February 2008, Huntley was taken to the hospital after he had his neck slashed by a convicted armed robber. In 2017, it was revealed that he also had a run-in with Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe, who called Huntley names during an altercation at their Categoria jail. In 2018, a year later, Huntley expressed remorse for taking the lives of Holly and Jessica, recording a confession in which he admitted to his actions. He stated, "I am genuinely sorry. It breaks my heart when it is reported that I have no remorse, that I take pleasure in this. I do not. I cannot change anything. I cannot erase that day from history, but I have done." Carr was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison in February 2003 after being convicted of conspiring to obstruct justice by providing Huntley with a false alibi. She was released from Foston Hall Prison in Derbyshire in May 2004, having served half of her sentence. Today, she lives in freedom under a new identity, granted lifelong anonymity by the High Court. Moving on to the next case. Tina Prince disappearance and murder case. In the small town of Sandersville, Georgia, a well-loved first-grade teacher disappeared without a trace one spring night in 2021. What began as an ordinary evening, dinner with family followed by a brief phone call, soon turned into a baffling mystery that puzzled investigators for months. Her car was later discovered abandoned, her personal belongings missing. The only lead was a single stop at a convenience store before she vanished. The search for Tina Prince stretched on for weeks, eventually revealing a disturbing truth about the last person seen with her. Tina Prince, a 46-year-old teacher admired for her kindness and dedication to her students, spent the evening of May 28, 2021, dining with her family at Puebla's Mexican restaurant in Sandersville. Witnesses reported that she stepped away from the table to answer a phone call. A restaurant employee, who knew Tina as a frequent customer, remembered watching her exit the building and get into her car. Tragically, that would be the last time anyone saw her alive. Tina's car was eventually discovered in the parking lot of a Walmart, but there was no trace of her or any of her belongings. The vehicle appeared abandoned, with no immediate explanation for her sudden disappearance. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store captured Tina making a stop on her way to meet a male acquaintance, an important clue that would soon become central to the case. As investigators worked to reconstruct the events of that night, They identified the man she had gone to meet as 31-year-old Aaron Adams, someone she had known for some time. At first, Adams appeared to cooperate with law enforcement. However, as the investigation progressed and Tina's body was located in a wooded area of Washington County, it became evident that he had been deceptive. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation conducted an autopsy, confirming the remains belonged to Tina Prince. The cause of death was later determined to be an overdose, with fentanyl and an antidepressant found in her system. Authorities believe that rather than seeking help, Adams chose to dispose of her body in the woods and mislead investigators about what had really happened. The investigation into Tina's slaying took months, with authorities trying to piece together the puzzle from the limited evidence left behind. Adams initially misled investigators, claiming he had no involvement in her disappearance, but his statements did not align with the evidence. Surveillance footage and witness testimonies pointed to his presence near the area where Tina's car was found. And eventually it became clear that he had tried to hide her demise after she overdosed. Investigators also discovered that Adams' lack of cooperation had caused significant delays in the investigation. Had he told the truth, the search for Tina's body might have been much shorter. Instead, his false statements only added more confusion to the already difficult case. It was not until nearly 2 years after her demise that Adams was arrested and charged with multiple crimes related to the concealment of her slaying. In June 2021, he was arrested and charged with 1 count of concealing the slaying of another and 6 counts of making false statements. He was initially charged in connection with the end of Tina, but denied any involvement in her actual slaying. After nearly 2 years of legal proceedings, Adams entered a non-negotiated guilty plea. This meant that Adams was not attempting to strike a deal with the state, but rather accepting responsibility for his actions. The plea was seen as a long-awaited step toward justice for Tina and her family. During his sentencing, on February 15, 2023, Adams was handed a 40-year prison sentence with 35 years to be served consecutively to an existing sentence he was already serving, which would end in 2027. His guilty plea brought some closure to a case that had left many questions unanswered. However, Tina's family was left with an enduring sense of grief, having waited so long for justice. While the resolution of her case provided some closure to both her loved ones and the community, the pain of her loss could never be undone. District Attorney Trip Fitzner, who led the case, expressed his hope that the guilty plea would bring some measure of peace to those who cared for Tina. He acknowledged that while the justice system could not undo the tragedy, holding the responsible party accountable offered a sense of justice. Tina's family and friends continued to grieve, remembering her not just as a victim, but as a devoted educator who left a lasting impact on her students. Although justice has been served, the emotional weight of her loss will always remain with those who knew her. Meanwhile, Aaron Adams, now serving a lengthy prison sentence, will spend the coming decades facing the consequences of his actions. For Tina's loved ones, the road to closure was long and painful, but with Adams' guilty plea and sentencing, they can finally begin to heal, knowing that justice has prevailed. Moving on to the next case. Valerie Ames murder case. For nearly 28 years, the family of a beloved 31-year-old mother from Jacksonville, Florida, has been searching for answers about her brutal death. She was discovered inside an apartment, lying on the floor, having been stabbed and beaten to death. After years of relentless detective work and advancements in technology, a suspect has finally been arrested in connection with the case. On August 10, 1996, a woman went to check on her father's apartment on King Street while he was in jail, ensuring everything remained in order. Upon opening an unlocked door, she was met with a horrifying sight, an unfamiliar woman lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Authorities later identified the victim as 31-year-old Valerie Ames. Valerie was a devoted mother to 2 young daughters, ages 5 and 9. At the time of her tragic death, both children were in England with their grandmother when they received the devastating news. The tenant of the apartment where Valerie's body was found was informed of the discovery. He and his family told authorities that they did not know Valerie personally, though she did look somewhat familiar. The apartment was located in the Courtyard Apartments at 1606 King Street, in the Riverside area of Jacksonville. Valerie lived and worked in Arlington. She did not have a car and did not drive across town. None of her friends or family recall driving her to that side of town on the day of her demise. According to her daughter, Michelle James, 3 months prior to Valerie's slaying, she contacted authorities to report that she had been assaulted by a police officer. After initial contact with the police, Valerie's cooperation wavered and charges were never filed. That officer was looked at following Valerie's slaying, but he was cleared. According to Michelle, people have told her and her sister that their mother was pregnant at the time of her demise. But law enforcement says there is nothing in the case filed to indicate that. A woman allegedly contacted the police informing them that she had information on Valerie's case and would make a deal with the police. Not too long after she contacted the police, the woman was found deceased. Michelle remembers her mother with love. She said she was a wonderful woman. I was very young at the time, but I remember she had the face of an angel and a heart of gold. She always did the best she could for me and my sister. Michelle's last memory of her mother was at her 5th birthday party, a Barney-themed event. She remembers her mother giving her a Barney stuffed animal. Michelle said, "You see, people get upset with their mothers and do not treat them great. They do not realize how much they take having a mother for granted. My mom missed out on birthday parties and being with her grandkids, and we all will never get to experience them together." Valerie loved animals, especially horses. She loved to go horseback riding. When she visited Texas, horseback riding was always on her to-do list. She also really liked camping and dancing. It was one of her favorite things to do. As a child, she performed ballet. Valerie's demise had a life-altering impact on Michelle's sister and grandmother. They were both very close to Valerie and were heartbroken by the loss. A few months following the slaying, the grandmother was so heartbroken and worried that they all ended up moving out of Jacksonville. Valerie's family stayed positive and optimistic that her case will one day be solved. The family's only hope was to find who was responsible for her demise. Just the name of the perpetrator would bring them some closure. Detective Harmony Brooks said in 2018 that there were more than 24 pieces of evidence she planned to retest for DNA. Valerie's case was featured in November 2018 on the Unsolved series, aired by First Coast News in Jacksonville, Florida. On April 2, 2024, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and the State Attorney's Office 4th Judicial Circuit announced an arrest in the 1996 case. Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters announced that 69-year-old Jerry Phillips was arrested in Johnston County, North Carolina, and is facing charges in Valerie's slaying. Sheriff Waters did not provide specific details on what evidence led investigators to Phillips, but stated that advancements in technology helped pinpoint a suspect. Phillips was taken into custody at the Duval County Jail on April 19 and now faces charges of battery and second-degree murder. Following the arrest, Valerie's daughter, Michelle, expressed her emotions in a statement, saying, "Standing here today, nearly 28 years later, we finally have some answers about our beautiful mother, Valerie. At last, she has the opportunity for justice. Her voice can finally be heard, and that is all we have ever wanted." She continued, "So that Valerie, a mother, daughter, grandmother, aunt, and friend, can have her moment of peace. We want to extend our gratitude to the Jacksonville Cold Case Department and Project Cold Case for uncovering the name of the monster responsible, Jerry Phillips. May our mother finally rest in peace." Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.